Chapter 30, I'm fine with being the prophesized Holy Son. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 30. I'm fine with being the prophesized Holy Son. The undead Titan's recollections of what happened after the divine spear of ice Mikhail joined the attack on Talashim were full of holes. They had never known the exact details up until now. These were the events of what happened when they were killed, what happened before they became undead, and what happened right after that. They only knew the historical facts, such as that Talashim had fallen, that the heroes had been defeated, and that Mikhail had attempted to destroy the goddess Vida's treasure that existed below the royal castle but was heavily wounded by Vida's legacy, the guardian dragon golem, and forced to retreat back to the Murg shield. Nation. Gina, Zandia. Jushin and I, the three of us, ambushed that bastard in the audience chamber. The Adventurers Guild branch that had been built in Talashim back then told me that I was an A-class adventurer. Gina was promoted to A-class before the war, and though Zandia. Jushin was still B-class, it was said that she would definitely become an S-class adventurer in the future. Even though that guy had a legendary class magic item, he was an A-class adventurer, just like me. I thought we could do it. Borkus, 2 A-class adventurers and a B-class adventurer, a total of 3 people, fought a single A-class adventurer. The odds were clearly in the favor of the former, and they should have succeeded in defending the chamber. But Borkus continued speaking. In the end, things turned out as you know. I was called the Sword King. I had no intention of losing. I received supportive spells from the other two, and with this magic sword, I used my signature move Dragon Slayer to try and defeat him. But my magic sword. The magic sword that took the head of a dragon in one attack was smashed by his spear. Damn it, how dare you! I shouted something like that as I tried to swing a punch at him. But I couldn't. Hee, it's no big deal, I just lost my dominant arm and my magic sword together. Borkus, adventurers are divided into classes from G to S. This isn't based purely on fighting strength. Adventurer success rate in completing requests and their normal conduct are also taken into consideration, and jobs and possessed skills can have an effect as well. However, there are no overwhelming differences in strength between two adventurers of the same class. But at that time, Borkus had learned the hard way that the A-class and S-class are exceptions to that rule. The A-class is the realm of extraordinary people. Something like slaying a dragon was nothing to them. But large differences in power could exist between A-class adventurers. People of the B-class are beyond ordinary people but aren't quite extraordinary. An ordinary person with extraordinary qualities, just a little beyond those of the B-class. That is what the Saint Gina was. Undoubtedly an extraordinary person and a hero, but still an extraordinary person in the end, unable to break free of the restrictions of being a person. Falling short of being one of the inhuman figures in myths that were said to be able to reach the domain of the gods who fought against the Demon King's evil gods. That is what the Sword King Borkus was. And Mikhail was a truly inhuman individual, an A-class adventurer possessing powers worthy of the S-class. Because of that, I ended up kissing the floor. And the next thing I knew, I had become an undead. Then I turned around, and Zandia. Jushin was there. Only one part of her. With these words, Borkus pushed open the door of the audience chamber that he had guarded for 200 years. Chilling, cold air came from beyond the door. There wasn't a single ray of light in the audience chamber, but with their dark vision, Vandalyu and Mwaza could see inside, clear as day. The first thing they saw in the audience chamber was a hole, and a pillar of ice covering it. This hole was likely the entrance of the passage that led to the goddess's treasure beneath the castle. And frozen inside the pillar of ice was a severed wrist that seemed to belong to a woman, judging from how thin, judging from its shape. This is. I had always thought that we had never seen their remains during these 200 years because you had buried them, Borkus. Dano. But this, could it be? Mwaza, that's how it is. Their dead bodies are probably on the other side of this annoying block of ice. Judging from the size of this hand, it's probably Zandia. Jushin's. There's no doubt that she kept fighting that bastard even after I got killed and chased him underground with Gina, even after losing her hand. And so I'm sure she was killed on the other side of this ice. Borkus, the magical spear, the legendary class magic item that was the origin of Mikhail's title, contained powerful ice mana. It was said to be able to freeze its enemies' souls, trapping them for eternity. I don't know what was on the other side of this ice. All I know is that there's no way to melt it. Even if I try to smash it, I can't make a single crack on it, and pouring oil on it and setting fire to it doesn't even leave a single scorch mark. So, can you melt this ice? Borkus, I can melt it. Vandalyu nodded immediately. He had been examining it while Borkus and Mwaza were talking, and he could definitely feel mana in the ice. It seemed strangely different to a curse, but it was similar. If he extinguished the mana, it was likely that the ice would melt in an instant and open up the entrance leading underground. I see. Then please do it. I don't know if their bodies have become undead on the other side of this ice, and even if they have, they might have lost their sanity. But I'll never feel at ease until I say something to apologize to them. Borkus, I understand. Vandalyu released death. Attribute mana that absorbed other mana, and the ice began melting right before their eyes, as if it were being exposed to some extreme heat. In a matter of minutes, Zandia's hand had been freed and the passage underground had been opened. What do you think, Holy Sun? Mwaza. I don't see any shadows that might be their spirits. Please wait a moment, I'm going to see if I can figure something out by looking at this hand. Vandalyu, Is this that forensic science thing? I heard that Zackert had been aiming for that occupation in his original world. Borkus, apparently the champion Zackert had been striving to become a forensic scientist when he lived on Earth. He seemed to have been quite the intellectual type. No, this is something more occult. Vandalyu raised Zandia's hand, whose brown skin had received much love from the sun, though it was now as cold as ice. It would probably be bad if I were to say it's huge or heavy. Vandalyu, the hand and wrist of the tiny genius was large. This was not because Vandalyu was an infant, but simply because Zandia had been a large person. Of course, as her title suggested, she was probably small. For a Titan, that is. The average height for an adult Titan was 2.7 m for men and 2.5 m for women. It was likely that Zandia was still a young girl, judging from the fact that Borkus called her Jushin, but wouldn't she still be over 2 meters tall? So it was difficult for Vandalyu to say that it was thin or small. Well, leaving that aside, let's try to find any residual thoughts. Vandalyu, death. Attribute magic allowed Vandalyu to read a person's residual thoughts from a part of their dead body. But he could only read such thoughts from corpses, and even if he could read them they often made no sense. He hadn't had many opportunities to use this ability up until now. Vandalyu pressed his forehead against Zandia's cold palm and closed his eyes. He saw a man thrusting a distinctly sharp spear. Behind him was another man collapsed onto the ground, covered in blood and still clutching the handle of a broken sword. Zandia collapsed. She was stabbed repeatedly by the spear, as if judgment was being brought down upon her. In the corner of her eyes, she saw another brown-skinned woman who had already been defeated before her. And just before her vision turned dark, she saw a man descending underground. The man with the spear was Mikhail, while the defeated man covered in blood was Borkus. The other woman was likely to be Gina. However, if these residual thoughts were correct, Zandia and Gina had died here in the audience chamber after Borkus was killed. They hadn't descended into the underground passage beyond the ice as Borkus thought they did. But then why were their bodies not here? Even if one assumed that their bodies weren't trapped in the ice other than this one wrist and thus weren't preserved, at least their bones should have remained. And Borkus had been revived as a Titan zombie long before his body turned into just a skeleton. There was no way that he wouldn't have noticed Zandia and Gina's bodies if they had been present. Had someone taken them away? Had they been disposed of in a way that didn't even leave the bones? But then why had this wrist and, more importantly, Borkus's body been left alone? Contemplating on his own would yield Vandeleur no answers. I saw in the residual memories that the two of them died before Mikhail went underground. Vandeleur, what? What do you mean? So those two aren't underground? It's true that there were no signs of them coming out, but, Borkus, then where could the two of them be? Mwaza, Borkus and Mwaza, who had been peering into the hole leading underground as if expecting Gina and Zandia to emerge from it, turned around in surprise. But Vandeleur's reply was, "Who knows? I have no idea." What I saw were the residual memories at the moment that this wrist was cut off. She might have been confused at the moment that this happened, or maybe what I saw isn't what actually happened, but an envisioned, hopeless future that burned itself into her mind. And even if what I saw is what really happened, it's still possible that they got up after that and chased after Mikhail. Vandeleur, so in other words, we won't know until we go down and have a look. Borkus, yes. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know what might be beyond this point. Vandeleur, no idea. It's a sacred place, after all. Borkus, as I thought. Vandeleur, however, we have no choice but to descend into it to find out what happened. Let us go, Borkus. Dano, Holy Sun. Mwaza, it seemed that there would be no problem entering the passage below the castle, even though it was a sacred place. Was that because it no longer mattered after Mikhail had set foot into it, or because Vandeleur was the Holy Sun? Peering down into the hole, Vandeleur saw rods of stone protruding from the wall, forming a spiral staircase. With a lemure leading the way, Vandeleur, Mwaza and Borkus descended the spiral staircase. At the bottom, there was a passageway that somehow seemed like it was part of a temple. There were no special traps or trials waiting to hinder them. It was impossible to say whether this was because the goddess had utmost confidence in the dragon golem, or because Mikhail had already destroyed every obstruction besides the dragon golem. However, they were surprised to see that there was a door, frozen solid in ice. The story I heard is that Mikhail was heavily wounded and barely escaped with his life, but could it be that he actually wasn't so desperate? Vandeleur, to think that he would seal off the passage with ice in the middle of escaping. Even as Vandeleur said that, he drained the mana out of the ice to melt it. It wasn't very difficult work, but he would grow tired of it if he were to have to repeat it dozens of times. He might have been worried that the magic spear that he left behind would be stolen, or someone would finish off the dragon golem that he had half-destroyed and take the treasure. Vandeleur, Now that I think about it, this ice and the ice that was in the audience chamber were made when that bastard ran away, wasn't it? How did he make it? Didn't he throw his spear at the dragon golem and run away? Borkus, now that you mention it, Vandeleur, the ice that Vandeleur was melting right now was magic ice that wouldn't melt even if exposed to the red-hot hellfire. It was difficult to imagine that it had been created through a spell of one of the normal attributes of magic. And this magic ice was something that could only have been created with the magic spear that had been the Merg shield. Nation's national treasure. So then how had Mikhail, who had lost his spear and made an escape, sealed this door and the entrance to the passage in magic ice? I know it's strange for me to say this considering that I never noticed this for 200 years, but isn't that strange? What does this mean? Borkus, what do you think of the theory that this ice was not created through the power of the magic spear, but is the product of a special spell that Mikhail devised himself? Mwaza, or maybe the owner of the spear can freely pass through the ice, and he simply created it from the other side to make sure his enemy didn't follow him and then ran through it. Vandeleur, Mwaza and Vandeleur came up with some theories, but they didn't seem to fit. In any case, the ice has melted, so let us continue. Incidentally, I do not see the spirits of those two. Vandeleur, yeah. I'm sure they've probably gone off somewhere. Borkus, leaving the theories and guesswork aside, the three of them continued on. Their objective wasn't to find out what had really happened back then, but to find the undead Xandia and Gina or their corpses and spirits. There was no end to the questions that piqued their curiosity, but thinking about them could come later. By the way, have you taken a liking to that dot? Borkus asked a question as he looked down at Vandalyu, who was clutching Xandia's wrist in both arms. Rather than having taken a liking to it. It would have been bad to just leave it up there. Vandalyu, he couldn't stand the thought of abandoning it on the floor that was dirty with dust and whatever else, and Borkus and Mwaza had shown no signs of interest in taking it, so he had simply stopped its decomposition and brought it with him. There wasn't any particular meaning to it. But Borkus didn't stop talking. So you don't like it? Borkus, Vandalyu came to the realization that only yes and no were the acceptable answers, so he turned his gaze towards Xandia's hand and examined it. The brown skin was smooth and it was a graceful looking hand at first glance, but there were several calluses on it. They were certainly from Xandia holding a staff in her hands as she fought. The sweet fragrance of blood coming from the severed wrist tickled his nose, even after 200 years. If I had to say whether I like it or not, I'd say I like it, I suppose. Vandalyu, you don't like the part around the wrist. She was always complaining that it was too thick or its shape wasn't nice. Borkus, thick shape. Vandalyu looked at the wrist again, but, even if it were thick or unattractive in shape, there was no way for Vandalyu to tell. To begin with, the size was too different from what he was used to. It doesn't bother me. Vandalyu, ooh, is that so? Jushin liked older men, but she'd be happy to hear you say that. Well then, take good care of her. Borkus. I'm sorry, Vandalyu, what was this guy talking about? Noel.nu, I'm happy to hear such a good response. Borkus, no, that's not what I meant, I'm asking you a question in return. What do you mean, take good care of her? Vandalyu got the feeling that he'd had this conversation before. Feeling a sensation of déjà vu, he looked at Borkus, asking for an explanation. Well, see, you still don't see their bodies or spirits even after coming all this way, do you? I'd be happy if they somehow miraculously made it out alive, but it's possible that somebody somewhere just carried their bodies out of here. Borkus, the two of them were heroes, and Xandia was the second princess. It was definitely possible that the Merg Shield Nation had taken their bodies back to put their heads on display. Vandalyu hadn't heard such stories from Kachia, but it was possible that stories about the remains of enemies being put on display simply hadn't been passed down to the modern age. Which means, you're going to find their bodies for me, right? Borkus. Well, I think that will take a considerable amount of time. I don't plan to return to the Merg Shield Nation for a while. Vandalyu, Borkus's request had been to release the two of them from the magic ice. Since Vandalyu had indeed melted all the ice, he had the feeling that he could consider the request complete, but Borkus's eyes were saying I'm not satisfied with that. And since retrieving the corpses of the two heroes from the Merg Shield Nation didn't seem like a bad idea, Vandalyu agreed to it. The end of the remaining half of Borkus's lips rose in a smile. Yeah, I'm fine with that. With that in mind, I think an extra reward would be appropriate. So once you get Jushin's and Gina's corpses back, you can make them yours. I'm sorry. Are you telling me to turn them into undead? Vandalyu's surprised voice echoed against the walls of the passageway. However, he was the only one who was surprised by this. Oh, what a wonderful idea. I would expect nothing less of you, Borkus. Dono. Mwaza was supposed to be a priest, even though he was just an apprentice. But for some reason, he was trembling with emotion. There was no doubt that tears would be coming from his eyes if his body still had water left in it. Xandia. Sama is second princess of Talashim, and Gina. Sama is the leader of the Church of Veda. A marital union between them and the prophesied Holy Son will surely bring prosperity and glory to us as foretold. Mwaza, aren't you mistaking this with a political marriage or something? Vandalyu, there was a high probability that both of them were already dead, and Vandalyu was currently holding Zandia's severed hand. There's no problem, right? That hand is the left hand, too. Borkus, even an exchange of rings would be possible. Mwaza, it might be possible, but what are you trying to say? Vandalyu, that he could marry them. Vandalyu remembered that there had indeed been a culture in Japan, though only for certain families, where unmarried and widowed relatives would be forced to marry. Had Zachert introduced that culture to this world? But Mwaza wouldn't listen. If Gina.Sama and Zandia.Sama could become companions of the Holy Son and one day help defeat the Church of Alda and its followers, I am sure that they would glad to be revived as undead. Mwaza, then it's a rematch between the three of us and the Merg Shield. Nation. Borkus, wait, you've got a lot of things mixed up. Even if the goddess's prophecy is true, the prophecy of the vampire founder has nothing to do with me. Vandalyu, could it be that because their ears were so high up, these two weren't able to hear the words spoken by a child? What I was trying to ask is, do you not consider that to be desecration of the dead, or tainting of the hero's honor? Vandalyu, even if Vandalyu ignored the values of Alda, the god of law and fate, on earth and origin there had been a strong notion that reviving dead people as undead would be defiling them, an act against the will God. There were no actual undead on earth, but there were plenty of myths, legends and folklore where they were considered a religious taboo. The same applied in fiction. There were countless works where attempts to revive the dead not only failed, but also brought ruin upon the one who was trying to revive them. Even when a villain said to the protagonist, "I'll bring back the people most important to you," the protagonist might give it some serious thought but always push that temptation aside in the end, looking towards the future. The protagonist would never reply, "Are you serious? Please do." Since magic and undead did exist in origin, that trend was even stronger. Creating undead was outlawed, even experimenting with them was considered a crime. The researchers of the military nation who had treated Vandalyu as an experimental animal had a broken sense of ethics in that regard. And in reality, Vandalyu had no hesitation in creating undead. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't be trying to revive his mother, nor would he have created Bone Man and the other undead. However, he hadn't forgotten that other people might dislike the idea of creating undead. That was why he had thought that the Mwaza, who had been a priest, and Borkus, who had been Gina and Zandia's companion while they were alive, would be against raising them as undead. Vandalyu hadn't even thought about doing so because raising them as undead against their will would worsen his relationships with Mwaza and Borkus. Though he would have recruited them if they were already undead. And so he was surprised as Borkus said the exact opposite, and Mwaza not only agreed with him, but happily recommended that he do so. Oi, just what are you trying to say about undead? Borkus, that's right. The goddess herself raised the fallen champion Zachert as an undead, did she not? Mwaza, now that you mention it, you're right. Vandalyu, but it was true that this was told in the myths. It seemed that the goddess Vita was open-minded towards undead, though the followers of Vita here were undead themselves, there was no way of knowing how open-minded Vita's living followers would be. Well, Vandalyu would just have to carefully ascertain these kinds of things after he left Talashim and entered human society. Well, if you're fine with it then I don't have any complaints. Vandalyu, if not only the Sword King, but the Saint and Tiny Genius were to become his allies as undead, he could ask for nothing more. As long as they themselves were happy to do so, Vandalyu had no reason to refuse them. See, doesn't it motivate you when you think about how you can get some nice women if you put some effort in? That's just how men are. Borkus, I'm not even 3 years old, though. Vandalyu, I suppose you could say that whether you're 3 years old or 100, your soul stays the same. Borkus. That's different from the saying that I know. Vandal, you don't say that. The two of them were both very beautiful individuals, holy sun. Mwaza, no matter how beautiful they were, there was a high chance that there was nothing left of them but bones now. Vandalia thought of pointing this out, but he knew that anything he said to these two would be pointless, so he decided to keep quiet. It is said that heroes enjoy sensual pleasures, but could pale colors still be considered sensual? As they quietly proceeded through the passage, they came across a door that was enormous even for a titan like Borkus. Of course, it was sealed off by ice, but one part of the door had crumbled and they could see what was beyond it through the ice. That's the dragon golem, huh? As to be expected from something that was able to chase that monster away, even though it only managed to wound him. I'm getting chills just looking at it. Borkus, on the other side of the door was a space so vast that the audience chamber above them would fit inside it dozens of times over. There was an enormous dragon made of iron standing in its center. At a glance through the ice, it looked pitiful. Its once-up magnificent head and half of its supple, whip-like tail now lay broken on the floor as nothing but lumps of metal. Its right arm was broken off as if it had been gouged out from its shoulder, and there was a spear protruding from the center of its chest. There were deep cracks all over its body, it looked as if it would collapse at any moment. Yes, we should give up on going inside. If I melt this ice, we're going to die. Vandal, however, that golem was still functioning. And that almost destroyed golem was capable of killing all three of them. If Vandal melted the ice on the door, he would die. His danger sense. Death was telling him that. What is the likelihood that the two of them are beyond this point? Mwaza, if they turned into undead, I think that the golem would have destroyed them. Vandal, if they're corpses, they might be inside the ice. Borkus, it seemed unlikely that the almost destroyed golem wouldn't attack titans who had become undead, and because the battle between it and Mikhail had occurred within this chamber, there was ice everywhere inside. The corpses of Zandia and Gina could be inside any of those masses of ice. Has there ever been a known method of entering this place without being attacked by that golem? Vandal, if I recall, I believe the king knew of a way, but, Mwaza shook his head. It seemed that the king had either never become an undead, or had returned to dust in the 200 years that had passed since the war. Even Vandal couldn't talk with the dead if their spirits didn't exist. Well then, let's postpone searching this room until we've become strong enough to defeat that golem. Vandal, right. It'd be impossible for me as well, since I've lost my dominant arm and my magic sword. Borkus, even if they were to defeat the golem, there was a high chance that the corpses of those two wouldn't be inside the chamber. But if they could confirm whether they were there or not, then they could think of the next place to look. Well, if their bodies aren't there, we could use the goddess's treasure to make them in advance. As for their souls, since you're a spiritualist, you'll be able to summon them using necromancy, right? Borkus, I'm not a spiritualist, so summoning spirits that I've never seen before would be impossible, even with necromancy. By the way. Vandal, is that really true? You seemed intimate with undead like us, so I had believed that you possessed the spiritualist job, holy sun. Mwaza, yeah, that's a real surprise. Then how come you can see spirits and read Jushin's memories from her hand? Borkus, more importantly. What did you mean by making their corpses with the goddess's treasure? Vandal, what did we mean, you say? The goddess Vita's treasure is an incomplete device that resurrects the dead, so what else could we mean? Borkus, long ago, the goddess Vita had attempted to revive the deceased champion Zakert in order to give birth to the race of vampires. However, even though she was the goddess who governed life itself, it wasn't easy to bring the dead back to life. The goddess performed a significant amount of trial and error for this purpose. The treasure that was here, below the city of Talashim, was the result of one of those experiments. She used this resurrection device to try to build a new body and bring back Zakert with the same appearance that he had while he was alive. But though the body was successfully created, the soulless body was nothing more than a mass of meat, unable to receive Vita's power. The only thing that this device was capable of was creating an unwounded corpse of the person that one wished to resurrect. Coming to this conclusion, the goddess sealed the device away. Even though it was incomplete, she believed that it might be of use to her children one day. She personally breathed life into a golem to guard it so that it would not be misused by the remnants of the demon king's servants. That's what's on the other side of that dragon golem. That's wonderful. Vandalue, a device that created an unwounded corpse of the person that one wished to resurrect. If that was true, if Vandalue were to place the spirit of the person inside the body created by this device, wouldn't that be a complete resurrection? Mwaza, I'm fine with being the prophesied Holy Son, so can I use that device? Vandalue, he would obtain it at any cost. And then he would revive his mother. Name. Mwaza. Rank. 4 race. Lesser Lich level. 100 passive skills. Dark vision, superhuman strength. Level 2 physical resistance. Level 2 spirit body. Level 1 mental corruption. Level 3 augmented endurance. Level 3 active skills. Life, attribute magic. Level 2 no attribute magic. Level 2 mana control. Level 1 club technique. Level 3 shield technique. Level 2 armor technique. Level 2 masonry. Level 2 Lich is a generic term used to refer to any undead that is able to use the exact same magic that it was able to use while it was alive as soon as it turns into an undead. Thus, the term refers to both mages who mastered the secrets of magic and willingly transformed themselves into undead, and others who became undead by coincidence while retaining their memories, abilities and mana that are only capable of casting beginner-level magic. Mwaza is one of the latter, an apprentice priest. Warrior in life, but he has not spent all of his time since becoming undead on training and research. As a result, his abilities are largely same as they were when he was alive. This makes him an unusual undead who is stronger when using weapons in physical combat, despite being a lich. As he has been mummified, he is covered in wrinkles and looks like an elderly person, but he was in fact a young boy in his mid-teenage years when he died. Thus, the other undead of Talashim sometimes refer to him as a youngster. Incidentally, the masonry skill is something he obtained after his death. After becoming an undead, he learned the skill while spending the past 200 years repairing the church that had been destroyed by the Merg Shield. Nation. To increase in rank, a lesser lich must possess a level 4 skill in a magic-related skill in addition to the generic level requirement. Chapter 31, Forced to be White. What's resting, again? You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 31. Forced to be white. What's resting, again? Submerged in water, Vandalue's fatigue faded away and he was enveloped in warmth. He closed his eyes, stretched his arms and legs out and felt completely at ease. It had been more than 20 years since he had taken a bath like this, but it reminded him that he really had once been a Japanese person. How many decades has it been since I soaked myself in a bath again? The last time was when I was a kid on Earth, I guess. Vandalue, answering his own unimportant question, Vandalue remembered what had happened after he learned that there was an incomplete resurrection device below the royal castle. First, he had made a new arm for Borkus. Using golem transmutation, he gathered Borkus's broken bones that were lying in the audience chamber and restored their shape. After that, he placed the bones against Borkus's shoulder and poured mana into them with the image of restoring the arm in his mind. And then flesh sprouted and expanded from Borkus's shoulder and his arm was restored. This feels disgusting. Borkus, he received this kind of overreaction, however. It seemed that death. Attribute magic was capable of restoring not only the bones that made up the bodies of Bone Man and the other undead, but flesh and skin as well. He decided to name this ability Corpse Healing. But the right half of Borkus's face couldn't be restored. This was possibly because holding an image in one's mind was important when using magic, and the image of Borkus's half-skull face had already left a deep impression in Vandelu's mind. I don't understand the theory behind it, but don't worry. My right eye can still see even though the eyeball is missing, and I won't have any problems fighting now that I have my right arm. And I look sexier like this anyway, right? Borkus, certainly. Mwaza, shut up. The one I'm talking to is this brat. Borkus, though a little angry that Mwaza had agreed with him immediately, Borkus was very pleased. He was happy that his arm had been restored, allowing him to fight as he had done while alive. Vandelu was a little shocked to learn that there were people like Borkus, good people with bad mouths. Up until now, he had only known bad people with bad mouths. With this, he would possibly be more tolerant towards any bad-mouthed people he might meet in the Orbom Kingdom. At least, he wouldn't immediately assume they were enemies and attack them. After that, he decided to go over the magic items and materials that had been left in Talashim one more time. Even with Borkus's arm restored, he didn't get the feeling that they would be able to defeat the dragon golem underground. In fact, he got the feeling that they would be slaughtered if they tried. There was now a genuine need to build up fighting strength. The really important items had been taken by the first princess when she escaped the city, and most of the other notable items had been plundered by the Merg Shield. Nation, not even the legendary class and upper class magic items that were Talashim's national treasures remained. The only things left are 5 grade potions and low class magic items that you can find anywhere. Well, even if there were better things remaining, they'd be rotten and rusted by now. Vandelu, well, it's been 200 years, after all. Borkus, the only other things left were the items that the undead titans were wearing, but Vandelu wasn't interested in making them hand those over. There's no other choice, I guess I'll go and get some from the dungeons. Nobody's entered them since we died, right? Even the D-class dungeons should be rolling in magic items. Oh yeah, what happened to the Adventurers Guild? Borkus, the Adventurers Guild had been prepared for emergencies with large quantities of potions in storage. Among them, there should have even been some potions that temporarily raised the Dringer's attribute values, but Mwaza shook his head. In the Adventurers Guild, there was a battle between the enemy and the adventurers who bravely stayed in Talashim and shared its fate. All of the potions were consumed and every magic item was plundered. The only thing that was left undamaged was the job-changing chamber. Mwaza, what did you just? Vandelu, tch, those outsiders really pushed themselves. I should have bought them more drinks. Borkus, you can still treat some of them to drinks. They have become undead as well. Mwaza, oh yeah. I forgot about them because I've been holed up in the royal castle for 200 years. Ah, but there aren't any bars left. Borkus, that is true as well. Mwaza, is it true that the guild's job-changing room is still usable? Vandelu, job-changing rooms in branches of each guild were facilities that existed in every society. This was something that didn't change even if one journeyed from the Amid Empire to the Orbom Kingdom or, of course, Talashim. And so the Merg Shield. Nation hadn't bothered taking the time to destroy it, and it had simply been abandoned. In fact, Borkus, Mwaza and the other titans were no longer people, but monsters, now that they were undead. Since they couldn't undergo a job change, it was now a useless facility. Then the ghouls and I can use it, right? Vandelu, however, this was good news for Vandelu and the ghouls, who had never been able to enter human society to use a job-changing room. To be more precise, it was definitely good news for the ghouls. Though society had branded them as monsters, they were people of a race created by Veda. They could possess jobs. Teria and Kachia, who had transformed into ghouls while possessing the jobs that they had while they were human, were living proof of that. Vigoro and Zadiris had been improving their skills up until now without jobs. If they were to acquire jobs and receive the job-related bonuses to their attribute values and skills, they would certainly become significantly stronger. However, in Vandalu's case, he was under Rodcourt's cannot learn existing jobs curse, so there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to undergo a job change even with the use of the job-changing room. But he had decided long ago that he'd try as hard as he could. The probability of him obtaining a job wasn't zero. And so Vandalu returned to the ghouls with a spring in his step, intending to share this good news with them, but a shocking announcement was waiting for him. I order you to rest until your birthday, boy. Zadiris, after consulting everyone, Zadiris had decided that Vandalu wouldn't listen if asked to rest in indirect ways, so she simply announced that he would be taking a rest. No, but the resurrection device, the job-change. Vandalu, it would defeat the purpose if you were to collapse before dealing with any of that. Your endurance is dangerously close to its limits, boy. Zadiris, that is right, Bakken. This is a condition that will cost you your life. Sam, I'm begging you, please rest, Vandalu. If you don't rest, I'm just going to go back to the circle of transmigration. Darshia, Vandalu's words fell on deaf ears. While they were contemplating on how to make Vandalu rest, they had looked outside the window to see the usual hollow-looking Vandalu approaching them, running in a strange way that they had never seen before. This sight had apparently made them think, this is bad. We must make him rest right now. It seemed that Vandalu had no talent in skipping with joy. However, his pupils were always like those of a dead fish, so he didn't think that they needed to be so alarmed. Though he pointed that out and protested, it didn't change the fact that they were forcing him to rest. They begged him in tears to give his body some rest, so he was unable to refuse. Well, the job-changing room wasn't going to run away, and Vandalu found it hard to imagine that they would be able to defeat the dragon golem right after undergoing the job changes, so it might have been a good idea to recuperate his strength during the 10 days leading up to his birthday. And it wasn't as if he was being forced to rest without doing anything. He was still doing alchemy training for an hour a day to make sure his skill didn't deteriorate, and he was doing a lot of other things to rest. Repairing this public bathhouse, for instance. Talashim once had public bathhouses. Perhaps because of Zachert's influence, the Titans were a race that liked bathing. There were 5 bathhouses in the city, and there was even a large bathhouse in the royal castle. However, the baths weren't cypress baths 1, but stone baths like the ones used in Thermae 2 in ancient Rome, and the saunas were Western style rather than Japanese style. The bathhouse hadn't been damaged too heavily. Though the Merg Shield Nation had attacked viciously, it seemed that they hadn't had the time to destroy bathhouses that didn't have temples or any facilities that would be useful for defense in a battle. There were magic items that created small fires and some moneying goods inside, but the Merg troops had probably carried back as much as they could, taking things of even more value than these. But after having been abandoned for 200 years, all of the bathhouses, including the one in the royal castle, had been in a terrible state when Vandalu first saw them. Out of the city's 5 bathhouses, the 3 that were towards the edges of the city had been collapsed by the trees growing out of the devil's nest, and one of them had been hit by a stray spell and turned into a mountain of rubble. The mushrooms had been growing all over the one that was intact. They weren't ordinary mushrooms, but monsters such as the walking mushrooms that had arms and legs growing out of them, and the poison mushrooms that released toxic spores. They weren't particularly strong monsters, they turned out to be very delicious once defeated and roasted. The walking mushrooms had a good consistency, similar to king trumpet mushrooms. The poison mushrooms were like shiitake mushrooms, perhaps. In the end, he decided to repair the bathhouse in the royal castle. Well, even this bathhouse had its baths turned into ponds by leaks from the ceiling, and several skeletons had been soaking themselves in them, enjoying the water. Using golem transmutation, he repaired the leaks in the ceiling and the cracks in the walls and tiles, and began to clean the bathhouse up. As to be expected of the royal castle of the Titans. With just that, the bathhouse became usable again, 200 years after the war. The ghouls, who had never experienced anything other than washing themselves in cold water, took a liking to the culture of hot baths as well, and now they were lining up every day to wash away their fatigue in the royal castle's bathhouse. Once I finish resting, I'll have to repair the other bathhouses. Not matter how big the royal castle's bathhouse is, it gets packed in here. I only ever had showers in Origin, so this feels good. As Vandeleur got the feeling that he could hear a deep sounding scream, someone grabbed his head firmly and lifted him out of the water. Vandeleur. Were you drowning? Vigoro, no, I was just putting my head underwater to warm it up. Vandeleur, it would have been different if it was a bathhouse built specifically for members of other races who had migrated from the Orbom Kingdom, but the bathtubs in the bathhouse of the royal castle that was built for Titan use were very deep. It was a bathtub that a 2.5 tall Titan woman would be able to use while standing up, so if the almost 0.3 years old Vandeleur were to stand up inside the bathtub, his head would be well below the water's surface. Well, when he had repaired the bathtubs, he had built stairs to create shallower regions as well, so he wouldn't drown unless he was careless or was trying to drown himself on purpose. Vandeleur had been submerging his head in the water on purpose. I was thinking of putting my head underwater and counting to 100. Vandeleur, you die, you know. Vigoro, no, I'll be fine for up to 5 minutes. Vandeleur, thanks to his status effect resistance skill, he would take over 5 minutes to die of asphyxiation. Using death attribute magic, he could survive underwater even longer. Still, stop that, it's scary to watch. What would you have done if my heart had stopped? Vigoro, Oka I. Vandeleur, bathing by submerging his whole body underwater, officially prohibited. After Vandeleur finished bathing, he was deep in thought. Now then, what am I going to do to rest? Vandeleur, there were still several days until his birthday. He was contemplating what to do to rest during that time. Sleeping all day would be unhealthy, and spending the whole day eating was out of the question. Staring into space and sitting completely still to meditate. He wasn't interested in that. When he tried to remember how he had passed the time up until now, he got the feeling that he just did things and time just passed before he knew it. Training his no-attribute magic and alchemy, making sauces with walnuts and herbs, crushing acorns into powder, polishing the bones of Bone Monkey in the other undead. When he had been in the Devil's Nest forest, time would go by while he was doing these. However, he was resting now, and he wasn't allowed to do tasks like these. So he thought that he would pass the time by amusing himself, only to realize that there weren't many things that amused him. Vandeleur didn't have access to the gaming consoles, PCs, televisions, or smartphones that had existed on Earth. Toys and board games should at least exist in this world, but he didn't have those, either. Well, now that he thought about it, he didn't have access to many of these things while he was on Earth. The survival of the fittest lifestyle in the ghoul village hadn't allowed for much room to develop such ways to amuse oneself. Even though the ghouls had stripped the corpses of dead adventurers of their belongings, there weren't any odd-minded adventurers who would bring toys and board games with them into a perilous devil's nest. There were several books, but they were either spell tomes or manuals that described the ecology of monsters and the correct methods of dismantling them, and he had already read them multiple times. He still had some books that he had taken from bandits before arriving at the Devil's Nest forest, but those were all practical manuals that he had already skimmed multiple times as well. That makes me wonder, how do the people of this world amuse themselves? Vandeleur, feeling curious, he went to ask Kachia, who had once been an adventurer, and Nwaza, who had a good memory of details before his death, and they answered him cheerfully. Ways to amuse yourself other than board games and reading. Drinking, watching plays at a theater, watching street performers and stuff. If you were rich, you'd attend concerts. You could also listen to minstrels perform. And shopping, of course. Kachia's answer included the pastimes of the Merg Shield. Nation's commoners, as well as an example of what the richer members of society might enjoy. But the outdoor theaters of Talashim were breeding grounds for monsters. The street performers were currently busy picking up their own bones, and the city had no musical performers or minstrels to begin with. Other than the things that Kachia-san has mentioned, perhaps things like singing songs and gambling on things, such as whether a tossed coin will land on heads or tails. And praying to the gods at the churches. Mwaza, Vandalyu didn't think that the last item that Mwaza mentioned was a pastime. Incidentally, Vandalyu intended to wait until he became an adult before drinking or gambling. He considered himself to have the kind of personality that made him easily fired up and not suited to gambling, and even if he were to drink alcohol now, his status effect resistance skill would turn it into a training exercise rather than a leisure activity. Then, Vandalyu, then you should play with us for today. Kachia, Vandalyu, it's fine, just come. Kachia, after that, Vandalyu passed the time by having Kachia and the other former adventurers teach him about the Adventurers Guild, and teaching them how to play rock, paper, scissors in return. And then he checked up on Bilda and the other pregnant women as well as the live, dead, did his alchemy training, and the day ended. The rock, paper, scissors that Vandalyu had taught Kachia and the others quickly spread throughout Talashim, and one day, it would spread across the entire Bon Gaia continent. The next day, Vandalyu visited the black goblins, Anubises and Orcuses in search of amusement. Last night, before he went to sleep, he had thought, that's right, I should play with the other kids now that I have free time. Since they developed quickly, their bodies were already larger than Vandalyu's, but they were the only minors in the community. Vandalyu was sure that they would be playing tag and hide and seek, and they would gladly let him join in. On Earth, his behavior had been unusual because of his uncle, so he'd had no friends. This would undoubtedly be a great opportunity to forget that lonely childhood. Though his heart would be broken if he were to be rejected. Talking to Kachia and the others had been fun, but children playing together would be something different. Listen up, this is how you use a short sword. Orcus, take good aim at your target. Good, now fire. Badya, this is the club technique martial skill, skull bash. If it hits, even a head made of stone will have its contents crushed, but it creates a big opening on yourself, so be careful when you use it. Vigoro, so he had thought, but everyone was busy training. They would one day have to go hunting in the Devil's Nest for themselves and for the others in the village, so they had to receive training from a young age and become strong. It seemed harsh, but considering the lifestyles and cultures of other monsters, they were very blessed. Monsters such as goblins and kobolds gave their children almost no education. They only taught the most basic of rules to maintain their groups, such as the rule of not disobeying their bosses. They were expected to gain techniques and knowledge by observation or learn it themselves, and they had to either make or steal their own equipment and tools. Goblins and kobolds reproduced quickly, producing large numbers of children in a short amount of time. Even if 2/3 of their children died, it was sufficient if the surviving 1/3 made it to adulthood. If the individuals with the ability to gather food on their own and the knowledge to build equipment or the luck to find it could survive, that was enough. They didn't bother spending the effort needed to educate the inferior members of their race. As for orcs, many individuals only barely possessed the intelligence needed to use tools. The concept of providing all of the orcs with equipment as Bugin had done was only possible because he was a noble orc, a member of a superior race. Practice equipment had been given to the children and they could learn fundamental martial skills to build up their strength from the ghouls and the undead titans. And once they became adults, they would be provided with high-quality equipment created by Teria and the other smiths using monster materials. They were in an extraordinary environment compared to normal monsters. 3 3s are 9. 3 4s are 12. 4 5s, 20. 4 6s, 20.4. The Orcuses were learning the multiplication table. Though some might consider this unexpected, races like ghouls who lived as monsters were all capable of basic arithmetic. At the very least, their abilities to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication and division were flawless. The reason for this was because they were necessary when calculating vitality and mana values. How much more damage could be taken before running out of vitality, how many more time spells and martial skills could be used before running out of mana. It was impossible to survive without making calculations like these. And so it was only natural to be teaching these to the Orcuses as well. Incidentally, the multiplication table was something that Vandalya had spread amongst the ghouls. He had thought that even if the ghouls didn't know about it, the multiplication table would at least be known in human society, so he had been surprised when Katya and the others told him that humans, at least those on this continent, didn't use it. It seemed that Zakhert and the other champions hadn't managed to spread all of their knowledge that they had brought with them from other worlds. Well, there had been a fierce war against the Demon King going on back then, so they probably had no time to spend teaching children. Even the champion Bellwood who had been dead. Set against the knowledge and culture of Earth being spread and established in Lambda wouldn't have gone around executing people for knowing about paper. Scissors. Rock and the multiplication table. Are you free now, boy? Zadiris had been teaching the children how to write using clay tablets instead of notebooks, but it seemed that her lesson had just finished and she was now approaching Vandalya. I will tell you in advance that I do not need any help. Making these clay golems for us is more than enough. Zadiris, the clay golems that Zadiris was pointing at were the clay tablets that she and her students were using. In Lambda, paper was considered a luxurious item. Parchment made using sheepskin wasn't easily obtainable for the ghouls living a primitive lifestyle in the Devil's Nest or the undead titans of Talashim, nor could it be made. Vandalya had tried making paper from the fibers of suitable plants, but he found that it was impossible to make paper using golem transmutation. He was planning to try again after his skill increased in level, however. And so he had turned clay obtained from digging holes in the ground into clay golems to use instead of notebooks. Wooden sticks were used instead of pens to etch characters into the clay, and once they were full, Vandalya would give an order to the golems and they would become clean, flat tablets once more. Vandalya had wondered if he would be able to make porcelain items using this technique in the future, but it would be another matter if he was simply making porcelain for his own use. But if he was planning to make high-quality items to sell, he would have to worry about the quality of the clay and he would need to construct a furnace to bake the pottery, so he hadn't put any work into trying that. Apparently porcelain had once been made here in Talashim, but the city's only porcelain craftsman had been the boss who was destroyed by monsters after turning into an undead and his inexperienced son who escaped with the first princess to the Orbon kingdom. No, I wasn't thinking about helping. I was thinking of playing with my fellow children. Vandalya, fellow children, Zadiris, yes, my fellow children. Vandalya, well then, you will have to wait a little longer. Ah yes, why not play a board game with me? Zadiris, a board game. Vandalya, yes, it was gathering dust in a corner of a playroom in the royal castle. Zadiris, in Lambda, board games were considered a pastime of upper class and intelligent people. Many board games had many pieces and the rules were difficult to understand, they weren't something that commoners could enjoy. Well, the board was apparently too heavy to move. There are 50 different kinds of pieces, and the players choose 11 of them to begin with. Zadiris, the board games of Talashim were no exception. Have you already learned the rules? Vandalya, no, I have not been free enough to do so. Zadiris, it seemed that she intended to learn the rules while playing. Wasn't there a rulebook to be found with the board and pieces? Well then, shall we play a simpler board game? Vandalya turned one of the countless pieces of rubble that could be found anywhere in the Devil's Nest ruins of Talashim into a golem and began transmuting it. Ho, Zadiris. It seemed that using magic for recreational purposes counted as resting by Zadiris's definition, and she watched what Vandalya was making with great interest. First, he made a game board with small squares carved on it and thin, circular pieces from white stone. He made the same number of similar pieces from a black stone, attached them to the white ones and he was finished. This is a game called Reversi Star. Vandalue, indeed, it was the game of Reversi, made using a stone board and pieces. But it seems that there is only one kind of piece. Zadiris, yes, that's why you can quickly learn how to play. There was only one kind of piece used in Reversi, and the rules were far simpler than those of shogi and chess. It was also far easier to create the necessary pieces using golem transmutation. Most importantly, Vandalue was skilled at Reversi. When his uncle's family went on family vacations and left him at home alone, he would secretly play with the Reversi set that belonged to his cousin. He had also played it over the internet. He only knew how the various pieces moved in shogi and chess, and as for playing it, he had played it when taking IQ tests in the research laboratory in Origin. Of course, he had not found it fun at all. This is a game where you flip the pieces that are between your own pieces, changing their color. The winner is whoever has more pieces of their own color. Vandalue, I see, this is quite, Zadiris, the stone pieces rattled as Vandalue enjoyed his first game of Reversi in over 20 years with Zadiris. The stone pieces were heavier than the ones sold on Earth, but both of them were strong, so it didn't bother them. Of course, Vandalue won the first match, but it seems that whoever takes the corners first has the advantage. Zadiris noticed after one match what Vandalue had taken years to learn. After that, the matches were even from the second match onwards. Even though I was undefeated when I played by myself, Vandalue, Zadiris, please don't look at me like you're looking at some pitiful child, and if you feel sorry for me, don't take the corners. Vandalue, this and that are separate matters. Competitions are cruel things, boy. Zadiris, and as the two of them became engrossed in their matches. King, I want to play too. Black Goblin, playing something interesting over here, aren't you? Let me in on this. Borkus, oh my, a board game. How elegant. Might I ask you to teach me how to play, Van.Sama. Teria, before they knew it, the black goblins who had finished their training had gathered around them, and even the ghouls and undead titans who were teaching them were watching curiously. Borkus and Teria had gathered around as well. And so Vandalue ended up creating almost 20 Reversi sets today. So today was a fun day as well. Did I manage to rest today? Vandalue, if you had fun, then it's fine. Darshia, Vandalue had the strange feeling that he ended up doing some work anyway after mass producing Reversi sets, but Darshia gave a smile as if she didn't mind. In fact, even though Vandalue had spent 100,000 mana, it wasn't even 1% of his total mana pool. It was an amount that would quickly recover even if he didn't rest. And Reversi is quite fun, isn't it? Ah, put my piece there. Darshia, Oka I. Well then, I'll play my piece here. Vandalue, the stone pieces made a pleasant, rattling sound. There were no simple, interesting board games like this one in the Merg Shield. Nation. Ah, Saria, are you going to take the corner that I was aiming for again? Sam, father, competitions are a cruel thing, you know. Saria, nay. Chan and father don't have any bone or flesh, but they're waging a war of bone and flesh. Rita, ha. Borkus. Dono. It seems that it is my victory once again. Mwaza, you. Why can't I win? Borkus, that's, because Master Borkus doesn't take the corners, I suppose. Titan, he said something like, how can a man do such small-minded things, and refuses to put his pieces at the ends. Titan, shut up. Nobody asked you. Borkus, you cannot win if you get too agitated, Borkus. Dono. Mwaza, even while Vandalue and Darshia were sleeping, the rattling of stone pieces against the stone boards and the voices of the undead titans enjoying the game of Reversi could be heard throughout the city of Talashim. If one were to hear rattling sounds in Talashim, it was possible that they would not be the sounds of the skeletons' bones moving against each other, but the sounds of undead playing reversey nearby. Name. Borkus rank. 9 race. Zombie hero level. 5 title. Sword King passive skills. Dark vision superhuman strength. Level 7 physical resistance. Level 5 strengthened attack power while equipped with a sword. Large, strengthened defensive power while equipped with non-metal armor. Medium, intuition. Level 3 mental corruption. Level 5 active skills. Sword King technique. Level 1 unarmed fighting technique. Level 7 archery. Level 7 armor technique. Level 7 surpass limits. Level 5 dismantling. Level 5 commanding. Level 2 coordination. Level 4 teaching. Level 1 status effects. 1. Armed, status effect removed, an A.class adventurer, the Sword King Borkus who has become an undead. As the original person's soul is inhabiting the original person's body, his rank and the levels of his skills are high, but as he has not fought any battles after becoming an undead and has simply been guarding the audience chamber, his level is low and he is weaker than he was when he was alive. The undead of this world do not necessarily become stronger than they were when they were alive. In fact, it is more common for them to become weaker. In addition to this, Borkus was in a pitiful state after having lost his dominant arm, his sword no longer being of use after having half of its blade broken and even his armor having been torn to pieces. He was in a condition where he could not use his Sword King technique skill and his passive skill strengthened attack power while equipped with a sword. Large, and strengthened defensive power while equipped with non-metal armor. Medium, or not active. Because of this, despite being rank 9, he was only as strong as a rank 7, in a state where he might have even lost a battle to the noble orc Bugin. Since Borkus is proficient in a fighting style where he slays his enemy with a single attack, Vandalyu would have found Borkus to be the more difficult enemy, however. But Vandalyu has now restored his dominant arm and given him Bugin's magic sword, so his fighting strength has returned to a level that corresponds to his rank. As he possesses tremendously powerful skills, he is likely to be able to display fighting strength beyond his rank once he becomes accustomed to being an undead. It is said that zombie heroes are monsters born when a person with a title shows no sign of betraying the honor of that title right up until the moment of their death. Their ranks can vary. At present the lowest rank examples that have been confirmed are rank 4, while the highest is rank 10. Individuals who have become other types of undead generally cannot become zombie heroes by increasing their rank. The Church of Alda, the god of law and fate, teaches that defeating these zombie heroes is the greatest way of honoring the hero they once were. When a zombie hero is sighted, many adventurers aim to defeat it in order to gain honor and fame. Zombie heroes often carry the valuable equipment and personal belongings that former bearers of honorable titles would have, and their bones and other parts are often considered high-quality alchemy ingredients due to the mana they contain. Thus, adventurers would gain not only fame, but wealth as well from defeating these undead. Skill explanation. Sword King technique. This is a superior version of the swordsmanship skill. When the swordsmanship skill reaches level 10 and continues to gain experience, there is a chance that it transforms into a superior version. It has been confirmed that the superior versions of the swordsmanship skill include the Holy Sword technique, the Sword Emperor technique, Sword God technique and Magic Blade technique. As few possess these superior skills, it has not been accurately confirmed just how much they vary in their special characteristics and power and which skills are superior to the others. It is said in the Amid Empire that the Holy Sword God technique possessed by the legendary champion Belwood is the greatest skill of them all, but that is for political and religious reasons. It is not even certain that Belwood's skill was named the Holy Sword God technique. Superior versions of other skills such as spear technique, axe technique and unarmed fighting technique also exist. Individuals who possess such skills are A.class at minimum. Chapter 32, A Journey of Self-Discovery and Rank Up. You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Chapter 32. A journey of self-discovery and rank-up. Vandalyu was on his third day of rest, but the undead titans were busy at work, as if making up for all of the time that they had spent idle up until now. Lumberjacks cut trees. Titan, Jai. Ent, holding their axes in both hands, the titans swung them into the trunk of a large tree. And then the tree, the Ent, the monster that the tree had transformed into, screamed. The titans took no notice of the Ent swinging its branches around as a final act of resistance, and in the end, the felling of the Ent was complete. Boss! What are we doing with this tree? Titan, put it where we're gathering the timber. The holy sun is resting for now. Titan, Roger. Titan, the undead titans cut off the Ent's smaller branches and carried these along with the trunk to the place where the timber was being gathered. These titans had been lumberjacks while they were alive, and even though they were now only made of bones and rotting flesh, they worked at a brisk pace. We have to hurry and exterminate all of the other monsters in Talashim. Titan, yeah, since the holy sun is here now. Titan, I want to hurry and go get the salt. Titan, they were working to clear the outer districts of Talashim, which were being encroached upon by the forest of the devil's nests outside, and turn them back into ruins. Vandalyu, the holy sun, had told them that he would repair the buildings of Talashim and restore them to their original state. Show him how we work. Titan, with the former lumberjacks leading the way, the titans defeated the monsters attacking them to defend their territory one after another, cutting down the trees as they went. Before the titans discovered the tunnel leading into Duke Hartner's * territory in the Orbom Kingdom, Talashim had been a city. Nation isolated from the outside world by the Boundary Mountain Range. The royal capital's population was 5,000, and there were only 3 small villages with populations numbering in the hundreds. Other than capable adventurers like the Sword King Borkus and the Knights Order of the Church led by the Saint Gina, there were no specialized military personnel or battle technicians. All of the soldiers, including the city guards, did those duties as their secondary occupation. They normally worked as miners or fishermen. Upon learning this, one would think that even for a country of titans who were born with great physical strength and sturdy bodies, their military strength was too low. But the reality was different. All of Talashim's industries were dependent on the devil's nests and dungeons, other than its agriculture. Lumberjacks gathered lumber by felling Ents, Trey-Ants and High Trey-Ants in devil's nests and dungeons. Fishermen hunted aquatic monsters using tridents. Even miners would obtain metals from veins in devil's nests and dungeons that were crawling with monsters, so they had to fight and defeat the monsters in their way on their own. The vast majority of Talashim's population of 5,000 was made of capable fighters possessing battle-related skills. Even the farmers who should have been an exception to this possessed enough fighting strength to kill any dangerous wild beasts that went after their crops with their bare hands. They were not to be laughed at. After learning these facts about Talashim, Vandalyu and the ghouls wondered why did the Merg Shield nation pick a fight with a country like this. After all, over 90% of Talashim's 5,000 civilians were combatants capable of killing a soldier of the Merg army in a single attack. Such powerful enemies would be waiting for them in a sturdy fortress of a city. It was as clear as day that any country that attempted to capture Talashim would suffer several times the number of losses that the Titans would. Talashim had few mages capable of using the Titans' unique magic, as Titans possessed little affinity for the various attributes of magic, but even the Merg Shield nation's army was largely made of knights and soldiers. They didn't have many mages either. The Merg Shield nation and the Amid Empire behind it seemed to have dispatched their troops after only looking at Talashim's exterior appearance. They certainly hadn't done any detailed analysis on the city. As a result, though the Merg Shield nation had been victorious, it suffered historically unprecedented losses, including the loss of a magic spear that was a national treasure. It was a foolish sounding story, but regardless of these past events, the undead titans continued to clear Talashim of non-undead monsters. Around this time, Vandalyu was in the ruins of the Adventurers Guild, reading a book. The archives of the Church of Vita and the small branch of the Mages Guild had either been set alight or plundered, but the archives of this place had been left alone. Even now, 200 years later, there were numerous books that were still intact. The church had probably been burned down because of the religious reasons behind the war, and though the Mages Guild was small, there was a chance that those of the guild had been conducting their own research, so the archives had been plundered. But there had been no reason to destroy the archives of the Adventurers Guild. Well, it could have simply been because the Merg Shield Nation had been forced to retreat before they were able to. And one of the undead titans had told Vandalya that there should be a book in these archives about Dampiers. Incidentally, there had been a magic item left in the Adventurers Guild that was able to issue registration cards for those registered with the guild, but it couldn't be activated. It seemed that only guild personnel could use it. If Vandalya had been able to register himself here, he would have been able to become an adventurer while keeping his title, skills and mana pool hidden, but life wasn't always easy. But investigating the details about his own race was more important. I can finally learn some things about myself. Vandalya didn't know anything about himself other than the fact that he was born between the subordinate vampire Valen and the dark elf Darcia. He had always wanted to find out more about himself if he had the chance. First, he wanted to find out his life expectancy so he would know how long he could be expected to live. This would allow him to plan his life out. In the unlikely event that his life expectancy was shorter than a human's, it would be a big problem. He could extend his lifespan, using youth transformation on himself, but if Dampiers turned out to be creatures that lived without aging and then suddenly died when they reached their 30th birthday, that would be problematic. It was unlikely, but Vandalya wanted to know, just in case. I can really read it. Vandalya's eyes followed the text as he inhaled the scent of old paper. He learned that Dampiers had the special characteristic of inheriting the qualities of their parents very strongly. The pattern of inheritance apparently grew even stronger when both parents belonged to races created by Vita. So that means I have quite a bit of talent in unarmed fighting and archery, just like my parents. Vandalya, it was possible that Vandalya had an aptitude for archery like Darcia and Valen's unarmed fighting techniques that relied on his claws. It was unlikely that he would be able to use spiritual magic, however, as he didn't possess an affinity for the other attributes of magic. That would always be true unless spirits of the death attribute, which had never existed before, suddenly started appearing. Lemurs were familiars created using Vandalya's mana, they didn't count as spirits. Could it be? I've inherited father's resistance to the sun as well. In that case, won't I be fine making my body structure more vampire-like by using bloodsucking to drink more blood. Vandalya, newborn Dampiers possessed none of the weaknesses of vampires, but repeatedly using bloodsucking made their constitutions more like their vampire parents. As a cost to the power they gained by doing so, they gained the vampire's weaknesses as well. However, Vandalya's father had been a man known to be resistant to the sun. And apparently subordinate vampires only possessed special vampire abilities related to the body, but they also possessed none of vampires' other weaknesses. This meant that Vandalya could obtain the vampire's power at no risk to himself. Alright, I'll drink lots of blood from now on. Vandalya, up until now, he had succumbed to the temptation of drinking the blood of the monsters whenever their corpses were being drained of blood. There was no particular reason to resist this temptation, and if it led to him gaining power, there was really no reason to hesitate to drink it. If he became able to fight with his claws like his father, his mother would probably be happy as well. And the main thing, the lifespan is dependent on the race of the parent that isn't a vampire. Vandalya, that was what had been written. The way Dampiers lived varied greatly depending on their parents, and their lifespans also varied depending on the race of the non-vampire parent. If the parent was a human with a lifespan of 100 years, the Damper would live between 300 to 500 years, if the parent was a dwarf with a lifespan of 200 years, the damper would live between 600 to 1000 years. If the parent was an elf with a lifespan of 500 years, the damper would live between 1500 to 2000 years. As a general rule, it seemed to be between 3 and 5 times the lifespan of the non-vampire parent's race. Incidentally, all of these values had been deduced by researchers of the distant past who had used life-attribute magic to investigate multiple damper specimens. The information's authenticity was a little questionable. However, it seemed that Vandeleur would be able to live for a long time, as long as he wasn't killed. Now that I think about it, how long do dark elves live? Vandeleur wanted to ask Darcia, but she was currently asleep inside her bone fragment. He wandered around the archives, wondering if there might be a book written about dark elves, and fortunately he happened to find the book he was looking for. About a third of it had been rendered unreadable by mold, but he was able to find out the piece of information that he wanted. Dark elves were born as a race that the goddess Vita hoped would be stronger than elves, so all of their abilities are superior to those of elves. As such, their lifespans are long, they can live for 1,000 years in contrast to the 500-year lifespan of elves. At worst, Vandeleur would live 3,000 years, at best, 5,000. As long as he survived, he could becoming a living witness to history. A length of time longer than the entire Christian era. I can't imagine it. Vandeleur, his sense of time was just as it had been when he was a human, so he imagined that it could even become difficult to live for so long. At the very least, it seemed that it would be some time before he lived through the 4th lifetime promised to him by Rodcourt. I wonder what that god was thinking when he reincarnated me as a damper. Well, he cursed me so that I would commit suicide in despair. I'm sure he didn't think about things like lifespans. Vandeleur, in fact, if he hadn't been able to use death-attribute magic, he would have been finished the moment Darcia died. He wouldn't have had to even go as far as to commit suicide, he would have simply starved to death. Even in the book, it had been written that the majority of dampiers died long before they reached the end of their lifespan. Considering that, Vandeleur could understand why he had been reincarnated as a damper. Now then, I wonder if there's a book about adventurers. Vandeleur, the Talashim branch of the Adventurers Guild, was supposedly set up here by the Orbaum Kingdom's Adventurers Guild, so the systems used by the Talashim branch should be mostly the same. The documents here were from 200 years ago, but since many races like dwarves and titans lived for over 200 years, things should be mostly the same other than some minor details. If the systems had changed drastically in the past 200 years, Vandeleur would just have to consider himself unfortunate. Here it is. It seems to be mostly the same as the Merg Shield. Nations Guild. Vandeleur, the systems and rules weren't much different from what he had heard from Kachia and spirits of the adventurers that he had killed. It seemed that guilds were the same even when they were in different countries. There were 2 differences. The first was the treatment of the races created by Vita, and the other was regarding the training school for adventurers. In the Orbaum Kingdom's Adventurers Guild, some of the races created by Vita, such as dark elves and titans, were treated as people. However, the races created when Vita procreated with monsters such as Lamias, Scylla, Arachne, devils, Oni and, notably, vampires, were generally considered monsters. This was because these races often harmed humans or had long histories of conflict against human countries. However, some friendly clans of these races also existed, and it was forbidden to harm members of clans that the nation had declared to be allied clans. Even though they're enemies with the Amid Empire, the way they treat the races created by Vita isn't the exact opposite. Vandeleur, considering the fact that the Orbaum Kingdom had been trading commercially with Talashim, it was difficult to imagine that the goddess Vita was thought of in a very negative way. And the Orbaum Kingdom's relationships with each of the other races may have changed in the last 2,000 years. For now, Vandeleur decided that he would ask about these things once he entered human society. The next thing is regarding the Adventurers Training School. I never imagined that I'd be going back to school in another world. Vandal. In the Orbaum Kingdom's guilds, there were educational institutions that trained adventurers, though such institutions didn't exist in the Adventurers Guild of the Amid Empire and its nations. That was because the Orbaum Kingdom had more adventurers, and also more devil's nests and dungeons where adventurers worked. Of course, the fact that being an adventurer came with occupational hazards was the same in the Orbaum Kingdom. If an inexperienced adventurer went on a reckless adventure and died, the responsibility wasn't on the country or the guild. People who became adventurers were people with great confidence in their abilities or those who were very poor. Orphans, those who had lost their jobs while still young, or the third or fourth sons of farming or merchant families who had no chance of succeeding the family business, those kinds of people. Though this was cruel to say, they were such people that society would not suffer a great loss if they died. However, in the distant past, a vast majority of newly registered adventurers died within a year of registration, and many retired before reaching D. class or higher. It would be problematic if the Adventurers Guild was to build up a negative reputation due to these statistics and the number of capable adventurers stopped increasing. If the poor saw no hope in becoming adventurers and decided to turn to crime instead, that would also cause great problems for the nation. In addition to this, if there weren't enough people to thin the monster populations in the devil's nests, not only would there be a shortage of valuable monster materials, but the monster populations could even overflow, jeopardizing the nation's safety. And so the nation provided funds for adventurers' training schools to be established. The idea was to teach them at least a certain level of knowledge, train their fighting abilities and thus reduce the rate of casualties among new adventurers. This experiment was a great success. The rate of newly registered adventurers dying within a year of their registration dropped by 80% and the ratio of adventurers making it to D. class and above increased several times over. In addition, the nation was able to use exceptional adventurers as special escorts and privately employed mages. Only good had come out of the establishment of these training schools. After reading this far, Vandal looked up from the book. I guess I'm a bad person for thinking that this bit sounds suspicious. Vandal, he could understand the rate of adventurers dying within a year of their registration decreasing, but what about the rate of adventurers dying within the second year? Just how much had the ratio of adventurers reaching D. class or above increased by? In the first place, why were there no specific numbers given in the information? Well, whatever. Vandal, the reason Vandal wanted to become an adventurer wasn't because of his ideals or because it was just his dream. It was merely the simplest way to secure himself a position in society, and he could even earn money by doing what he had been doing up until now. Hunting monsters and bandits. Most importantly, it was the occupation that most easily allowed him to make a name for himself. And so Vandal ignored the dark side of the Adventurers Guild that he was starting to see, and lowered his gaze once more to read what had been written about the Adventurers Training School system. The schools were credit-based, and one could attend between 1 and 3 years. As long as one earned the minimum number of credits and had the headmaster's permission, he or she could graduate at any time. There weren't any particular requirements to enroll at the schools, only the entrance fees and tuition fees needed to be paid. There was even a deferred payment system for those who couldn't pay these fees in advance, where they would pay the fees off after graduating. And the most important thing for Vandal was how the school system dealt with minors. However, minors cannot advance to F. class or above if they have not graduated from an adventurer training school. In the Adventurers Guild, adventurers were separated into 8 classes based on their abilities and past achievements. The lowest, G. class, were newcomers who possessed only their registration cards. The only requests they could accept were non-combat related requests in the city, what would be referred to as manual labor in Japan. Even the pay was worse than in Japan. Requests that could possibly include combat, even if they were requests like gathering medicinal plants outside, could only be accepted at F. class or above. Basically, if I want to aim higher and gain money and fame, I have to attend the Adventurers Training School since I'm underage. Vandal, as Vandal was currently almost 3 years of age, he was, of course, a minor. He had decided that he would only go to the Orbom kingdom after obtaining the resurrection device beneath Talashim's royal castle and reviving Darshia, but he had no intention of spending more than 10 years doing that. Therefore, he would definitely still be a minor by the time he registered at the Adventurers Guild. School. I wonder if I can live an enjoyable school life this time. Vandalyu, he had no confidence at all to say that he could. During his childhood on Earth, even his uncle was forced to allow him to receive compulsory education, and when he was on the verge of entering high school, his uncle had pressured him by saying, "You're only allowed to choose from public high schools. And if you fail your exam, then go and work." But even so, Vandalyu had managed to attend high school. However, because of his family environment around the time he was attending elementary school, he was unable to invite friends over to play, and he couldn't even go to others' houses to play because he was scared of his uncle's fists. And he couldn't make any friends in the first place because of his strange behavior due to his abnormal emotional state. On top of that, the teachers didn't think highly of him either, and though his grades were normal, there was an image of him being a problematic child. Things never changed as he entered middle school, and by the time he entered high school and was able to rebel against his uncle to some extent, he had already given up on a bright, enjoyable school life. Would he be able to make friends at this school? He still had no confidence that he would be able to interact well with anyone other than the undead and ghouls. I attract attention as a user of a newly discovered type of magic, and become someone that my schoolmates look up to. No, I can't imagine that. Vandalyu, he could only imagine his magic causing himself to be alienated and isolated even further. I'm fine with being a loner. It's not like there are going to be any flashy school events, and since it's a credit-based system, if I don't find it enjoyable I can just get the minimum credits and graduate right away. Vandalyu, and then all he would need to do was gather money and fame by going hunting for monsters in dungeons with Sam and the other undead, right? He had plenty of friends. He was the Ghoul King, after all. In fact, wasn't he quite socially successful? Building up such defensive walls in his heart, he closed the book. He really didn't want to go to school. As he decided to go and play with Bone Man and the others to distract himself from his dark mood and put the book back in its place, another book caught his sight by chance. A study on undead. Vandalyu picked up that book and decided to continue reading. The undead created by Vandalyu, including Bone Man, played and trained around Sam when not fighting. They would have practiced battles against each other, dodge stones thrown at them by Bone Monkey and enjoy Bone Bird's acrobatic flying displays. Bone Man, Vandalyu called out to Bone Man, who had been left behind by his companions as the only one unable to surpass rank 3. I found a way that might be able to make you stronger today, so I'm thinking of trying it out. Vandalyu, Bone Man, with a bow on his back, a sword at his hip and the leather armor and shield as his defense, Bone Man looked like a splendid skeleton soldier, but the spirits inhabiting his bones were those of rats. Perhaps because of this, Bone Man's swordsmanship and shield technique skills were still level 1 and he seemed unable to increase them any further. After reading the book, Vandalyu thought that this might be the same reason that he was still rank 3 even though he had reached level 100. There are a number of conditions that might need to be met to create a powerful undead. The most common of these is for the spirits inhabiting the dead body to match the body itself, or otherwise possess a good affinity with it. In Lambda, there are cases where even after a dead body reanimated to become an undead, the spirit inhabiting the body is not the original owner of that body. Not only would the body be inhabited by someone else's spirit, but it is common for it to be inhabited by the spirits of small animals rather than a human. But in such cases, it would generally be a weak rank 1 or 2 undead. A human spirit possessing the corpse of a beast wouldn't suddenly gain the beast's reflexes and fighting instincts. In fact, it would take all of its effort trying to move in a body with a different bone structure. And if the beast possesses body parts that humans do not have, such as a long tail, wings, or a second head, the human spirit would have too much to deal with. It is the same when animal spirits inhabited a human's body, they wouldn't be able to use its hands correctly unless they were very intelligent animals, and the spirits of quadrupedal animals would find it difficult to walk on two legs. Using tools would be out of the question. Perhaps it would be easier to imagine it as putting the brain of a human in a beast, and putting the brain of a beast in a human. Considering that, the rat spirits inside Bone Man could be considered exceptionally skilled. It wouldn't have been an exaggeration to call them geniuses among rats. Rats use their front paws skillfully, but even so, being able to use a bow and arrows, a sword and a shield was impressive. The rat spirits were clearly more intelligent than the average goblin. But unfortunately, there was a limit to their abilities. Well, since they were spirits, they could probably overcome those limits given hundreds of years, but Vandeleur wasn't willing to wait that long. And so Vandeleur thought, since Bone Man is a human's body with a rat's brain in it, if I add a human spirit into it, doesn't that solve the problem? He would carefully select human spirits whose bodies had died long ago, whose empty souls wouldn't contain any personalities, emotions, or memories. Fortunately, this place was a historical battlefield and it was simple to gather such spirits. Now then, I'm going to add more spirits. Vandeleur, Ju, Bone Man. As Vandeleur inserted the fragments of spirits, Bone Man's body absorbed more and more, like a sponge sucking up water. Bone Man didn't seem to be suffering, in fact, his jawbone was clicking in pleasure and the fire in his eye sockets was flickering, so Vandeleur added more and more. Bone Wolf, Gia, Bone Bird. As Bone Wolf and Bone Bird watched their companion with curiosity, more spirits began to possess the human bones that made up Bone Man's body. And then it suddenly happened. Vandeleur, something seemed to click into place. It was the sensation of puzzle pieces being thrown randomly into a box and coming together by coincidence to complete the puzzle. Ju. Ah, my lord, Bone Man's body didn't show any obvious changes like his body starting to glow or releasing an ominous presence, and its appearance was still that of a skeleton soldier, but somehow, the dull, rat-like noises he had been making were replaced by spoken words. Could it be, your rank increased? Vandeleur, some monsters' intelligence drastically increases when their rank increases. Though there are many cases where adventurers mistakenly attribute this to being the result of the experience gained by the monsters from leveling up or becoming smarter as a result of studying. But there are monsters that suddenly become able to use magic or speak words after leveling up. Many of those are undead. The reason for this was that the souls become accustomed to the dead bodies they inhabit and regain their memories and techniques. Ju, my lord. Bone Man gave a rat-like squeak instead of a yes in reply to Vandeleur's question as he nodded. Because of your divine work, my lord, my rank has increased and I have become a rank for skeleton knight, Ju. Bone Man, he spoke in a rich, flowing, baritone voice that would likely be terrifying if he were to shout. The squeaking at the end of his sentence was a little disappointing, however. But where had his manner of speaking come from? His movements were unexpectedly refined. Perhaps there had been some Knights of the Merg Shield. Nation among the spirit fragments that Vandeleur had put into him, and that was the source of this. Vandeleur thought he had carefully selected empty souls so that Bone Man wouldn't be taken over by some strange malice or hatred, but it was possible that their memories had been restored when they fused with the spirits already inside Bone Man. It seemed that the death attribute charm was taking its full effect, but if he were to behave like a Knight of the Merg Shield. Nation, that might cause trouble with Borkus and the other undead titans of Talashim. Well then, have you regained your memories of your past life? Vandeleur, when Vandeleur asked to make sure, Bone Man nodded and replied, Ju, I remember. It happened when I returned to my family with food to feed them. It attacked me and caught me by surprise. Unable to use any techniques, I was tormented, toyed around with, and then it abandoned me without even finishing me off. It had already satisfied itself after killing my family. Tormenting me was nothing but amusement. That fiendish cat. Ju. Bone Man. Cats do those sorts of things. don't they? Vandeleu, the idea that humans are the only ones that take lives needlessly. Upon hearing Bone Man's story, Vandeleu learned that this idea was only a fantasy. Leaving that aside, it seemed that the spirit fragments had only affected the tone of Bone Man's voice. He seemed to have no memories of the merged shield. Nation, so there was nothing to worry about. Incidentally, Vandeleu liked both dogs and cats, and owning a pet one day was one of his dreams. But don't kill cats needlessly. Vandeleu, Jew, certainly, my lord. Bone Man, it was good that Bone Man was so obedient. A future mass. Murder of domestic cats in the Orbaum kingdom had been avoided. Vandeleu wasn't sure whether there were domesticated dogs and cats in Lambda, however. Most of the day had passed already, so Vandeleu spent some time playing with Bone Man and the other undead. He enjoyed himself, throwing monster bones for Bone Wolf and Bone Bear to compete over and fetch, grabbing onto Bone Bird's legs to take a leisurely flight around the sky, and being groomed by Bone Monkey. Bone Man, Saria and Rita, who had returned from hunting, probably, tilted their heads in confusion at the sight of Bone Man sprinting at full speed, letting out a war cry. Though they couldn't do so physically or visibly. Bakken, Bone Man is running, why is that? Saria, some kind of training. It wouldn't be something like that, would it? Rita, Bone Man's cardiopulmonary function wouldn't increase by running around at full speed. I had an idea to build this, and he seems to have taken a liking to it. Vandeleu. Why? Saria, the rat spirits that act as Bone Man's base probably had some hamster-like traits. Vandeleu, hamster, as in star. Rita, inside a hamster will that Vandeleu had thought to build by using golem transmutation on some spare wood. Bone Man happily spent the next short while running to his heart's content. Name. Bone Man. Rank. 4 Race. Skeleton Knight. Level 1 Passive Skills. Dark Vision. Superhuman Strength. Level 2 Enhanced Attribute Values. Loyalty. Level 1, New. Spirit Form. Level 1, New. Active Skills. Swordsmanship. Level 2, Level Up. Shield Technique. Level 2, Level Up. Archery. Level 2, Level Up. Silent Steps. Level 1 Coordination. Level 1 Commanding. Level 1, New. Bone Man's rank has increased after having new spirits added. Normally, skeleton knights are monsters created by knights becoming undead after death. Bone Man's base is made of rat spirits, but the fact that it has sworn loyalty to a specific person and the fact that the new spirits added to it included those of knights have caused it to become a skeleton knight. Though his outwards appearance is no different, his attribute values and intelligence have increased significantly, and though he previously could not level up some skills no matter how much experience he gained, he can now do so. In addition, he has gained the passive function of the Knight job, Enhanced Attribute Values. Loyalty. This skill enhances the attribute values of the bearer as long as the bearer obeys the commands of the person he or she has sworn to serve, usually a lord. In Bone Man's case, his lord is Vandeleu. Skeleton Knights often possess martial type skills and commanding skills at a high level and can become a rank 5 skeleton general or a rank 6 skeleton lord by commanding subordinates. But in cases where they are employed, before or after death, by someone who rules an entire nation, such as a king or emperor, they become undead with court ranks attached to their names, such as Skeleton Baron. Chapter 33, A New Resolve on My Third Birthday. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 33. A new resolve on my third birthday. In the mountain range that towered over the eastern and western sides of Talashim, the capital of the sun, the champion Zackert had left behind mercury mirrors that he had created using secret alchemy techniques. The mirrors of liquid mercury reflected the sunlight towards the city, granting Talashim the same amount of daylight hours as any place on level ground. And so the long, thin rice that could be harvested 3 times a year, similar to the rice of India on Earth, was cultivated, filling the stomachs of the race that needed large amounts of food. More than half of the country's territory was covered in devil's nests, but because of that, the crops grew quickly and yielded harvests 3 times as plentiful as crops growing in other lands. However, during the war with the Merg Shield Nation, the fields became grasslands ruled by monsters and all of the mercury mirrors were destroyed. Leaving that sad history aside, Vandeleur was working on making something to play with today as well. King, what are you making? Child, before he knew it, the Black Goblin, Anubis and Orcus children had gathered around him. Only a few months had passed since their birth, but not a single one of them was smaller than Vandeleur now. He had heard that monsters developed at a quick pace, but seeing it with his own eyes was a shocking thing. Hearing that the Black Goblins were actually developing slower than pure-breed goblins was even more surprising. Is it a weapon? Braga, not quite, Braga. Vandeleur, Braga, one of the Black Goblin children, thought that the wooden disc-shaped object that Vandeleur was shaping with his golem transmutation might be a throwing weapon like a boomerang, but it wasn't a weapon. I know, it's a plate. Zamido, Bugo. To replace the leaves that Mom has been using recently. Gorba, Zamido, a young Anubis with the tough-looking head of a dog, and Gorba, an Orcus who was already the size of the average human adult, guessed that it might be a plate, but that was wrong as well. Then what is it? Tell us too. Mimetiga, Zamido's older twin sister, or younger twin sister. Mimetiga, who was his twin sister either way, was curious as well. It's a toy, Vandeleur told her. A toy. Children, as his friends spoke simultaneously and turned their heads in confusion, Vandeleur adjusted the fine balance of the wooden disc. Finally satisfied with that, the last thing he did was to use what was inside a barrel that he had set aside. Rubber. He turned some of the rubber into a rubber golem and covered the disc in it so that it wouldn't hurt if it hit someone. It was quite unrefined, but it was finished. This is a toy called a frisbee. Vandeleur, what Vandeleur had created was a frisbee. He had thrown sticks when playing with Bone Wolf, but he had thought it might be more interesting to use a frisbee like people did on Earth. In Lambda, sports and toys were underdeveloped. Every country held tournaments for athletics and combat, and there were even dolls and stuffed toys. But there were no frisbees or sports that involved the use of balls. Well, they might be out there somewhere if one looked hard enough. And so Vandeleur had decided to try making one himself. Fortunately, there was more than enough wood lying around, and even more fortunately, there were rubber trees, so Vandeleur made rubber golems from their natural rubber to use it for things like grips and cushioning material. This frisbee, you throw it. Vandeleur, hit people with it, and then you win by defeating everyone. Child. It's a toy that you throw, catch and throw back to the person who threw it to you. Vandeleur, as Vandeleur's friends seemed to have dangerous thoughts about the frisbee, he wondered if he should have made balls first. But he generally disliked ball sports, so he didn't have much desire to make them. Because he had been a loner at school, to him, ball sports had been nothing but pain inflicted onto him during physical education classes. They were nothing but a way to show off the achievements of popular people. For now, I'll show you the basics. Try throwing it. Vandeleur, that day, Badia thought of calling out to Vandeleur after she got back from her session of monster hunting and training, and happened to come across this scene. Badia, Vandeleur was chasing after a small disc that was spinning through the air. He caught the disc and then threw it back towards the children, who were standing far away from him. Is this some kind of training? No, he's supposed to be resting, so are they playing? Badia thought for a moment that they were undergoing some kind of training where they were learning to catch a thrown weapon out of the air and throw it back at the enemy, but the atmosphere around them didn't seem like they were training, so she decided to stand there and observe. After observing a little, she understood that they were playing. But from just observing, she couldn't understand what could be so fun about it. Here it comes, King. Orcus, the Orcus boy holding the disc gave a large swing of his arm and threw it. Because he possessed the superhuman strength skill that granted him great physical strength from birth, the disc flew high, very quickly. Ah, this is Vandalyu. It was impossible for Vandalyu to catch it. So Badya thought, but Vandalyu ran at one of the nearby ruined walls and, without slowing down at all, began climbing it like a four-legged animal. She thought that he was using magic, but it seemed that he was using his claws. Van looks thin, but he has a lot of strength, and he's quicker than he himself thinks. As expected of the man I'm expecting to be the father of my second child. Badya, giving a satisfied nod and thinking more positively of Vandalyu, Badya decided that she would talk to him later and left so that she wouldn't be in their way. And thus frisbees became popular among the ghouls, black goblins, and the Anubises in particular. But its popularity was dubious among the Titans and Orcuses. There was currently a large amount of materials that had been brought into Talashim. Over 90% of those were the products obtained by the undead Titans who worked under Borkus to exterminate the influence of the exterior devil's nests from Talashim. There were large quantities of monster meat, timber, medicinal plants, herbs and goods of Talashim that the Merg Shield Nation had either abandoned or never found in the first place. Most of them were still usable. The rate at which more materials were brought in was faster than the rate at which they could be processed, so Vandalyu had simply cast preservation on them and they were lying in a huge pile. Among the quickly gathering materials were coins that were used as the Orbom Kingdom's currency 200 years ago, copper and silver coins of various sizes, things that had no use now. The Merg Shield Nation had probably taken gold coins and any coins more valuable than those, but the silver coins and coins worth less than them had been abandoned. If one were to polish these coins and take them to the Orbom Kingdom, they could likely be used as currency except for the badly damaged ones. The currency might have been revised in the past 200 years, but they would at least hold the value of the copper and silver that the coins were made of. If lucky, they might be worth a premium the way that old coins on Earth were valued by enthusiastic collectors. But right now, there was really no way to use them. What shall we do with these? Vandalyu, there is nothing to do with them. For now, let us store them somewhere until you go to the Orbom Kingdom, Sama. Teria was getting her back rubbed by Vandalyu after having come back from changing her job to her original job of arms smith at the changing room in the Ruined Adventurers Guild. Currency revisions are quite uncommon, so I believe that there should be no problem, however. I am not knowledgeable about the Orbom Kingdom. Even if you ask Kachia and the others. Ah, they're harder, Teria, Yuri right, they're enemy nations who have done nothing but wage war against each other, after all. Vandalyu, neighboring countries would normally have people going back and forth across the border, but unfortunately Viscount Balchess region, in which Kachia and the other former adventurers had been active in when they were still human, were not adjacent to the Orbom Kingdom. No, even in areas where the Merg Shield Nation Orbom Kingdom shared a border, almost nobody did business across them other than black market dealers. These two nations had been enemies ever since their foundation, and apparently many of the Orbom Kingdom's duchies had been taken back as a result of a ghastly conflict that had occurred only a few years ago, so there was hardly an atmosphere to be doing business with each other. But if one were to question whether the nations still function properly, the answer was yes. The Amid Empire covered a third of the continent. Half of the continent if one was to only consider the regions that were inhabitable by humans, and it did commercial business with nearby island nations and other continents. Thus, the empire had no economic problems or problems regarding the acquisition of food. The state of the Orbom Kingdom wasn't known, but it likely didn't suffer from any problems for the same reasons. The duchies had originally been individual small countries, and they were likely able to trade with nations outside the continent through the kingdom. Vandalyu had thought of taking the coins that he had taken from the bandits around Abijia to the Orbom Kingdom and exchange them there, but considering these facts, it would probably better if he didn't. It felt like a waste, but it was probably best to simply melt them down into metal. I'll ask craftsman Datera later. Vandalyu, Datera was an undead titan who had been an elderly blacksmith when he was alive. He had continued swinging his hammer for 200 years, well, swinging his hammer, but not actually making anything. He had regained a little of his sanity and memories when he met Vandalyu, and now he was struggling to restore his workplace. His various tools had corroded, he wouldn't be able to work unless he made them all from scratch again. That is a good idea. I am still unable to use metal. Teria was a skilled arms smith with high skill levels. However, she was unskilled in the use of metal. Arms smiths in the world of Lambda mainly use materials taken from monsters to create their weapons and armor. They do not use metal very often, unlike the swordsmiths and weaponsmiths that one would imagine on Earth, who would forge metal to create swords and katanas. Even if they do, they would only use mithril powder or orichalcum fragments as catalysts, or use iron to make clasps for armor. The blacksmiths who primarily use metals are craftsmen who create arms using copper, bronze, iron, adamantite or orichalcum as the base materials, with materials from monsters used only as catalysts. The skills and tools used by the two types of craftsmen are different. In Teria's case in particular, she had trained her skills after becoming a ghoul in a devil's nest forest, where metal had been scarce. The last time she had used metal in her work was over 200 years ago. If I had the tools, as long as I am not needed to create something, I think that I would be able to at least melt down coins, you know. But if there is a specialist around, it is best to leave it to him. Teria, Yuri right. And Datera would probably be angry if I didn't ask him to do it. Vandalyu, Datera was a moody old man. If he were to discover that Vandalyu had given this task to Teria, who was unskilled in the handling of metal, he would get very angry indeed. And since he was now an undead, whose emotions often went out of control, there was a chance that this anger would be permanent. And moody old men in general seemed like they would be scary if they got angry. Still, how shameful of me. To become overenthusiastic and, cause pain to my back. Teria, the friendly, 2.100. and .60.4. year. Old Teria who looked like a friendly person in her teenage years had been rendered helpless by a back injury. Because the job. Changing room in the Adventurers Guild was usable, all of the ghouls, including Teria, had acquired jobs. Jobs were blessings granted to people by the gods even before the appearance of the Demon King. Obviously, monsters couldn't undergo job changes. That applied even for Sam and Mwaza, who had been people before becoming undead. However, ghouls were one of the races that Vita had given birth to alongside the vampires. They were half-monster, but as the other part counted as human, they could undergo job. Changes. This was certainly the case considering that Teria and Kachia had retained the bonuses to their attribute values and skills of the jobs they had possessed as humans, even after becoming ghouls. And so the ghouls who had lived in a devil's nest up until now, unable to use a city's job. Changing room or make one of their own, had used the job changing room available to them in Talashim. Thus, Teria was able to change from the job that she had been forced into when she was sold by her family and had long since reached level 100 in, the prostitute job, to her original job of arms smith. Now I can become a renowned craftsman and artisan that I had dreamed of being as a human. Teria, she had been very happy. Renowned craftsman and artisan would be honorable titles given to skilled craftsmen on Earth, but in Lambda, they were the common superior jobs that all crafting. Related jobs shared, including arms smith. These jobs would be displayed as artisan, arms smith or arms smith, artisan. And so in order to gain experience points and increase her level, Teria had begun working with unknown materials such as those from raptors and flying sharks, but she had been overenthusiastic. I understand how you feel, you know. Vandalyu understood the feeling of being unable to acquire a job. He really did. As he said this, Vandeleur numbed the pain in Terria's back with death. Attribute magic, used spirit form transformation on a part of his body and slipped it into Terria's and eased the stiffening in her muscles. If I was able to do this on Earth, I might have been able to open my own store. Vandeleur, spirit form massages, we definitely understand your muscle pains better than low-frequency massagers. Probably not. As Vandeleur released the tension in her muscles, he also secretly checked on the condition of her body, but there seemed to be no problems. There were no signs of declining organ function. Teria, had she noticed? I just suddenly thought of something. Can you not manipulate metal with golem transmutation, Van Sama? I am sure that there are golems made of copper, iron and mithril. Teria, apparently not. It wasn't as if Vandeleur was doing anything bad, but he felt a little relieved as he answered Teria's question. I can. It uses up more mana than when I make golems from rocks, though. I've never had a chance to try it with mithril, but I think it should work. Vandeleur, like Teria, Vandeleur's exclusion from human society meant that his opportunity to work with metal was limited. However, he had tested it with small amounts of iron before, and he had succeeded in creating an iron golem that could fit in the palm of his hand. But I still can't do much other than make large changes to their shape. I can do things like make pit dwellings, fix houses made of stone and straighten bent pieces of metal, but for example, Vandeleur used golem transmutation to change the shape of some copper coins and turn them into a sword. I see, this is no good. Teria knew that this sword would be useless with a single glance. It was nothing but a lump of copper in the shape of a sword. The blade had no edge at all, it wouldn't even be able to cut a branch. It was a thin, blunt weapon rather than a sword. This is how it is. I can't make a statue of stone and earth that resembles a person exactly, or apply fine details. Vandeleur, as he spoke, Vandeleur used golems of earth and stone to make a doll that resembling Teria, but, while it did have the shape of a woman, the facial features were rough and details like the fingers were very crude. Using golem transmutation like this, he couldn't create small details. Even when constructing houses, he could only create pit dwellings. Building complicated, tall buildings like houses on Earth would be impossible. Even when making weapons, at best he would be able to have molten metal pour itself into a mold. The casting process. Even that was impossible unless the mold for the desired shape was already made for him. In order to become able to create smaller details, he would likely need skills like blacksmithing and carpentry in addition to the golem transmutation skills. In fact, he had already acquired the carpentry skill by making pit dwellings using golem transmutation. That meant that he had gained the experience required to learn the techniques of carpentry, in other words, he had actively used the carpentry skill. Well, I can remove impurities from metal, like this. Vandeleur, the copper sword began to quiver, and dust-like particles began to fall out of it right before their eyes. And then the sword of copper was shining brilliantly, as if it had completely transformed. This is copper. It shines like a gem. Van Sama, this is amazing. If you are able to purify copper like this and the same can be done with iron, this is a technique that would be desired all over the world. Teria, in Lambda, raising the purity of a substance to 100% was impossible with technology alone. There were almost no examples of even skilled Earth. Attribute mages succeeding in doing such a thing. Historically, some mages had produced metal with 100% purity, but only with minute amounts of metal used to begin with. Such techniques could not be used industrially. And so if Vandeleur was able to create 100% pure iron, he would rival those skilled historical mages. No, there was a chance that he would surpass them. However, Vandeleur showed no signs of pride. That might be true, but this is actually really tiring. Vandeleur, it consumes a large quantity of mana, doesn't it? Teria, no, it really tires my brain out. Vandeleur, Vandeleur lay down and rested his forehead against Terria's back. Feeling how hot it was, Teria let out her voice in surprise. A fever. Sama, your forehead is almost hot enough to burn me. Teria, this is known as a magic. Fever. If you surpass the limits of your intelligence to force out a complicated spell, this is apparently what happens. Vandeleur, the intelligence stat displayed on one's status governs magic and martial techniques, representing the amount that one's brain can process, and the speed with which it does so. If those limits are surpassed, a fever is developed, like a computer that has been overclocked. Using golem transmutation to purify copper as Vandeleur had shown Teria didn't consume much mana. Perhaps it would be different for other mages, but for Vandeleur, who possessed a mana pool of 100 million, it was a truly minuscule amount. What he was actually doing was middle-school level science. He was simply transmuting the copper with the image of ejecting all of the non-copper material from within it. Though earth attribute mages manipulated minerals, they were unable to increase their purity. The reason for this was likely because they didn't understand the molecular structure of metals. Nobody could blame them, as this was a fantasy world with no electron microscopes. However, Vandeleur understood the concept of molecules. But increasing the purity of a single kilogram of copper to 100% had caused a fever intense enough to make his consciousness hazy, so the technique itself did indeed seem difficult. Or maybe my intelligence is just too low. I have a feeling there's a good way around this, but... Teria's back feels good. As Vandeleur set heat. Absorbing demon fires around himself and pressed his forehead against Teria's back, he suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, Teria's, Vandeleur, yes, my what? Teria, upper arms are thick and muscular, aren't they? Vandeleur, that is where you want to touch. There are plenty of other good places, you know. If it is you, Sama, I would not mind if your hand were to slip a little. Teria, other places. Your back is muscular too, isn't it? Vandeleur, though armed smiths didn't swing hammers like blacksmiths, they still used a considerable amount of physical strength. That was why Teria had more muscle on her arms and back than one would suspect, though few had noticed this due to her wearing clothes and ornaments that covered her back and upper arms to conceal it. No. Why are you choosing only places like that? Teria was covering her face in shame, but Vandeleur had only meant it as a normal compliment. Muscles were splendid things. They were powerful justice, powerful beauty, powerful muscles. Even if one didn't have such extreme opinions, would lean muscles not be considered attractive? I don't need any more massaging. Oh good. Teria, but perhaps squirming around with Vandeleur on her back had been a bad idea. Teria's hips gave an unpleasant clicking sound. There aren't any problems with the bones. You have a strained back. Vandeleur, Teria suddenly stopped moving, and Vandeleur used his magic once more to numb her pain and cool down the affected area. Strained backs were incredible, to even render a ghoul possessing the pain-resistant skill to become half unconscious. Incidentally, this was the first time the term strained back asterisk had been used in Lambda, and in the years and months to come, the term would spread from Talashim all over the continent. But right now, nobody was aware of that. There you are, boy. So, who is this lying down like that? Zadiris, it's Teria, she can't move because she injured her back. Vandeleur, it was in the evening, which came early in Talashim, when a lively-looking Zadiris came to see Vandeleur. She injured her back, you say? As to be expected from an elderly person. Zadiris, Kiia, even though you are 30 years older than I am. I hope you get a strained back yourself. Teria, strained, asterisk well, I do understand that you are cursing me. Zadiris, though Vandeleur had numbed the pain, the injury hadn't actually been healed, so Teria was lying still to recover. As Zadiris looked closely, she saw that Vandeleur's arms had fused into Teria's back. What are you doing? Zadiri's spirit form assimilation therapy. If I turn my body into spirit form and fuse it with Teria's, she becomes able to use my rapid healing skill. I can't use healing magic, but I tried to see if there was anything I could do, and this is what I came up with. Vandal you, fufufu, are you jealous? Sama and I have become one. No, you cannot shake me. Stop it, you insolent little girl. Teria, I am only doing this because you show no respect for your elders. Good grief. Zadiri's, satisfied at making Teria scream after being teased by her, Zadiri's whispered into Vandalu's ear with a serious expression on her face. Is it her lifespan that is in danger? Zadiri's, no, she's just old. I can't see a shadow of death, so I think she'll be fine as long as she doesn't push herself. Vandalu. She will, so that is impossible. Zadiri's, Yuri right. I'll ask her soon if she wants me to use youth transformation for her. Vandalu, Teria hurting her back twice in a row might have just been something unique to Teria, but Vandalu and Zadiri's suspected that it might be because she was aging. They might have been overthinking it, but it would be best to reverse her age and have her become healthy again long before the shadow of death became visible. Come to think of it, how is your training? Vandalu, it is going well. I have become level 100, so I am due to change job again tomorrow. Zadiri's, the ghouls who had undergone job changes had acquired apprentice jobs to begin with. All kinds of apprentice jobs existed, such as apprentice warrior, apprentice mage, apprentice armsmith and apprentice maid. As their name suggested, they were apprentices, so the bonuses to their attribute values and skills were weak. However, the bonuses were spread widely over their skills, so everyone could take their own strengths and weaknesses into consideration as they trained and planned out what skills they wanted to obtain. Zadiri's and the other ghouls had increased the levels of their apprentice jobs to their limit in the space of just a few days, but they were a special case. Humans with apprentice jobs were normally not much different from average people. Beginning from this state, they would train with wooden swords and spears, have practice battles, fight rank 1 monsters such as goblins, big frogs and living bones under the supervision of a mentor and slowly gain experience points. But ghouls were at least as strong as rank 3 monsters to begin with and already possessed numerous battle-related skills. Thus, they were able to kill monsters like needle wolves that human apprentice warriors would simply be slaughtered by, earning large quantities of experience points. Zadiri's had joined the other ghouls in defeating monsters such as flying sharks and raptors and promptly reached level 100 in the apprentice mage job. Incidentally, her level as a monster didn't increase. It seemed that experience points were split separately into job experience points and monster experience points. I know that you are eager to try, but you must be relaxing for now. It should be the date we promised, your birthday, by the time Teria's back is healed. Zadiri's, well, I don't know how it'll go, though. Vandalu, with the cannot learn existing jobs curse, Vandalu could not acquire a job that had already been confirmed to exist in Lambda. He wanted to try, so he was half full of expectations but also half full of anxiety at the fact that he might not be able to acquire a job. Well, in the case of the latter, he would simply have to concentrate on making the undead and ghouls stronger. Sama, is my back in such a bad state? Teria, not knowing about Vandalu's curse, Teria assumed that he was talking about her back, so he had to spend some effort in calming her down. And then Vandalu's birthday came. Vandalu was brought to the royal castle. Bakken. Please just think that you've been tricked and put this bag over your head. Saria, don't forget to use the blindfold and earplugs before that, okay. Rita, Vandalu froze as Saria and Rita approached him with a leather bag and a blindfold made of cloth. At first, Vandalu thought this might be a Gekikuju asterisk, but this seemed to be a planned surprise, so he excitedly put on the blindfold and the leather bag over his head. From the outside, he looked just like a child being kidnapped. He's here. I took a lot of effort in bringing these here for you. Borkus, me too. I brought in a lot of them as well. Vigoro, stop competing with each other already when we haven't even shown him yet. Badya, after a while, things suddenly became noisy. Thinking that a bigger surprise was waiting for him than he'd originally thought, Vandalyu's heart began throbbing. Happy birthday. The leather bag and blindfold were removed. Vandalyu saw a great dining hall that had been built after Talashim began trading with the Orbon kingdom in order to hold buffet parties and balls like the higher societies of humans. Borkus, Vigoro, Zadiris, Mwaza, Badya, Teria and many others had gathered in this vast place. The dining hall had once been magnificent, but now it was ruined, a mere shadow of what it once was. As if to replace the decorations and ornaments that had been lost, a great number of corpses covered in colorful feathers and scales had been lined up around it. These are dinosaurs. Vandalyu, nobody knew their exact names and they were likely very different from the dinosaurs that had once inhabited Earth, but their bone structures were easily identifiable, those of dinosaurs at a glance. Corpses resembling Tyrannosaurus rexes, with enormous sharp teeth growing in their mouths. Corpses resembling pteranodons, clearly different from birds and bats. Corpses resembling triceratopses, with large horns growing on their heads. Corpses resembling stegosauruses, with sheets of bone growing on their backs and spikes on their tails. Some of their horns were chipped and their bellies had been sewn shut, they weren't unharmed. But they all seemed relatively fresh. This is our present. We heard from Mother that you wanted scaled monsters that weren't dragons, Van, so everyone gathered them here. Badya, there were quite a few of them coming out of the dungeons. Though we've taken out their blood and organs, since they would have rotted otherwise. Vigoro, it seemed that the information that Vandalyu liked dinosaurs had been leaked by Zadiris. Well, perhaps because nobody had known what could be categorized as a dinosaur, enormous crocodile and snake monsters as well as a 3-meter-long cat-like carnivorous creature possessing sharp claws and teeth with scales covering its whole body were included in there as well. But this did nothing to inhibit the emotions that Vandalyu felt. Everyone. Thank you, Vandalyu, he was moved to tears. He knew how hard it must have been to bring the monsters' corpses all the way back from the devil's nests and dungeons, even if their blood and organs had been taken out first. The cursed carriages he had made for crossing the Boundary Mountain range had probably helped, but even so, it wouldn't have been easy. Vandalyu, Darshia's spirit appeared from the bone fragment that Saria brought forward. You know, during the time leading up until now, there were a lot of times when I thought that everything was over. Your father was killed, I was captured. But you still turned 3 years old. Thank you so much. Make sure you become even healthier and stronger from now on, okay? Darshia, Vandalyu had cried so many tears that it would be impossible to count them. Tears of anger, frustration, grief, misery, suffering, hatred, sorrow, resentment, rage, loathing. But this might have been the first time he was crying tears of happiness. What a pleasant feeling it was. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, everyone. Please keep taking care of me from now on. Vandalyu, that was why he would live on. And he would resurrect his mother. The tears of joy that he would cry after resurrecting her would surely be pleasant as well. There was no way that he would be killed, there was no way that he would die. As for anyone standing in his way, he would kill them. And make them his allies. Chapter 34, My first time getting a job, but I won't go into a dungeon yet. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 34. My first time getting a job, but I won't go into a dungeon yet. Munching on skewers of Tyrannosaurus rex and Triceratops meat, everyone other than Vandalyu drank the 200-year-old Talashim-made sake that had been found several days ago, while Vandalyu drank dinosaur blood instead. He raised the dinosaurs that had been given to him as presents as zombies to turn them into a moving dinosaur exhibition. And so his third birthday was enjoyable for everyone, even without a cake. Vandalyu asked Darshia and the former adventurer Kachia, but it seemed that the cakes as Vandeleur knew them didn't exist in Lambda yet. Though milk existed, there was no fresh cream, and though bread existed, there was no fluffy sponge cake. Cakes in Lambda were apparently pieces of bread made of wheat flour with large quantities of butter, sugar, jam and honey spread over them. If possible, Vandeleur wanted to make a cake with plenty of whipped cream for his next birthday for everyone to enjoy, but he was lacking the essential ingredients of wheat and milk. Perhaps treasure chests and storage rooms in dungeons could contain wheat seeds and milk. The Titans of Talashim hadn't domesticated animals like cattle and horses. They hunted monsters for meat, and as for labor strength, the Titans themselves were stronger than farm horses and cattle. The only things they domesticated were bird-like monsters called gigas, which were apparently a replacement for chickens. They were about as large as Titan children. In other words, just a little smaller than the average human. Apparently they laid an egg every day. Incidentally, they were carnivores that possessed sharp beaks and talons. As rank 2 monsters, they were not particularly strong, however. When I was alive, I used to put a raw giga egg in my mug every morning and drink it up. Borkus laughed as he said this. Incidentally, the eggs were apparently of similar size to ostrich eggs. The domesticated gigas had either perished or run away during the war 200 years ago, but apparently they still inhabited the devil's nests and dungeons now, so they decided to capture some and start breeding them again. Fortunately, there were mountains of meat to use to feed them. What was I thinking about again? Oh yeah, cakes. Eggs are necessary to make cakes, and I also need. Holy sun, what is the matter? You have been loitering in front of the door for some time now. Mwaza, Vandeleur had been escaping from reality while standing outside the room used for the job-changing ritual in the building that had once been the Adventurers Guild, but Mwaza's voice brought him back to reality. No, I was just thinking a little about the future, Vandeleur. I see, that is a good thing. However, were you not intending to undergo the job-changing process today? Mwaza. I haven't finished my mental preparations. Vandeleur, there were no requirements for the job-changing ritual. If the Adventurers Guild was functioning correctly, he would normally pay a fee to the guild to use the room. Afterwards, he would submit the guild registration document, his guild card. But in these ruins, there was no need to pay or submit anything. He simply needed to enter the room and place his hand on the crystal ball in the center of the magic circle inside. And then he would choose from the list of jobs displayed inside his head. And then it would be over. He didn't need to register himself on an employment website, apply for a job, write a resume and attend an interview. Well, that was only natural, as this was quite a different kind of job-change. It was once explained to me that jobs are engraved onto the soul, but there is no pain involved. Mwaza, wrongly assuming that the cause of Vandeleur's nervousness was a misunderstanding of the process, Mwaza smiled as he said this. It was probably a smile. It merely looked like the skin of his dried face was stretching, however. Vandeleur couldn't comment on the facial expressions of others. And even though he paced back and forth in front of the door, it did nothing but pass the time. You're right. Well then, here I go. Vandeleur, and so he had Mwaza open the door and then entered the room. The room had nothing inside other than a magic circle drawn on the floor of the room with a round crystal ball that had been set on a pedestal at its center. The crystal ball had a constant, faint glow, giving off a mysterious feeling. Now then, will any jobs appear for me? Vandeleur, he gently floated into the air with flight and reached out for the crystal ball. He wouldn't have been able to reach the crystal ball otherwise, as it had been placed at a height appropriate for Titans. Come to think of it, the long-armed Vigoro and the taller women like Badia would have been able to reach this crystal ball, but just how had Zadiris managed it? Perhaps she had used wind-attribute magic to fly. Vandeleur touched the crystal ball with such meaningless thoughts running through his mind, and words appeared in his mind in the same way as when he opened his status screen. Jobs that can be selected. Death, attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter Yua, there. Vandalyu was so surprised that a job. Change would be possible for him that he accidentally undid his magic. He fell onto the floor. He had thrown his head back reflexively, so the back of his head hit the floor with full force. His danger sense. Death gave him a warning. Children's skulls are fragile things. Holy Sun, I heard something. Holy Sun. Are you alright? Mwaza, Vandalyu stayed on the floor while waiting to recover with his rapid regeneration skill and the no. Attribute magic spell, healing power enhancement. Mwaza, surprised to hear a noise, entered the room and gave a reaction as if he were the first one to discover the scene of a locked room mystery. As he rushed towards Vandalyu, Vandalyu waved his hand to signal, I'm fine, just leave me as I am. Since Vandalyu had hit his head, he didn't want to be moved until he had recovered. After overcoming various difficulties, Vandalyu had sworn yesterday on his 3rd birthday that he would live on. Despite that, he almost met a foolish end by hitting the back of his head on the floor out of surprise. Having managed to avoid that, he touched the crystal ball once more. Jobs that can be selected. Death, attribute Mage, Golem Transmuter. His potential jobs were really displayed there. He had thought his chances of being able to undergo a job. Change to be slim because of his curse, but there were even 2 different jobs that he could choose from. He would normally be happy about this, but is this some kind of trap? Vandalyu, resisting the inner urge to dance with joy, Vandalyu calmly considered the situation. Rodcourt, who had cast the cannot learn existing jobs curse on Vandalyu, had wanted Vandalyu to fall into despair, give up on his vengeance and commit suicide. Wasn't it strange that it was possible for him to obtain a job so easily? Now that I think about it, why am I even able to undergo a job? Change at all? The same thing goes for the curse that prevents me from obtaining experience points independently. If he wanted me to fall into despair, he should have just cursed me so that I can't level up or undergo a job. Change. Vandalyu, if Vandalyu had been prevented from leveling up and gaining a job at all in the first place, there wouldn't have been any loopholes. He would be like a monkey that couldn't grow wings and fly no matter how hard he tried. Could the fact that Rodcourt hadn't done this be part of some kind of ingenious trap? Would he eventually be cornered if he picked one of these displayed jobs now? Perhaps they would offer pitiful bonuses for his attribute values and cause him to gain passive skills that only served to hinder him. Vandalyu didn't know if they existed or not, but shortened lifespan or ill luck would be bad passive skills to have. Skills couldn't be directly sealed away once learned in this world, so it would be a huge problem to gain such skills. But then, would Rodcourt set such a roundabout trap? Everything that this god had done so far was setting up the fundamentals in a sketchy way and then leaving everything else up to the people that he reincarnated. He was certainly not an all-knowing, omnipotent god. It was normal in this world for people to possess levels and acquire jobs. Looking at the other way, if something didn't have levels or jobs, it wasn't a person. Rodcourt had set things up so that the people he reincarnated, including Vandalyu, would reincarnate in Lambda after dying in Origin. It was likely that he was unable to make Vandalyu, who was already set to be reborn in Lambda, an exception to the rules that people possessed levels and jobs. Wasn't this the reason why the curses that had been placed on Vandalyu were unable to gain experience points independently and cannot learn existing jobs? Even a god couldn't ignore a world's rules, which was possibly why the curses had ended up like that with loopholes in them. Also, Rodcourt didn't exist in the world of Lambda himself. He did govern the circle of transmigration for reincarnating the dead, but his name didn't appear anywhere in the myths of this world. So it was possible that he could only look down at Lambda from a distance, and he might not even be particularly knowledgeable about the world. In other words, I'm able to make use of these large loopholes because Rodcourt is crude and ignorant, I guess. Vandalyu, he felt suspicious and precautious when he remembered Rodcourt from time to time, but in the end, he arrived at the conclusion that gods weren't all powerful. The next thing he thought was unusual was the fact that jobs that weren't particularly creative that nobody had acquired before had appeared for him even though he hadn't done any training to obtain these jobs, but after thinking for a while, he realized that it wasn't unusual at all. My death. Attribute magic is a type of magic that has never existed in Lambda before. Considering that, I guess it's not strange for there to be jobs that nobody has ever acquired before either. Vandalue, the job system had been created by the gods, but that didn't mean that the gods had created every single job themselves. It was a system that had existed for well over 100,000 years, after all. For example, the aristocratic system hadn't existed in the age of the gods, so jobs such as Knight and Holy Knight also hadn't existed. In the future, if someone reincarnated from another world invented guns with gunpowder in this world, jobs like musketeer and gunman would appear. Though Vandalue had been surprised that the golem transmutation skill had never been used in this world before. How were golems created in this world, then? Vandalue puzzled over this as he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about golems in Lambda, but deciding to find that out later, he turned his attention to other things. So the problem is, which do I choose? But, Vandalue, death, attribute mage and golem transmuter. Neither of them had apprentice at the start of their names, so they should both be fairly difficult jobs to level up. The bonuses that Vandalue would obtain from them would probably be large to compensate for that, but it would likely take him between several months to a year before he could undergo the next job change. He could assume that the death attribute mage job, as its name suggested, would put an emphasis on the use of death. Attribute magic. Jobs with names that consisted of attribute plus mage existed for other attributes as well. The mage jobs of other attributes provide large attribute value bonuses to mana and intelligence, but the bonuses to other things are small. Most notably, they provide almost no bonus to strength. As for skill bonuses, they provide a large bonus to the attribute of magic in the job's name, a moderate bonus to magic-related skills such as mana control and a small bonus to magic of the other attributes. On the other hand, they make it more difficult to acquire martial-type skills. Assuming the death attribute mage followed the same pattern, this job would be the correct choice as it would increase Vandalue's skill with the death attribute magic that he had been using up until now. However, it would make it take longer to acquire non-magic skills. The golem transmuter job had no analogous jobs, so nothing was known about it. It would likely provide a bonus to the golem transmutation skill. Vandalue didn't know what bonuses it would provide to his attribute values. He did think that it would provide a bonus to his intelligence, however. The golem transmutation skill was a convenient skill that he had used well up until now. He wouldn't stop using this skill 10 years or even 100 years from now. I'll choose death, attribute mage. Vandalue, after considering his options, Vandalue chose death, attribute mage. His goal right now was to defeat the dragon golem beneath the royal castle and obtain the resurrection device. That was why he chose to prioritize improving his death. Attribute magic, which would be more directly useful in battle. He would soon obtain the alchemy skill, and since the golem transmutation skill was something that originated from death. Attribute magic in the first place, it was possible that the death attribute mage would provide a bonus to it anyway. As he selected his job, the words golem transmuter disappeared from inside his head, and the words death attribute mage grew larger. And then he felt the sensation of something growing hot deep inside his chest. This is more amazing than I thought it would be. Vandalue, there was so much power filling up his whole body that Vandalue couldn't help but to let out his voice. In particular, his head had become wonderfully clear, as if his brain cells had undergone a software version upgrade. The levels of the death attribute magic skill, the no attribute magic skill, the chant revocation skill, the mana control skill and the spirit form skill have increased. You have acquired the alchemy skill and the automatic mana recovery skill. And thanks to the announcements in his head, he realized that many of his skills had leveled up and he had gained some new ones. In a single moment, the death attribute magic skill that hadn't increased past level 3 despite being used thoroughly as well. The skills that had stayed at level 1 for a long time had increased, and he had even learned the alchemy skill that he had been training for almost a year now. The skill bonuses that a job provides are amazing. Vandalyu experienced the reason why the ghouls had been in a daze after undergoing their job change. He opened his status to check his attributes and skills to see. Name: Vandalyu. Race: Damper, Dark Elf. Age: 3 years old. Title: Ghoul King. Job: Death attribute Mage. Level 0. Job history: none. Attributes: Vitality 50 mana, 124,906,320 strength, 45 agility, 22 stamina, 49 intelligence, 112 passive skills, superhuman strength. Level 1 rapid healing. Level 2 death attribute magic. Level 4 level up. Status effect resistance. Level 4 magic resistance. Level 1 dark vision mental corruption. Level 10 death attribute charm. Level 4 level up. Chant revocation. Level 2 level up. Strengthen followers. Level 5 level up. Automatic mana recovery. Level 1 new. Active skills. Bloodsucking. Level 3 surpass limits. Level 3 golem transmutation. Level 3 no attribute magic. Level 2 level up. Mana control. Level 2 level up. Spirit form. Level 2 level up. Carpentry. Level 2 level up. Engineering. Level 1 cooking. Level 1 new. Alchemy. Level 1 new. Curses experience gained in previous life not carried over. Cannot learn existing jobs. Unable to gain experience independently. Ooh, my attribute values increased by more than I thought they would, and my new skills are there. Vandalyu, he had heard that Mage type jobs didn't provide much of a bonus to vitality and strength, but they had increased by about 10%. Even if he took into account that some of it might be related to his race and that his body was still developing, it was still a considerable amount. Notably, his intelligence had reached 3 digits. No wonder his head felt clearer. And though this was bonus had little impact as Vandalyu's mana pool was over 100 million to begin with, it had increased by another 10 million. Job changes were amazing, providing 10 million mana just by acquiring the job. The bonuses to attribute values were probably calculated as a percentage of the original values. In the case of Vandalyu's mana, it had increased by around 10%. His skills had increased as well, and he could even feel it in the flight that he was using now. Up until now, he had always had the option of floating lightly like a jellyfish or forcibly using his mana to fly at a high speed, but now he felt as if he could fly more efficiently. The increase to the level of his mana control skill probably had something to do with this. He wanted to skip with joy, but he apparently looked insane when he tried to skip and he wanted to avoid being forced to rest some more. And so Vandalyu quietly lowered himself to the floor and left the room just as quietly. Now then, the next thing to do was level up. With that said, because of Vandalyu's cannot gain experience independently curse, his level wouldn't increase no matter how many monsters he defeated. Therefore, he would have to visit devil's nests and dungeons with his undead subordinates. He hadn't created any new undead companions since he started living with Zadiris and the other ghouls, so he wondered if he would be alright with the same members as before, but there was an unexpected rush of people wanting to accompany him. It's your first time visiting the devil's nests and dungeons around here, right? Then it'd be best if a veteran like me guides your way. The A-class adventurer, the Sword King Borkus, will teach you the structures of the dungeons and the most efficient way to earn experience points, so just follow me. Borkus, what are you saying, Master? If you do that, you'll end up killing the ones that the Holy Sun's supposed to kill as well. Holy Son, if it's monster. Hunting you're after, leave it to me, the scouts ran. Zran, no, what he truly needs is a healer. The Holy Son can heal his undead, but the only magic he has to heal himself is no. Attribute magic. Though I am still inexperienced, please leave this to me, Mwaza, as I am able to use life. Attribute magic. Mwaza, as if trying to make the best first impressions possible, the undead titans appealed to Vandalyu one by one, trying to convince him to let them accompany him. The number of applicants was, all of them. Now that I think about it, you've never come on a hunt together with me, Van. How about taking this opportunity? I can teach you unarmed combat techniques, 2. Badya, no, it should be me doing that, since I'm the one who's teaching Saria and Rita, right? Vigoro, hey, aren't you interested in how adventurers fight? If you're happy with me, I can teach you. Kachia, then me too. Ghoul, well then, me as well. Ghoul, and so the ghouls came to convince him as well. I wanna go too. Braga, me too. Zamido, I also want to go. Memediga, Fugafugo. Gorba, even Braga, Zamido, Memediga, Gorba and the other monster children raised their hands. Would the fetus inside the live, dead raise its hand as well? Vandalyu was so popular that he almost started fantasizing that this would happen. It was only June, but their enthusiasm was like the middle of summer star. Was this a Motiki star? Was it really a Motiki? You children can come later. After you become after you gain more skills. Vandalyu, if Vandalyu were to carelessly say, after you become adults, they would definitely reply, but you're still a child, King. So he quickly corrected himself. In fact, the black goblin Braga was already bigger than Vandalyu. Oka I. Children, the children were surprisingly obedient. Even though their bodies were larger than Vandalyu's, his attribute values were still higher, and they hadn't finished learning their skills. However, what other criteria would he need to use to choose who would accompany him? Both the undead titans and the ghouls were far more experienced in combat than Vandalyu. They could fight much better than he could, as he just used his mana to brute force his way through battles. This had been fine up until now, but he would need to learn an effective way to fight and coordinate with his allies in order to defeat that dragon golem. And any of the ghouls and titans could become his teachers. Of course, they had plenty of fighting strength. Vandalyu was planning to clear a D-class dungeon first, so bringing Borkus or Vigoro would be overkill. Vigoro would be of the same or higher rank as the dungeon's boss. As for Borkus, any monster in a D-class dungeon would be small fry for him, including the boss. Right, let's decide this with Reversi. Vigoro, bring the boards and pieces. Borkus, no, wait a moment. With this many people, it would take days to make a decision with Reversi. Vandalyu, while Vandalyu was contemplating, it seemed that everyone else wanted to settle things with a Reversi tournament. Now that things had come down to this, perhaps it would be best for him to use golem transmutation to make a lottery system. Boy. Zadiris, as this thought occurred to Vandalyu, Zadiris suddenly ran up to him. Was she hoping to accompany him as well? Bilda has gone into labor. Zadiris, so he thought, but it was an urgent report. How is she? Vandalyu, Bilda had become pregnant in September last year. Now it was late June. It was a little short of the normal duration of pregnancy, but it wasn't a fatally premature birth. Vandalyu had been periodically monitoring the condition of the unborn babies using spirit body transformation in place of ultrasound scans, so there shouldn't have been any problematic diseases like in medical dramas, so he was calm. He was calm, but Bilda was finally giving birth after Vandalyu had dealt with the ghoul's low fertility and used magic to prevent miscarriages. There was no way that he could be uninterested by this. There should be no problem. Well, this is her first childbirth, so this could take some time. Well then, let us go. Zadiris. I'm sorry. However, he hadn't expected that he would be dragged along to the event. Zadiris suddenly picked him up and took him with her. As to be expected of the ghoul chief possessing the superhuman strength skill, even though she looked like she was in her mid-teenage years. But we haven't come to a decision yet. Borkus, well, I guess it can't be helped with these circumstances. Vigoro, and so everyone watched Vandeleur leave. What was it that couldn't be helped? Bakken, if a man shows weakness at a time like this, you will be dominated *, so I humbly suggest that you take a firm attitude. Sam, why would Bilda dominate *me? Vandeleur and Bilda weren't married, nor was the child in her belly related to him. Bakken, do your best. Rita, no, the one giving birth is Bilda, not me. Vandeleur, both Sam and Rita seemed to be seeing Vandeleur off. Saria was waving her hand. What position are you calling me to take? Vandeleur, since there were no problems with Bilda's health, there shouldn't have been a need for Vandeleur to be there, since he didn't have any specialist knowledge in regards to maternity and gynecology, nor was he a midwife. If there is a sudden emergency, I want you to help. Also, Bilda said she wants you to hold her hand. Zadiris. The position of doctor and husband. I understand. Vandeleur, ghouls didn't have the concept of marriage, so Vandeleur would just think of it as Bilda relying on and trusting in him. And he was the ghoul king, after all. Vandeleur was content with that. Well, this was an adventure in itself as well. Childbirth was life-threatening even on Earth, where medical science was more advanced. This wouldn't earn him any experience points, however. Chapter 35, A New Life Has Been Born, so let's adjust our living environment. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 35. A new life has been born, so let's adjust our living environment. The room that Zadiris had prepared for Bilda's childbirth was one of the countless rooms in the ruins of Talashim. The room had been cleaned and a rug made of the soft fur from a needle wolf's belly had been laid out on the floor, and Bilda was lying on top of it. First, sterilization. Bilda, are you alright? Vandeleur, there were 3 other ghoul women in the room other than Bilda. They were likely women who had experienced childbirth before, acting as midwives. Van. Bilda, probably due to the pains of labor, Bilda's breathing was rough and there was sweat on her forehead as she realized that Vandeleur was there and reached a hand out towards him. Vandeleur took that small hand, that was still bigger than his own, and she gave his hand a squeeze. I'm going to do my best and give birth to a healthy baby, okay? Bilda, what was a man supposed to say in response to this? This was a difficult question to answer in Vandeleur's position. He was aware of his own expressionlessness and flat tone of voice, so he thought he might come off as cold if he just said, do your best, so he hesitated. Trying to sound as reassuring as possible, he said. It's alright, I'm here with you, so just relax. Vandeleur didn't have a doctor's license, nor had he ever witnessed childbirth before, so he didn't know what exactly was alright or on what grounds Bilda could relax, but encouraging her was the top priority right now. In fact, his expressionlessness was convenient in situations like this. His lack of confidence didn't show on his face. Okay. Bilda, it seemed that Vandeleur had succeeded in encouraging her. She definitely seemed to be in pain, but she still smiled. When Vandeleur thought about the fact that had made her smile, the pain of her claws digging into his right hand seemed to be a trivial matter. They pierced his skin. But he could see a faint shadow of death on her face. Control your breathing, short breaths in, long breaths out. Midwife, check your status if you can, has your vitality dropped? Midwife, I will make sure to deliver your baby. Rest assured. Zadiris, looking at everyone else, Vandeleur realized that Bilda wasn't showing any strangeness or visible signs of her condition worsening. She showed no signs of being ill, and there shouldn't have been anything abnormal with the baby, either. I'm going to examine you a little, okay. Vandalyu, but Vandalyu could definitely see the shadow of death, so he used spirit form transformation to transform his unoccupied left arm into spirit form and placed it inside Bilda's abdomen. And then he found that the umbilical cord had wrapped itself around the baby's neck. At this rate, the baby would be strangled. I'm glad Zadiris called me over here. Vandalyu, thinking this, he loosened the umbilical cord from around the baby's neck, though it would have been easier to do it with his right hand. How is everything, boy? Zadiris, it's fine, I've resolved it. Vandalyu, the bones of Vandalyu's right hand were creaking and Bilda's claws had dug into it so that her paralyzing venom was entering, but there was now no problem with the mother or the child. All right. The rest is up to your effort, Bilda. Zadiris, after that, just as Zadiris said, the childbirth continued with Bilda's efforts while Vandalyu offered her encouragement while having his right hand squeezed. It took 6 hours for the child to be born, and Vandalyu learned just how great the mothers of the world were. A gray-brown baby with a wrinkled face. She was the first new ghoul born into the ghoul community in a long time. Look, it's a girl. I can't give your whole name to her, Vandalyu, but is it alright if I borrow half of it? Bilda was holding her child, looking visibly exhausted but incredibly happy. Vandalyu was fine with it, but would the child's real father not mind? Bilda looked so happy that Vandalyu was hesitant to ask. I don't mind. Vandalyu, and so this was the reply he gave. Vandalyu would ask about this later to learn that newborn ghouls were generally named by their mothers, or their names would be decided after consulting with the chief of the tribe. Since Bilda was the mother, nobody would say anything about her decision to give her child half of Vandalyu's name. Will you hold her? Bilda, with pleasure. Vandalyu, now he took the peacefully sleeping baby with both arms. The bone fractures of his right hand still hadn't healed and it still didn't move very well after having paralyzing venom secreting claws piercing it for hours on end. So he took the baby with his left arm and placed her on top of his knees. She's light and very warm. Vandalyu, the baby's body felt very light to Vandalyu. But this baby would grow up and live for 300 years. As this thought occurred to him, he got a sense of how mysterious life was. The birth of a new life was an emotionally moving event. Vandalyu felt this for the first time in his 3 lifetimes. When he had lived on Earth, even when watching that kind of documentary that told him, this is how a new life is born, his only reaction to that was, after all, he was just watching a complete stranger on a screen or the birth of an animal, so he hadn't felt emotionally moved at all. But he had experienced death twice. Including the time after he became an undead, 3 times. And now that he was trying to bring Darshia back to life, he could really feel the emotion of this event. He decided to do everything he could to protect this child. He wasn't the child's father, but he was the Ghoul King, after all. And so I'm postponing my trip to the dungeons. Vandalyu, Borkus and Vigoro made lonely-looking faces when Vandalyu told them this, but they understood that it couldn't be helped. The remaining 9 women would give birth one by one in the near future. If an unexpected situation arose while Vandalyu was in a devil's nest or dungeon, he wouldn't be able to deal with it. It's been so long since I've heard a baby crying. Vigoro, you can take your time to calm down first, but make sure you show the baby to us as well. Borkus, for a new life to be born in these ruins that were merely waiting to turn into dust, this is a truly happy event. Mwaza, how great, now we can have some drinks. Titan, if there's any alcohol to be had. Titan, there is, though it's not very tasty. Titan, for Vigoro and the other ghouls who had been troubled by their problem of low fertility, it was clearly a happy event, but even Borkus and the other undead titans were truly genuinely happy to see the birth of this baby. Incidentally, one might have questioned whether it would be hygienic to allow the baby near the undead, but it wasn't a problem. Vandalyu had already cast the sterilization, bug killer, deodorization and preservation spells on all of the undead titans. Once a drain system was established, Talashim would become a fortress city as hygienic as any city of the Amid Empire. There were relatively few people living in the city considering its size, so it would never lose the feeling of being a ghost town, however. Also, I want to strengthen Talashim's defenses and use alchemy to make the magic item that will increase the ghoul's fertility. I'll leave the adventures and training for in between those. Vandalu, those dedicated to the path of being a warrior or a mage might have scolded him for his lack of dedication, but nobody here scolded Vandalu. Alright. We'll just decide on the order we'll do things here. Vigoro, this is perfect. Nobody's gone into the dungeons for 200 years, so who knows what they'll be like inside. The number of monsters will probably have increased, so I'll thin them out for you. Borkus, it could be that they have been abandoned for so long that new, unknown levels have appeared in them. What will we do about the unarmed asterisk fighting lessons? For now, I suppose we'll go over the basics. Badya, Ju. My lord, in that case, I shall increase my level and work hard to catch up to my companions. Bone Man, we'll be taking this time to learn our skills as well. Child, in this moment, Vandalu realized once again just how much kindness he was surrounded by in this third lifetime of his. The first thing to do was to create the magic items to fix the ghoul's fertility problem. Strengthening Talashim's defenses would have to be done after the forest devil's nest was completely removed from the city, otherwise they would be up to their necks in raptors and needle wolves. Holy Sun, please give us a few more days. So he was told. It seemed that the problem was indeed the number of monsters, not their strength. Though the needle wolves weren't problematic, the raptors were intelligent enough to run away if they knew they couldn't win a fight, so exterminating them was likely very difficult. I am thinking of making two kinds of magic items. Vandalu, one to make the sperm and egg cells survive longer, and the other to prevent fetuses from dying before they reach a certain size, if I recall. Creating magic items with both functions would be difficult, after all. Zadiris, in the building next to the temporary maternity room, Vandalu was discussing the creation of the magic items with Zadiris, Teria, Badya, and several other ghoul women. Regarding that, I'm thinking of making the magic item that makes the sperm and egg cells survive longer, something that is easy to put on and take off. Vandalu, indeed, if it were something that stayed on permanently, we would produce children endlessly. Teria, Yuri right, it'll be hard for everyone's habits to suddenly change. Badya, up until now, ghouls had experienced difficulties in getting pregnant, and even if they did, most of their children were not born successfully. Because of this, they had no marriage system and it was natural for their society to do their utmost to try and create children. Even after Bilda and the others became pregnant, they hadn't shown any signs of holding back. Even if Vandalu were to create the magic items, they wouldn't suddenly say, alright, let's do proper family planning from now on. There were no convenient contraceptive devices or pills like on Earth, so that would make this only more difficult. Well, there wouldn't be problems in having a large number of children for a while. In fact, it would be a good thing. Talashim still had plenty of space and there was a near-endless supply of food. However, reproducing to the point of filling up all of the land would be a problem. Unlike Braga and the other monster children, ghouls did not age to maturity in the span of a single year. There will definitely be problems. Having one child is already a handful, but having 2 or 3 children at once, Teria, and there are many who are raising a child for the first time, including Bilda. Zadiris, there were no nurseries like on Earth, nor were there books, television programs, or the internet to refer to in order to learn how to raise a child. As Teria and Zadiris had experienced raising children before, they were concerned that there would be mothers who would suffer from maternity-related anxiety. Well, that didn't necessarily mean that having only one child would prevent maternity-related anxiety, however. So then I think it would be best to explain about contraception while I make the magic items. Vandalu, Yuri right. Unlike humans, our lifespans are long. It's good for us to have many children, but we should be fine having a child once every 5 or 10 years. Badya, for humans, especially for those living in farming communities, there would be circumstances where they wouldn't have the luxury of spacing out their children because it was a lot of work to raise them, and they probably didn't understand the concept of family planning anyway. Because medical technology was not well developed, there would be a strong notion that they should have as many children as possible while they were still young and healthy. But as Badya said, ghouls had long lifespans, so it would be easy to convince the ghouls to adopt this policy. Humans would have opposed this strongly, however. But can the men hold themselves back? I think once every 5 or 10 years is impossible. Badya, that is why it will be an accessory that can be put on and taken off. It can be put on only when wishing to have children. Teria, it would be a reverse contraception device. So what kind of accessory will you make it? Badya, right now, I'm thinking of making it a pendant or a band that goes around the thigh. Vandalyu, the shape and part of the body that the magic item would be worn on was very important. These factors would affect the difficulty of creating the item with alchemy, the materials required and the strength of its effect when completed. For example, if there were a magic item that allowed one to walk on air as if it were the ground, would it not be likely that most people would expect such a magic item to be a pair of shoes? At the very least, nobody would think it would be a pair of glasses. In contrast, if there were a magic item that allowed one to see through objects while it was worn, most people would expect it to be a pair of glasses, not shoes. In this way, certain shapes and where the magic item would be worn would make it easier to create the item and produce a stronger effect, depending on what kind of effect was desired. Something that granted physical strength would be a ring or armlet. Something that granted some kind of vision would be glasses or, alternatively, a circlet. Something that let one run at high speeds would be shoes or an anklet. Of course, magic items such as socks that allowed one to see in the dark apparently existed, but creating such items would require a high level in the alchemy skill and expensive materials. At present, there were more alchemical materials available than food. The reason for this was that anything that they obtained from hunting monsters, they had to use themselves. There was no adventurers' guild to take magic stones to, so Braga and the other monster children had been playing with them like marbles. However, Vandalyu, the only one who could create a death attribute magic item, had a skill level of 1 in alchemy. Creating a band that went around the thigh close to the abdomen or a pendant that would hang similarly close was the limit of his ability. He also had the option of making it a belt, but the ghouls didn't have a culture of wearing belts, so it might have made the use of the magic item unpopular. Vandalyu would find it difficult to create an item that would be worn even closer to the relevant body parts than that. So, are there any colors or designs that you like? Vandalyu had included Badya and the other women in this discussion to ask them this. Since they would be the ones wearing it, it would be best to ask them for their preferences in color or shape. Because of its intended function, it would be constantly worn during intercourse, after all. Let's see. Everyone likes white, black, silver and gold. Badya, I don't think anyone likes seeing red unless it's in battle. Woman, I think everyone likes things that look like wings. Also, hearts, maybe. Woman, Badya and the others offered their opinions on what ghoul women liked. Vandalyu had no confidence in his sense of fashion, so this was greatly helpful. Incidentally, in Lambda, the heart was apparently a symbol of the goddess Veda. As to be expected of the goddess of the light. Attribute. However, a black heart would be a bad omen, so perhaps silver would be better. For now, we shall try making some. Teria, I'm counting on you. Vandalyu, the ones actually making the objects would be Teria and the other ghoul craftswomen. Creating a magic item required the alchemy skill, but that was simply imbuing an object with magic. The object itself was generally made by another craftsman. There were some alchemists that did everything on their own, from gathering materials to creating the items themselves, but those were exceptionally unusual. So what will you do for the magic item that keeps the fetus alive? It would be problematic for this one to be something that can be easily taken off. Zadiris had been whispering, gold and silver. Youngsters these days sure like their shiny things, but now she asked this question, and Vandeleur replied, this is a little problematic. As Zadiri said, it would be better for this magic item to be difficult to remove. If it accidentally came off and was lost, or the mother forgot to put it on and the baby died, it would be seriously problematic. But that didn't mean that it could be something put inside the body. The two of them nodded as they thought about this. How about a tattoo? Zadiris, a piercing, after all. Vandeleur, a. They both looked at each other after coming up with totally different answers. Boy, a piercing would be too far from the abdomen. A tattoo will not disappear, and it can be applied anywhere. Zadiris, the piercing wouldn't be on the ears, nose or lips, but on the belly button. As for tattoos, who would apply the tattoos to begin with? Vandeleur, it seemed that ghouls hadn't come up with the idea of piercing their belly buttons. And Vandeleur hadn't thought of the idea of making a magic item out of a tattoo engraved onto the body. And then after discussion, they settled on using belly button piercings. If we use tattoos, won't they become strangely distorted when the stomach expands? The baby would have grown big enough by the time that happens, but reapplying the tattoo every time you want to become pregnant wouldn't be an option. In that case, I think piercings are better. Badia, and so Bastia's opinion was accepted. Incidentally, the idea that piercings were applied on the neck and above was something that not only ghouls, but the entirety of Lambda possessed. Belly button piercings would spread and become greatly popular, starting in Talashim, but that would be a story set in the distant future. From then on, Vandeleur lived a lifestyle that was more lenient than usual, but still harsh on a 3-year-old boy. He would typically rest 1 day a week, and if one of the pregnant women went into labor on that day, he would still have to attend. He would take 3 hours rest the next day to compensate. With this as the basic rhythm of his lifestyle, he spent his time continuing to repair and maintain the city of Talashim as well as training in unarmed combat while waiting for Teria and the other craftswomen to create prototypes for the magic items. The repairing and maintenance were simple. Get up, join together, get out. Vandeleur, he just needed to use golem transmutation. The pieces of rubble on the ground would grow arms and legs to move, join together, change their shape and return to their original form. Constructing a building from scratch would still be difficult, but fixing one that had crumbled a little was simple. Thanks to the carpentry skill, Vandeleur had a general idea of what he needed to do. In Lambda, apparently the same skill was used to build both pit dwellings for ghouls and stone houses for titans. Not only did Vandeleur repair the buildings, he also used the engineering skill to repair and maintain the roads and sewer system. Talashim had no waterworks system, but it did have a sewer system. They used a water-purifying magic item to purify used water while gathering the waste in one spot to ferment and use as manure. Of course, since 200 years had passed, this system was unusable without some work being done on them. Vandeleur turned the ground surface into golems to expose the sewer pipes, turned those pipes into golems as well to repair the cracks and remove any blockages, and applied the anti-degradation spell that he had learned after his skills leveled up before putting the ground back. He supplied mana to the water-purifying magic items. He had Bone Man and the other undead exterminate the unknown sludge-like monsters that had grown in the vats that were used for fermenting waste. With all of these completed, the sewer system finally became usable again. They would have to draw water to use from wells and waterways, but it was very convenient to simply be able to discard any used water. After being alive in Lambda for 3 years, Vandeleur realized just how great the sewer systems of Earth were. He was especially appreciative of this because he had been Japanese. After making everything usable again, he intended to have them maintained automatically by golems. Vandeleur was thoroughly taught the basics of unarmed combat by Badia. Your physical strength is almost no different to an adult ghoul's, Van. Let's practice as if it were a real battle. Badya, he learned numerous patterns as well as how to defend and dodge, with his body. Badya swept his legs, kicked him, threw him around, stomped on him. He was surprisingly overwhelmed one-sidedly. Even though he wasn't using any magic, it made him doubt whether he really had the strength of an adult ghoul. You have an aptitude for this and you're sensitive to bloodthirst, but your attacks are forced and monotonous, Van. You'll become stronger if you move more quickly and use some feints. Also, you have to always predict your opponent's next movement. Badya knew that Vandalya panicked when scolded harshly and that he disliked being taught in a spiritual way. So while she hadn't gone easy on him in the training, she made sure to speak in a gentle tone while teaching him. And so Vandalya was able to take these lessons with composure. He had been completely reliant on magic for defense up until now, and his attacks had been monotonous in that he simply used his overwhelming amount of mana to push his way to victory. Some of this couldn't be helped because of how young his body was, and he himself thought that there was no other way. He had never even gotten into a fight as a Japanese person, and after that he had become a laboratory animal in origin who could do nothing but rampage around like a beast. He had been under the impression that unarmed fighting and martial arts were too distant for him to reach. But thanks to his father in this world, he apparently had surprisingly strong muscles. What's really amazing is how you don't close your eyes. I took 3 months to learn not to close my eyes even when my face was attacked, but you haven't been closing your eyes right from the beginning, Van. You have incredible talent. Badya, thank you. Vandalya, his forehead and cheeks had been hit, though lightly, so his face was pinker than usual, but Vandalya's eyes stayed open. Knowing that he could close his eyes and use spirit form transformation to see using his spirit form eyes seemed to influence his instincts and reflexes. The pregnant women would go into labor every few days, and Vandalya attended every single baby's delivery. Things like the umbilical cord wrapping around the baby's neck didn't happen every time, they proceeded normally. That is, with the usual struggles, drama and emotions that humans experienced. And the babies were born safely. Things seemed to proceed well for the ghouls after birth as well, including Bilda. This was likely to do with the fact that ghouls had more robust bodies than humans and the fact that this place was half Devil's Nest. The veterans who had experienced childbirth before like Zadiris and Teria were teaching them various things regarding life after giving birth, so it seemed that things would go well. It was the middle of July when things became truly busy with the magic item creation process. Imbuing magic in the items that Teria had created turned out to be quite difficult. Repairing an entire castle wall would have been far easier than this. At this rate, making 3 magic items in a day is my limit. Vandalya, your skill is still level 1, is it not, boy? This is a sufficient pace. Zadiris, if you make them too fast, the pace at which I make the items will not be able to keep up. Making accessories is outside my area of expertise, after all. Teria, there were roughly 600 ghouls needing these magic items. At this rate, it would take over 300 days to make magic items for everyone. However, not all of the ghouls wanted children right now, so there seemed to be no need to hurry. And by your calculations, you would be making magic items for Teria and I as well. Or could it be that this is your roundabout way of making a confession? Zadiris, oh my, I mustn't, even though I look young, I am over 260 years old. However, if Van Sama wished for it, Teria, you shouldn't tease a 3-year-old boy. If you say such things too often, I'll really take you up on your words in a decade or 2. Vandalya, the creation of the magic items continued with enjoyable conversations like these, using the powdered organs and magic stones of defeated monsters. The magic stone that Vandalya just crushed, was it a noble orc's? And Vandalya tried various things in his spare time. And the fish and fermentation. Since there were no soybeans, he tried making fish sauce from fish. He hadn't gone out of his way to invent fish sauce in origin, but he succeeded making it after 3 tries now. The fish sauce was smelly and a little harsh, but herbs could be added to make it lighter. Next, he tried using walnuts and acorns to make walnut miso and acorn miso, and found it a little difficult. He succeeded in fermenting it using magic, but he wasn't entirely satisfied with the resulting flavor. The researchers who squeezed the manna out of Vandalyu had tried using him to make miso before, so this was one of his strong points, but it was his first time making it from walnuts and acorns. It's not as tasty as it was said to be on Earth, I guess. But it contains the walnut's flavor and acorn's fragrance, so I suppose this is alright as it is. Vandalyu didn't know that the walnut miso on Earth didn't use salt and walnuts as a substitute for miso, but simply added walnuts to already made miso. However, he had made something with a flavor that he was content with, so he cast maturation on it to deepen its flavor and shared it with everyone. Also, wasabi and ginger were discovered in the partial Devil's Nest Talashim, so they were quickly cultivated. Well, for ginger, it was just a matter of turning the areas where it grew into fields and occasionally applying fertilizer. This alone allowed them to harvest ginger every week. Devil's Nests were truly wonderful places. The cultivation of wasabi took some intervention. Wasabi released a toxic component that prevented other plants from growing in its vicinity, but the components affected the growth of the wasabi itself and prevented it from growing larger. Vandalyu came up with a scheme where he imbued stakes with the detoxification spell that neutralized the wasabi's toxic components in the area where the stakes were planted. It was quite a failure, but also something of a success. The ghouls and titans would have to go around the devil's nests and find new wasabi to use. Also, Vandalyu tried creating Jenga. All he needed to do was turn some lumber into wood golems and split them into pieces of the same size. It was even simpler than making boards and pieces for reversi. This fish sauce, could this be the legendary soy sauce? The sauce spoken of in legends, the one that the champion Zakert tried and failed to create, Mwaza, whatever it is, it's tasty. Borkus, soy sauce was more difficult to create than miso, even the champion Zakert had difficulties in recreating it. He had apparently succeeded in recreating miso, but Bellwood had set the miso warehouses on fire before miso could become widespread. That would explain why almost nobody knew that miso existed. Bellwood didn't allow it. Ginger and wasabi had apparently been used in food from the beginning. But everyone was happy that it was cultivated and could be harvested reliably. And Jenga became a trending thing in Talashim just as reversi had. No carpenters among the titans had become undead, so the ghouls and undead titans approached Vandalyu with monster meat and offered him a trade for Jenga pieces. Could it be that I could live a peaceful life just by making flavorings and toys? Vandalyu, the trading was primitive, but it seemed that life would become fulfilling for him. The first stage of magic item creation was completed, and around the time Talashim had returned to its appearance of being a white fortress city, it was the end of summer in September, when the footsteps of autumn could be heard. Now then, I'll be going into the dungeon starting today. Vandalyu, and so Vandalyu was finally beginning his adventures to earn experience points. The levels of the alchemy, carpentry, engineering and cooking skills have increased. A long dining table had been prepared in a dark, unknown location. A red fluid was poured into wine glasses and shared among those gathered here. They were dressed in elegant clothes that would sell for enough money for a normal family to live in luxury for a year and over. Decorated with jewelry. One might think that this would be some banquet for noblemen, but the ones gathered here were not noblemen in the normal sense of the word. An air of elegance and nobility appeared to be drifting from them. The men and women here were beautiful, perhaps ephemeral in appearance. It was possible that everyone here possessed both profound beauty and intelligence. But in reality, they were cold-hearted, merciless, cruel demons who thirsted for blood. Now then, let us begin the meeting. The first topic of discussion is, the aforementioned damper. Vampire, with his crimson eyes sparkling with joy, the pure-breed vampire who led the discussion moistened his throat with the fresh blood that had been poured into his glass. Chapter 36, Spartan Training Supported with Praise. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 36. Spartan Training Supported with Praise. The most peaceful, prosperous age that the world of Lambda ever experienced, the age of the gods. The ones who ended it were the demon king Guduranes and the countless evil gods that followed him. The one who cursed the water, earth and even the air, turning them into poison that ruined living creatures, the evil god of cursed poison. The master of massacre who knew of nothing but hunting and competing, the one who taught the people the pleasure of drawing blood, the evil god of mad slaughter. The one who toyed with all forms of life, the one who created numerous evil synthetic beasts, the evil god of distortion. The one who corrupted the people with immoralities that had never existed in Lambda before, the evil god of ruinous greed. Their leader was destroyed by the gods and the champions, but there are still many evil gods lurking in this world. One of those, the evil god of distortion, had a subordinate god, Hiryashukika, the evil god of joyful life. There was a vampire community obeying this evil god and receiving his divine protection. Hiryashukika was an evil god who taught his followers that toying with life was the ultimate pleasure, a way of proving oneself to be a superior being. If someone begs for their life, toy with them, give them hope and force them to obey before finally pushing them off the cliff of despair and taking their life. If there are insects who desire power, give them a power they do not want that leads them to ruin and make them scream in regret that they do not need power. If someone is proud of their strength, rob them of that strength. Tear off their limbs, crush their eyes and rip out their tongues. Make them into nothing more than insects that are only capable of crawling on the ground. Only by doing that can you become superior beings. Only by creating a pile of the weak beneath your feet and trampling over it can you reach a higher place. The vampires had lost Veda, their goddess of life and love. For Hiryashukika, who advocated such teachings, converting them into his followers may have been one of those pleasures for him as well. 100,000 years later, those who followed the evil god of joyful life were a prominent force even among the other vampires who had begun to follow the evil gods. There were over 100 noble-born vampires, ruled by 3 pure breeds who possessed tremendous power. Below them were countless subordinate vampires and human followers who desired eternal life. If one included the undead, monsters and even the groups of mercenaries and bandits who were not even aware that they were serving as the vampires' pawns, it would be foolish to try to count their numbers. Their military strength was equivalent to that of a large country, and their influence was so great that they would be able to manipulate such large countries. Now then, the first topic of discussion is the aforementioned damper. Berkine, the one speaking was Berkine, one of the 3 pure breed vampires ruling the community. His outward appearance was that of a man of around 20 years of age with delicate features consisting of thin lines. He seemed like someone who might gather sons and daughters of noble families to host tea parties and balls. Damper. Ah, the one who was born between one of your subordinates and one of the guards. Female vampire, the one who replied was a woman who looked to be over 20 years old. Her attractive figure and beautiful face would be enough to conquer any man if she smiled, but they were clouded by a somewhat dull-looking gaze. The dress that revealed much of her chest and left her back exposed was extravagant, but in bad taste. Rather than looking like a noble lady, she looked like a high-class prostitute that noble families might pay for. Both the mother and child are working hard in my castle with their backs stuck together, moving around with 8 limbs. Female vampire, Turnitia, isn't that from 100 years ago? Berkine, then are you talking about the one that came from the stomach of that beast? Person. Didn't you kill that one? Along with its whole clan. Female vampire, that one was from 500 years ago. Berkine, Turnitia, the one engaging in this 2-person comedy act with Berkine, was another one of the pure breed vampires. She was the 3rd most powerful in this community, and recognized as the most powerful female vampire. The damper I am referring to is the one born at Gubbleman's place between one of the subordinates in a very low position and a dark elf. Berkine, the one at Government.Jazan's place. Now that you mention it, something like that did happen there, didn't it? So, where is Government.Jazan? I don't see him around. Tunisia, Berkine and Tunisia spoke a third name, Government. He was the last of the pure breed vampires ruling the community. But even though Tunisia looked for him, she couldn't see him at all. Lord Government is absent today because he is busy with other matters. Vampire, the pale-faced noble-born vampire who had spoken was likely one of Government's followers. He was trembling violently, unable to endure Tunisia's glare. What did you say? He's absent today as well. I'm only absent for 9 out of 10 meetings, but that Jazan has already missed 20. Hurry up and bring that sheedy old man out here. Tunisia, please forgive me. Lord Government is dealing with some matters at hand, and he asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. Tunisia.Sama and Berkine.Sama. Government's follower, stop making excuses. Do you want to turn into materials for one of my creations? Tunisia looked as if she would pierce the trembling noble-born vampire with her fangs at any moment. Berkine and the other noble-born vampires chuckled at this scene. Even their own brethren didn't deserve their compassion. Let us leave it at that. We have already received a report on the details, you see. Berkine, unlike subordinate vampires, creating noble-born vampires took a considerable amount of effort, and though it was very pleasant to see disputes between Government's faction and Tunisia's faction, it could cause the community to disintegrate. Berkine enjoyed the spectacle for a little while before putting a stop to it. Is that so? Tunisia, yes. As you know, Valen was executed by one of Government's subordinates. The body was disposed of in a way that it will never come back to life. And I have heard that the religious fanatics in Amid were used to burn the Dark Elf Mother at the stake. Berkine, wow, considering that sheedy old man has nothing in his head except filling up his collection, his subordinates perform pretty well, don't they? So what happened to the damper? Tunisia, apparently he managed to slip away. Berkine, Tunisia, as Tunisia's face twisted in surprise, Berkine raised a corner of his mouth and continued his explanation with a pleased look on his face. He was never found, but as he was still a baby of breast-feeding age, it was thought that he would be unable to survive on his own and was left alone. I do not know how he did this, but as a child not even 3 years of age, he apparently gathered several hundred ghouls under his control. And when the humans dispatched a large extermination force after him, he apparently led the ghouls across the boundary mountain range before the extermination force could reach him. What he did and how he did it is a complete mystery. Berkine, as Berkine spoke, not only Tunisia, but all of the other vampires showed all sorts of reactions. There were some who were half laughing, thinking that this was some kind of joke. Others were silently dumbfounded. Others still were confused, wondering if they had misheard something. You've got to be kidding me. Tunisia, the only one to respond with anger was Tunisia. So you're saying that someone let him go thinking that he would die, then helplessly watched as this damper gathered hundreds of followers and crossed the boundary mountain range. What the hell was he thinking? No, does he even have brains to think with in the first place? Kill that guy, right now. Tunisia bared her fangs in anger. She wasn't scared of the damper. She simply understood that the vampires had ruled the world in the shadows for 100,000 years because of the evil god's divine protection and because they had prepared their battles in a way that they would win before fighting them. She wouldn't feel this sense of danger facing a mere damper or human. However, there were pure breed vampires residing beyond the boundary mountain range. Beings that stood equal to themselves. They had shown almost no movement at all during the last 100,000 years, but if they were to begin moving, it was certain that the vampire community here would have its existence endangered. She is right, Berkine.Sama, please execute the one responsible immediately and leave the damper to us. Vampire, no, please leave this to me, Carmine. Another vampire, I will do my best to live up to your expectations, Berkine. Sama and Trinicia. Sama. Yet another vampire, and then the vampires, seeing this as an opportunity to add some achievements to their own records, raised their hands one by one even though nobody had asked them to. It was impossible for a noble-born vampire to become a pure-breed vampire through achievements, but if Hiryashukika acknowledged them, they would receive his divine protection. If they received this divine protection, they would rise 1 or 2 steps above the other noble-born vampires in power and privilege. No, I am thinking of still making the person who failed to work to deal with the matter. Berkine, what? Are you saying that you're taking pity on someone who has failed twice already? It's certain that he'll just fail a 3rd time. Trinicia, well, I think so as well, but I was impressed by his enthusiasm. Ah yes, let me introduce him to everyone. Berkine, with these words, Berkine gently raised his thin, white hand. With a whooshing sound, a man with his whole body covered in blood fell down from somewhere. Allow me to introduce you, this is government subordinate, Serkrent Ozba. Kun. Berkine, with a smile, Berkine raised his hand to introduce this man. The noble-born vampire who held connections to Earl Thomas Palpapek, currently letting out a small groan. His appearance could be summed up in one word. Ghastly. All of the fingers on both of his hands had been pierced through by silver skewers, his legs were covered in burn marks as if he had been roasted in a fire, and the flesh on his back was covered in countless protuberances. One of those protuberances appeared to burst. A mouse with no skin or fur crawled out from within and began to eat into Serkrent's nearby flesh. And then once it had eaten a quantity of flesh equivalent to the size of its own body, it pushed its head into the hole it had created and returned beneath Serkrent's skin. This was one of Hiryashukika's curses. Forgive me. This. I will, definitely, Serkrent. As Serkrent mustered his strength and looked up, the vampires looking at him gasped. He had no face. His eyes had been gouged out, his nose sliced off, his cheeks dug out and his lips torn to pieces. His head was like a skull that was covered in blood. The cruelest thing about all this was that none of the things that had been inflicted upon him, including the curse, were fatal. Noble-born vampires possessed incredible vitality and regenerative capabilities, they wouldn't die even after having this done to them. Even the noble-born vampires who had transcended the limits of mortality were nothing but playthings for Berkine. As they were reminded of this fact, the other vampires fell silent. The mice that were made of flesh continued consuming Serkrent's tissues as they regenerated. Trinicia rose from her seat, approached him and kicked him in the face with all her strength. Good. Serkrent, Berkine, what are you planning on having this half-dead bastard do? He wouldn't even be able to kill a single caterpillar. Trinicia, Serkrent was in agony after his jaw was crushed by Trinicia's kick. Indeed, he looked more like a pitiful criminal on death row awaiting execution than an assassin. With all due respect, I would say that Trinicia. Sama is right. I believe it would be impossible for this person to cross the boundary mountain range, find the target, get through hundreds of ghouls and dispose of the damper. Female vampire. This remark was made by a female vampire who shared Trinicia's opinion. The other vampires seemed to be in agreement as well. Though differences existed between individuals, vampires were a powerful race. If one were to only look at the pure breeds, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest among all the races that Vita had created. They could slaughter dragons with ease, one pure breed vampire could destroy an entire nation on his own. The only ones capable of opposing them would be a party of adventurers of A. class or higher, equipped with legendary class magic items. However, Serkrent was a noble-born vampire, a being considerably inferior to a pure breed. Even so, he would be a great threat to knights or adventurers, but there were plenty of monsters on his level of strength in the Boundary Mountain range. Anyone trying to cross the boundary mountain range high in the sky would encounter the monsters inhabiting the devil's nests in the skies. The devil's skies. They would be considered as challengers to the fight for domination over the air and be torn to pieces. But crawling across the steep mountain surface like a human would take time, and there were still no guarantees that one would make it through that journey safely. Monsters were overflowing from the unknown devil's nests and unexplored dungeons. They would attempt to devour any outsiders. In order to avoid that, hundreds of warriors strong enough to ignore monsters and capable of fighting while climbing the steep cliffs would need to be gathered, and they would have to travel in a large group while intimidating the surrounding monsters to deter them from attacking. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible. Unless a god and his followers were to act directly, or some incredible trick was used, this could not be done. Not only would Serkrent have to cross the mountain range, but he would have to follow the damper's tracks, slip through the sight of the hundreds of ghouls that had survived the journey and kill the damper. If Serkrent could at least complete that mission, the vampires here couldn't care less whether he lived or died, but it would be problematic if he were to die before completing it. There is no problem. Serkrent.Kun said that he would even go as far as to risk his life to complete his mission. Isn't that right, Serkrent.Kun? Berkine, Yash. Leaf ERT. Leaf ERT Termedot. Serkrent immediately responded to Berkine's question with his shredded tongue and crushed jaw. The other vampires were secretly amazed that he was still capable of hearing despite having no ears. I don't give a shit about his willpower or motivation. What I'm trying to say is that I can't trust his ability. Trinicia, what you are saying is completely reasonable, Trinicia. That is why I am thinking of dispatching one of my lovers for this. Berkine, one of your prostitutes. Trinicia, the vampires began to murmur. Their faces expressed uncontrollable fear and disgust. Vampires were generally very proud, they would never make an effort to raise someone of the same rank above themselves. The reason subordinate and noble-born vampires formed a hierarchy was because the ones at the bottom of the hierarchy would be treated as slaves. At least, this was true for the vampires who had come to follow the evil gods. And Berkine greatly enjoyed watching this hierarchical process. It was a hobby to him, even things like torture were nothing but casual pastimes compared to this. The noble-born and subordinate vampires that he had turned into his subordinates, he would make them compete and fight amongst each other. He would make them crush each other and draw each other's blood, granting his favor to the victorious and bestowing severe punishments onto the defeated. He was saying that he would have one of his lovers, one of his own bodyguards work with Serkrent. Eleonora, you will do this for me, won't you? Berkine, a beautiful woman with red hair that came down to her waist, appeared from within Berkine's shadow. If she were to appear at a ball, noblemen experienced in giving compliments would exhaust their vocabulary to praise her beauty from the depths of their hearts. She was wearing a smile that would instantly make any man fall in love with her. Yes, please leave it to me. Eleonora, Fufu, make sure you get along with Serkrent.Kun and the others. Also, the ruins of Talashim are nearby, so it would be very helpful for you to collect the bones of the Sword King Borkus if they are still around. That would allow me to have Gubaman owe me a second favor. Berkine, certainly, my beloved lord. Eleonora. While she was the youngest among Berkine's subordinates, having only become a noble born vampire several years ago, she was a talented woman who had established herself as one of the best. It was expected that in a few hundred years' time, she would become one of the most powerful followers of the evil god of joyful life other than the pure-breed vampires themselves. Even Trinicia had killed several of her own subordinates out of irritation at the fact that they would never reach her level. Be careful to not let your guard down and go through a painful experience. Trinicia, it would be even better if Eleonora and the damper simply killed each other. As Trinicia spoke these words that concealed her true feelings, the discussion regarding this topic came to an end. What came afterwards was a regular meeting with the same contents as usual. How the guilds hiding in the shadows were doing, the recent movements of Amid's church, how the conflict to become the heir of the Hartner family of earls was intensifying, the exchange of information that would help the vampires pass the time during the long nights, reports on the status of various projects. Finally, candidates to become subordinate vampires were introduced. Once they were acknowledged, they underwent the process to transform into vampires, and then the meeting was adjourned. There were 4 dungeons in the Devil's Nest surrounding Talashim. They were Garan's Valley, Doran's Aquatic Cavern, Borkas's Sub, Dragon Savannah and Barajan's Fall Life Mountain. All of them were dungeons that imitated natural environments, but the materials obtained from these dungeons had supported Talashim's prosperity. Vandalyu had decided to clear the one with the lowest difficulty among them, the D-class dungeon, Garan's Valley. It would likely be about as difficult as the dungeon that he had entered in the Merg Shield Nation, or so Vandalyu thought, but this had been a training ground for Talashim's inexperienced adventurers and one of the sources of Talashim's prosperity. Garan's Valley was a place where rock salt and stone could be obtained. The rock salt in particular had been particularly important. Since Talashim was located in an inland area surrounded by a mountain range, it wouldn't have developed into anything more than a small village without this salt. Vandalyu was currently on the first floor of Garan's Valley. The members with him were the usual cast with the exception of Badya having replaced Sam. Jai. Ga. He was fighting on point 1 against a goblin soldier armed with a short spear. Though the goblin's movements were poor in Bastia's eyes, it did have some degree of technique as it thrust its spear towards Vandalyu repeatedly. Vandalyu used martial arts with some degree of technique to repel the thrusts and try to counterattack with his claws. Gyagya. His attack was dodged and the spear was thrust towards him again. This crude exchange continued. Though it was suspenseful to watch if one remembered that it was a battle between a 3-year-old child and a monster, if one thought of it as a warrior fighting another, it would be yawn-inducing. There were dozens of goblin soldier corpses all around them. The one who had done this was, not Vandalyu, but Bone Man, Badya, and the others. They had slaughtered an entire group of goblin soldiers except one to allow Vandalyu to take it on. How is Bakan's talent for unarmed combat? Saria, as Saria asked Badya this question while wiping the blood from her halberd, Badya replied, I don't know how to put it. I've said this to Van before, that he has an aptitude for this. So much that it makes me excited. But I feel like it would be wrong to call it talent. Badya, so does that mean that he does have talent? Saria, he has better memory than me, so he will probably surpass me soon, won't he? Nay. San. Rita, Saria thought hard about Bastia's words. As Rita said, it seemed to her that Vandalyu had good memory. They were now undead living high-leg armor and a living bikini armor. But while they were alive, they had been maids, and thought they had used a broom for cleaning. They had never wielded halberds or naginatas or shot monsters to death with bows and arrows. Thus, they were reliant on the increased attribute values that they had obtained from becoming monsters to wield their weapons. They had received the instruction of Vigoro, who had told them that their movements were those of beginners, and they had made use of the fact that undead had no need for rest or sleep to train all night, every night. Through this, they had finally learned their skills. To them, Vandalyu seemed to be quick to learn things in comparison. He slept at night and every week on his day off, he only did 1 hour of practice. Vandalyu was receiving the goblin soldiers' counterattacks and suffered injuries, but it couldn't be helped. Unlike Saria and Rita who were suits of armor, Vandalyu had a flesh body. Van has no hesitation, no fear, and he doesn't seem to be impatient at the moment. Badya, Ju. Is that not a good thing? Bone Man was examining a goblin's corpse with the tip of his sword to see if a magic stone might come out. In response to his question, Badya replied, Yuri right. It's a good thing. Vigoro got angry at me plenty of times back in the day. He would tell me not to close my eyes, not to be scared, not to get impatient. Badya calmly recalled the times when she was still an amateur. She was now a rank 4 ghoul warrior, but, of course, that didn't mean that she had been strong right from the beginning. Because she had grown up in a dangerous devil's nest, she had gone through and overcome harsh training. The ghouls had no military exercises or anything of the sort. Instead, they had used Spartan-style training that emphasized practical experience, making the inexperienced fight against weak monsters such as goblins that had been captured alive. But even so, real battles and training are different things. When someone is facing an opponent that really intends to kill them, they wonder if this attack will be enough, what could happen if the attack is dodged, and this causes them to hesitate. Exposed to the bloodthirst-filled gaze and attacks of their enemy, they fear being wounded or killed. Unable to display their ability in real battle as they do in training, they become impatient. Is that how it was? Saria, I might get the impatience part. Rita, yeah, I don't know about the hesitation or fear, but I do understand the impatience part. Saria, it seemed that the undead didn't have much sympathy for that, however. Their senses were different from those of living creatures, so that was to be expected. But Van doesn't have any of those. Badya, Vandalyu attacked with no hesitation, received attacks with no fear of pain and counterattacked patiently. Badya had asked him whether he was simply covering it up with his expressionlessness, but it seemed that he really felt no hesitation or anything else. The worst thing that can happen is me being injured. I won't die from something like that, anyway. Vandalyu had the danger sense. Death spell constantly active, so he could sense how likely it was that he would die. The bloodthirst of his enemies was just another danger. It seemed that he was also able to ignore pain. He wasn't dulling his senses, but rather, delaying them. I've experienced far more painful things in my previous life. Vandalyu, it seemed that he had learned a way to divert his attention from pain in his previous life. This was further supported by the high speed regeneration ability he possessed as a damper in the no attribute spell, healing power enhancement. And because he knew that he would simply feel a little pain even if he failed, he felt no impatience. Even if his fingers or legs were cut off, he would simply need to pick them up and reattach them. That would be problematic for his eyes, so he would be careful about those. That's why he does things like that. Badya, as Badya said this, the goblin soldier's short spear pierced Vandalyu's arm. Saria, Bakan. Rita, Jrr. Bone Wolf, Rita and the others panicked, but Vandalyu remained composed. That was only to be expected. He had used his arm as a shield against an attack that he had decided that he couldn't avoid. The goblin soldier smiled and tried to pull his spear out, but that was the cause of his downfall. Vandalyu, with strength that seemed impossible for a 3-year-old body, Vandalyu moved his arm that still had the spear piercing it and broke the goblin soldier's stance. Jayagihi. And then as the goblin soldier fell forward, he dug out the goblin soldier's side with his claws. With blood spurting from its wound and its mouth, the goblin soldier became yet another corpse on the ground. A failure. Vandalyu, with these words, Vandalyu pulled the spear out of his arm, cast sterilization and healed the wound. It wasn't a failure. What would we do if you were to die? Saria, if I recall, humans die if they lose too much blood, don't they? Rita, Gia. Bone Bird, calm down, I'm not going to die. Sorry. Vandalyu apologized, trying to calm Saria and the others down. This was why Badya was kept on her toes when watching him, and it was difficult to get angry at him as well. I'm sorry. I couldn't complete my attacks and I lost my footing because I tripped over one of the corpses on the ground, so I couldn't avoid my enemy's attack. I used my arm as a shield to avoid a more serious wound. Next time, I will use my claws to deflect the spear or defeat my enemy before such a thing can happen. Vandalyu, using his arm as a shield was an action he took to avoid the worst possible outcome, something that couldn't be helped. But even so, he knew that it wasn't pleasant for those close to him to see that, and if he was scolded harshly, he would fall into a panicked state. Good, make sure to be more careful next time. Badya, and so after Badya said those words, she settled on teaching him what he should have done in that situation. Vandalyu was aware of his own lack of ability, so once he gained the skills that he was lacking, he would no longer need to do such reckless things. Badya thought this, as did Vigoro and Zadiris, who heard about these things from her. Nobody allowed their own bodies to be wounded because they enjoyed it. Even Vandalyu felt the sensation of pain. If there was a way to survive and win without being wounded, he would definitely choose a method that allowed him to avoid pain. In fact, Zadiris and Vigoro, who were stronger than him, had fought through battles and been forced to do absurd, rash things to somehow survive. Zadiris in particular had pushed herself like that only to be rescued by Vandalyu. So, Van. I'm going to have you raise your skill quickly. After a short rest, we're moving on to the next. Badya, so Vandalyu would have to learn some proper skills while they were still on a floor where he could get away with pushing himself. Isn't the pace a little fast? Vandalyu, it's not. Badya, then am I allowed to use magic? Vandalyu, you want to get stronger, don't you? Do your best, Van. Badya, at the very least, can I do a normal ambush or surprise attack instead of facing them head on? Vandalyu, you won't learn the techniques if you do that, right? You have to fight. Badya, it wouldn't make for good training for Vandalyu if he were to use magic, and Vandalyu was not yet skilled enough to combine both magic and martial arts while fighting. Making use of his high attribute values, he would be able to kill a goblin soldier in one hit with a surprise attack, but then he wouldn't learn the essential skills he needed. And above all, men needed to be strong. I heard from Kachia that wives raise not only their children, but their husbands as well. Rest assured, Van. I'm going to raise you well. Badya. Yay, Vandalyu. Vandalyu was the one who had asked her to teach him unarmed combat because he wanted to be stronger, and he knew that this almost real combat training was an efficient way to learn. It's alright, Van. You can do it. Badya, yes. Vandalyu, and most importantly, Vandalyu was the type of person that was easily affected by praise. And so on this day, Vandalyu defeated 2 goblin soldiers, 1 kobold, 2 mini needle wolves and a goblin knight all on his own. You have acquired the unarmed fighting skill. Chapter 37, Can this be called clearing a dungeon? You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 37. Can this be called clearing a dungeon? Gigya. Gihi. Vandalyu avoided a goblin soldier's sword and gouged out the flesh of the side of its body with his claws. While the additional goblin behind it was panicking, he dashed up its body, grabbed a hold of its head and twisted it, breaking the bones of its neck. And then he continued to attack the goblin archers that were further behind. An arrow grazed his cheek lightly, but he wouldn't die from this. He ignored it as he charged in. The goblin archers panicked and drew their short swords to replace their bows, but Vandalyu hit them with the unarmed martial skill, fist strike. He felt the pleasant sensation of breaking their ribs and crushing their lungs through the furs they were wearing in place of armor. Another goblin archer fired an arrow at him from his blind spot. Feeling it with his danger sense. Death, he used kicking strike against the ground to leap out of the way. Jai. And then he used kicking strike once again, charging towards the goblin before it could ready a second arrow. It struggled humorously to draw its short sword, but Vandalyu broke the goblin's leg with a kick and then crushed its neck with his foot as it collapsed. Fa. Vandalyu, making sure his enemy was properly finished and checking whether there were any more enemies around, Vandalyu exhaled. And as he regained his breath, he really appreciated one fact. Skills are amazing things. Vandalyu, He didn't feel it so much with magic-related skills, but every time he gained a new skill like unarmed fighting, carpentry and cooking, he realized just how amazing skills were. Vandeleur had never received combat-related training in either of his two previous lives on Earth and in Origin. The closest thing would perhaps be the judo that he did in his physical education classes. Even in real battles, he had never fought without the assistance of magic. But this was the result of 3 months of training. His enemies were goblin soldiers and goblin archers. Both were rank 2, they were not particularly strong enemies. But though they didn't possess skills, they were stronger than the average human and capable of using weapons. Vandeleur had managed to slaughter them all, sustaining only a scratch on his cheek. Yesterday, he had barely managed to kill a single goblin, using his own arm as a shield in the process. This was the effect that skills had. Obtaining the skill didn't mean that he suddenly gained some mysterious power. The same applied for his carpentry and cooking skills. He wasn't unconsciously, half-heartedly creating things and having them turn out well-made. Take the unarmed fighting skill as an example. When he threw a punch, he understood how to make his fist strike hard and fast and moved his body according to that understanding. When he threw out a kick, he understood how to break the enemy's leg and moved his body according to that understanding. How to avoid the enemy's attacks, how to evade, how he should posture himself for a counterattack. He understood them all, and this allowed him to move his body accordingly. In the case of carpentry, he understood what he needed to do to make a good building, where he should put pillars to bear loads and how many he needed. As for cooking, he intuitively knew what he needed to do to make a more delicious meal. As to be expected of a system created by gods. Gods who did their work properly were truly wonderful. What was especially wonderful about it was that abilities could be quantified in numeric values. On Earth and in Origin, one would have to look at a person's past achievements and whatnot to determine how useful the person would be, but in Lambda, it could be done with one look at a person's status, or at least the relevant skills for the field in question. Well, there was also the risk that the value of people would be determined solely based on the current skills they possessed. Good work, Bakken. Saria, splendidly done, my lord. Bone Man, Saria and Bone Man brought Vandeleur some water. I give you 80 points, Van. Badia, and Badia gave him a merciless grading. What are the reasons I lost points for? Vandeleur, the scratch on your cheek is 10 points, and relying on your martial skills too often is another 10 points. You wouldn't need to worry about running out of mana, Van, but if you use martial skills too many times consecutively, your brain will become unable to keep up. It's the same as when you use magic too many times in quick succession. Badia, I see. Vandeleur, he had experienced multiple sudden fevers. It was easy to imagine that he would be easily killed without being able to put up any resistance if they occurred during battle. It wasn't a matter of mental strength, it was something that couldn't be avoided because people were creatures that required their brains to think. Vandeleur's mana exceeded 100 million, but his intelligence was just over 100. Even with the surpass limit skill, overusing martial skills might be a bad idea. Now then, from now on I'll learn how to fight while combining these skills with my magic. Vandeleur, the reason Vandeleur had chosen unarmed fighting out of the numerous available combat-related skills was because it suited him and he could make convenient use of his claws. His body was small and his limbs were short. No matter how much strength he had, it would not change this fact. Most of the weapons he had pillaged up until now were too large for him. The only weapons he could realistically use were a short sword, a short bow, a short spear in his own claws. A short sword would be exceptionally easy to carry and would work well as a hidden weapon, and in emergency situations, could even be thrown as a projectile. But it would have poor attacking power and one would need more speed than strength to wield it. Vandeleur's lowest attribute value was agility. Using a short bow would clearly be a bad idea. With a short bow's projectile range and killing power, it could simply be replaced by the use of mana bullets. A short spear was more appealing than the other two. Though it was short, the spear technique skill would govern its use, and if Vandeleur learned the skill now, he could replace it with a longer weapon once his body grew larger. It wasn't a weapon that could be concealed, but Vandeleur wasn't really planning on becoming an assassin or anything, so he couldn't reject the idea based on that reason alone. But in the end, Vandeleur chose to use his claws. The claws were his own personal weapons that grew on all four of his limbs, and he could withdraw and extend them freely like a cat. They had short reach and they couldn't be thrown as projectile weapons, but he would always have access to them as long as his limbs weren't severed. The other reason was because it was possible that he had inherited a talent for claw-based unarmed combat from his father. Darshia was happy about it, and the decision was well received by Badia and the other ghouls. Bakken is becoming more and more like a ghoul, isn't he? Saria, he might come to be known as the White Ghoul before long. Rita, Jujiujiu, if you were to apply deadly poison to his claws, he would become even more ghoul-like. Bone Man, Vandeleur had a feeling that this might become a new title. No, this might actually become a title placed on him by the Adventurers Guild, labeling him as a monster to be exterminated. It would be problematic to be put on the wanted list of the Merg Shield. Nation's guilds. Leaving that aside, the basic training is over. Now let's raise our levels while we clear the dungeon. It seems that we've hunted down almost all of the monsters on this floor, anyway. Badia, and so they continued on for a little while, passed through some stairs leading further underground and descended to the second floor. Vandeleur was in the middle of the formation, with Bone Man and Badia in front. Bone Wolf, Bone Bear and Bone Monkey were positioned at the sides. Saria and Rita were positioned at the back, having switched from their long melee weapons to bows. Bone Bird was keeping a lookout from above. Garan's Valley was a dungeon that mimicked the structure of a natural valley, from the first floor all the way to the bottom floor. Because of this, there were passages that were split into multiple paths by boulders and things, but even so, it was no exaggeration to say that the dungeon's layout was simple and linear, and there were almost no traps. This was one of the reasons this place was suitable for the inexperienced to learn. Oh, it's the King. Black Goblin, yo, King. Black Goblin, because it was suitable for the inexperienced. The Black Goblin children were undergoing training in real battles here with the undead titans acting as their teachers. How are you feeling, King. Braga, half a year had passed since Braga had been born, and he was now a fully grown adult. Vandeleur looked up at him as he replied. I learned the skill and Badia gave me 80 points. Vandeleur, as Vandeleur said this proudly, the corners of Braga's mouth rose in a smile as he answered. That's amazing considering you're still so small. You're doing well, King. Braga, Vandeleur's head was patted roughly. He was being praised, but for some reason, he found it hard to believe that this was praise. I suppose this is the feeling of watching your childhood friends become adults while you're the only one to stay as a child. What an empty, painful, uneasy feeling. Vandeleur, don't talk nonsense, King. I'm a goblin and you're a damper. Braga, Vandeleur was startled as he suddenly became aware of his unusual emotional state. But it was as Braga said, there was a difference in how children of different races developed. And though Braga was taller than Vandeleur, as a black goblin, his height only reached up to an adult human's chest. One day in the future, Vandeleur would be able to look down at Braga once more, right? Oh yeah, how is your training, Braga? Vandeleur, I learned tons of skills. Short swordsmanship, short spear technique, silent steps, detect presence. I'm already over level 80. Braga, BDNVL. Amazing. I'll be overtaken in no time. Vandeleur, as Braga held his chest out in pride, Vandeleur used flight to pat his head back. You're a black goblin after all, Braga. Like normal goblins and kobolds, you mature quickly. It's like your growth period is condensed together, so now is your time to grow. Vandeleur, for monsters like black goblins that reached adulthood in less than a year after birth, their growth occurred during a short, condensed time period. So they seemed to grow stronger the more they trained during that period. You have to do your best and increase your rank. If you don't, it'll be difficult to earn your keep by hunting the monsters around here in the future. Vandalyu, the black goblins were rank 2. The majority of the monsters that appeared around Talashim were rank 3 or above. Though they would have friends and weapons to help them, hunting monsters in a stable manner with their current strength would be difficult. So strict. But it's true, so I'll do my best. Braga was training hard because he understood this. As they were now, they might be able to scrape by, living as assistants for the undead titans or ghouls. Or perhaps they could try their hand at agriculture, though they might find it difficult. But they were monsters, they felt an instinctual desire to grow stronger. See you, King. Once we clear this place, we'll go on an adventure. Braga, yeah, an adventure. Vandalyu, exchanging a firm handshake with Vandalyu, Braga returned to his training. Incidentally, it seemed that Braga and the other black goblins didn't hesitate at all to kill the goblins appearing in the dungeon. Those are enemies. That one sentence summarized it all. Since the second and third floors of the dungeon were being used by the black goblins for their combat training, Vandalyu's party didn't encounter many enemies here. They didn't mind, however, as only rank 2 monsters appeared in the earlier floors of the dungeon, making them unsuitable to gain many experience points. And on the 4th floor, it was not the black goblins but the Anubises receiving combat training here. Ga. A young Anubis wielding a spear was facing off against a baboon. Like rank 3 monster. They bared their fangs at each other menacingly. As if deciding that a fight was inevitable, the baboon used all 4 limbs to climb a nearby cliff, trying to take the high ground. Yun. Anubis, the young Anubis somehow dashed up the cliff after it with just his legs, using the spear in his hand to attack the baboon. Gaia. With a high-pitched scream, the baboon fell onto the ground on his back. The Anubis leapt down after it, crushing its neck with his foot. It was a magnificent victory. Yun. What did you think of my hunt, King? Anubis, you've become strong, haven't you? You'd probably be able to hunt any rank 3 monster now, Zamido star. Vandalyu, the young Anubis was Zamido, born around the same time as Braga. His appearance was now considerably different from how it had been during his childhood. His head resembled the impressive, tough-looking head of a German shepherd, and from the neck down, his body was that of a lean muscled man with attractive, dark-colored skin. He was tall as well, nobody would look at him and think that he was younger than Vandalyu. No, I've still got a long way to go. And being rank 3 in this place means that I'm still weak. Even if I'm going to be working with others to hunt, I want to become stronger. Zamido, multiple weak individuals could combine their strength to hunt strong prey. However, it was only natural to think that it would be better if strong individuals combined their strength to hunt even stronger prey. It seemed that Zamido had set his sights on the higher objective. More importantly, I have something I want to ask you about. It's about Memediga. Zamido, did something happen to her? Vandalyu, it seemed that there was something about Zamido's twin sister Memediga, who had grown to adulthood just like him and Braga, that was troubling him. It seemed that she had been behaving strangely lately. She wears a necklace made of a monster's bone or fang that someone gave her, and whenever I go to talk to her during our breaks, she disappears somewhere. Recently, she's been spending all of her time with that bird guy. Zamido. Isn't she just getting to that age? Vandalyu, it seemed that Memediga had started accompanying another Anubis by the name of Berg. Kuan. Quite impressive for a younger guy, though he was only a month younger than her. It seemed true that girls were more mature than boys. Vandalyu wanted to congratulate her. What? Is Memediga intending to have Berg's child? Zamido, it seemed like quite a leap of logic to go from accompaniment to baby. Making. No, perhaps not. They were monsters living in the world of Lambda, after all. It's still too early. We're still young. Zamido, as someone who had grown up as a Japanese person on Earth, he agreed with Zamido, but that isn't true. It isn't uncommon in human society for people to get married as soon as they come of age. Saria, and even if you say that it is too early, she isn't a child anymore. If you keep saying things like that, she will miss her chance to get married. Rita, so said the Living Armor sisters. The view on marriage in this world was that people should get married and have children while they were young. Though this world's underdeveloped medical knowledge was compensated for by the existence of magic, only noblemen, wealthy merchants, and high-ranking adventurers could afford to pay fees for the mage's services. The same had been true in the past in Japan and other countries as well. This was fairly normal. That's right. The important question for a woman is whose child she wants to bear. If Memediga wants to have Berg's child, you should be supporting her. Badya showed how the ghouls thought of the relationships between men and women. Women gave birth to children and raised them in the village. Was this a heavy or light responsibility, considering the standards of modern Japan? Though the men had no responsibilities as fathers, as long as they were members of the village, they had to hunt enough food for more than themselves. In ghoul societies, it wasn't acceptable for men to become reliant on the women. Life might be harsh for men who couldn't fight. Jew, Bone Man, Aeon. Bone Wolf, as if unconcerned with this, Bone Man and the others were keeping an eye on their surroundings. Well, even if they were consulted, they would likely give answers based on their knowledge as animals, so this was likely for the best. Is that so, Zimi? Well, perhaps the best thing to do would be to tell them to wait until Berg becomes able to hunt prey. Vandalyu, things might be difficult for cis.cons in this world as well. And so the journey through the fourth floor continued peacefully. Incidentally, the baboon's liver and kidneys could be used as potion ingredients. Unfortunately, there was nobody running an apothecary, so they couldn't be used, however. And on the fifth floor, a joint training between the other Anubises and the ghouls who were still rank 3 was taking place. Gah! Growling. Words in the ghouls' battle language were shouted, and in the blink of an eye, a rock python that resembled numerous boulders linked together began to take damage. The giant snake that possessed a rock-like defense was still just prey when faced with the coordinated efforts between the Anubises and the ghouls. Viscous mud created with magic was used to trap it, and then spears, swords and claws were twisted into the gaps in its skin until it stopped moving. And despite its rocky exterior, the flesh underneath was tender when cooked and tasted similar to chicken tenderloins. King! How do you like my earth? Attribute magic. Memediga, the female Anubis with a German shepherd's head approached Vandalyu, waving her staff back and forth. The viscous mud that had stopped the rock python's movements had been created by her magic. Aha, it was very good. Vandalyu, it was a simple but reliable and useful spell in battle. Many spells of the earth attribute were like this. Only a very small portion of mages could do things like causing volcanic eruptions, manipulating lava like their own limbs, or creating fissures in the ground to swallow up their enemies. Most earth attribute mages were proficient at spells that did things like digging pitfalls and causing hard spikes to grow out of the ground. So considering the special characteristics of earth attribute magic, Memediga was using it well. Most living creatures couldn't separate themselves from the ground, so her magic was very effective. But Vandalyu was thinking about something different as he looked up at her. Her shining eyes, long ears, moist nose, white fangs, magnificent fur, skin that was just as beautiful as her fur, her generously sized chest, tight hips, and the tail that was wagging happily back and forth. Memediga had been cute as a small child, but now she had become a beautiful woman. Vandalyu had heard that one feels a little proud when their childhood friend becomes a beautiful woman, so he realized that this was the emotion that he was feeling as he looked at her. It was easy to understand that she would have a boyfriend. What's wrong, King? Mimetiga, no, it's nothing. Come to think of it, I saw Zamido on the 4th floor, are you not getting along with him these days? Vandalyu, that's right. Listen, Ni.San is just annoying, complaining about every little thing. Mimetiga, after that, Vandalyu heard enough of her complaints to think, this is a common thing that happens during puberty. But I do understand that Ni.San is just worried about me. Still, I think it'd be fine if you would trust me more. Mimetiga, ah. Yeah. I wonder if things would be fine if you two just talked to each other sometime. Things might become too intense with just the two of you, so maybe include someone else in the conversation as well. Vandalyu, Yuri, right, well then, I'll ask Berg. Mimetiga, someone other than Berg. Vandalyu, bringing Berg would only cause a scene of carnage. Normal goblins and kobolds didn't understand human language, but the reason Mimetiga, Braga and the other children could speak so fluently was because they had learned the language from Vandalyu and the ghouls. This was not a particularly special case, monsters of a certain intelligence tamed by tamers could learn human language. Only a very small number of non-humanoid monsters were capable of having conversations, however. After dealing with Mimetiga's problems, Vandalyu's party descended the stairs after not running into many battles on the 5th floor. And on the 6th floor was where Garan's Valley really began, industrially. Cut it. Rock cutter. The undead titans were cutting square blocks of bright white rock out of the stone cliffs. They were the stonemasons of Talashim. White rock could be mined from the rock walls on the 6th floor of Garan's Valley. It was similar to Earth's marble, but perhaps because it originated from a dungeon, it was a higher quality stone that contained mana. Apparently through some secret processing technique, it could be turned into products that were harder than marble and more resistant to wear. When Talashim had first started trading with the Hartner Duchy in the Orbaum Kingdom, the Titans were apparently surprised by the high price that they could sell the stone for. But that trading had long since come to an end, and Vandalyu had already restored the royal castle, the town and the walls back to normal. So there shouldn't have been much demand for more stone, however. Look who it is. Have you come to the dungeon for training, O holy sun? Mwaza, standing there was Mwaza, wearing metal armor and holding a shield and a mace that looked as if could crush someone's skull like an egg. His appearance was rather unliched like. Yes. What are you and the others doing here, Mwaza? Vandalyu, we have come to be in need of some stone. Mwaza, Vandalyu's golem transmutation could be used to combine broken fragments of stone to reuse it. However, he couldn't make new stone out of nothing. But why would new stone be needed? Could it be because I made too many reversi sets? Vandalyu, had he gone overboard by making 100 reversi sets because everyone had liked it? No, that is not the case, O holy sun. But I would like to request that you make 100 more sets when it is convenient for you to do so. Mwaza, the reversi sets, Jenga sets and frisbees that Vandalyu had created were currently very popular in Talashim. The fact that everyone was so deprived of entertainment that they themselves hadn't realized it was one reason, but the fact that all of them had simple rules that could be learned quickly made them very well received. Thus, owning a reversi or Jenga set had become something of a status symbol. Vandalyu was getting worried that their popularity had gone overboard. It wasn't as if Vandalyu was being paid to make the sets, nor did it take much effort to make them. Giving it some more thought, he decided it wasn't a problem. And if possible, I would also like to request more Jenga sets and frisbees. Mwaza. I don't think you need to ask me to make them. Vandalyu, anyone should be able to make these. No, there is some meaning behind them being created by your hands, holy sun. Mwaza, it seemed that receiving Vandalyu's handmade toys were like receiving an award for the undead. Even though they weren't such amazing creations. Had he created a brand name without realizing? I understand. Vandalue, but if they were so happy about it, he would make plenty for them. Now that he thought about it, he wasn't paying the undead titans or ghouls salaries or anything, so it was fine to do at least this much for them. So what is this stone going to be used for? Vandalue, the plaza in front of the royal castle is empty, is it not? We thought that we would erect a stone statue there. Mwaza, a stone statue. That would be nice. Vandalue, the arts make the mind rich. The minds of undead in particular were often more important than their bodies, so it was important for them to have stable minds. Yes, we have planned for the stone statue of the Holy Sun to be completed by next spring. Mwaza. Are you serious? Vandalue, I am serious. You are the Holy Son of two prophecies, after all. For those of us who desire the restoration of the goddess Vita, you are someone to be worshipped, Holy Sun. Mwaza. I suddenly don't really want to go outside anymore. Vandalue, of course, Vandalue didn't feel negative feelings about being treated favorably, but would it be alright for him to go so far beyond that and become a religious symbol? Well, it wasn't as if his face had the words "I am the Holy Sun" written on it, so it would be fine as long as he kept his mouth shut about it when he went to the Orbaum Kingdom. Bakken, it's something to look forward to, isn't it? Rita, noblemen should keep at least one self-portrait or stone statue of themselves, so you shouldn't feel so opposed to it. Saria, are there any noblemen who would have a stone statue of themselves erected in the plaza in front of the royal castle? Vandalue, upon being asked this, Rita and Saria averted their gazes, so Vandalue had a rough idea of how it was. The sisters showed plenty of expressions, even though they didn't have heads. Ooh, which means that there are none. In other words, you are the only one, my lord. Ju, my congratulations to you. Bone Man congratulated Vandalue sincerely. Well, it was fine. It wasn't like anyone would be coming to Talashim. The only ones who would see it would be the undead titans, ghouls and those of the new races that Vandalue had created. Well then, we shall be carrying this stone out, so excuse us. Mwaza, with those words, Mwaza and the other undead titans set about carrying the stone out of the dungeon. They would be protecting the stone that weighed tons and preventing it from being destroyed by attacking monsters on the way to the surface. The monsters wouldn't deliberately aim to attack the stone, but if an attack happened to hit it, the stone would be cracked. Fugo. Orcus, will protect the materials for King's stone statue. Orcus, so more reversi sets for us, too. Orcus, Gorba and the other Orcuses were in charge of guarding the stone. Unlike the Anubises and Black Goblins, they had not yet reached adulthood, but they already possessed enough skills and physical strength to somehow deal with rank 3 monsters. In other words, this was perfect training for them. I'll make them after I'm done here. Come to think of it, won't it be hard to carry the stone up the stairs? Vandalue, don't you worry about it. We have something called no.how. Titan, it seemed that there were various things they could use, including a magic item that turned stairs into a slope. And between the undead titans who didn't feel fatigue and the Orcuses, though they were still children, there was plenty of physical strength to be used. Worrying about them would be pointless. Parting with Mwaza and the others, Vandalue's party continued on, but perhaps the monsters had been cleared preemptively so that the stone mining wouldn't be interrupted. There were almost no monsters appearing on the 6th floor. Why did we pass through here again? To observe everyone. Vandalue, I know how you feel, but I'm sure there are still plenty of monsters beneath here. Let's keep going, Van. Badya. Chapter 38, The Dungeon Boss is Disappointing. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 38. The Dungeon Boss is Disappointing. The 7th floor of Garan's Valley. The reason the Titan population had grown to over 5,000 and prospered enough to build a city-nation was in this place. The rock salt. Mine the rock salt. Titan, there aren't any monsters to hinder us, are there? Titan, searching for the enemy, all clear. Titan, indeed, high. Quality rock salt could be harvested from the cliffs on this floor. Salt was an important product, a necessity. Talashim had relied on this dungeon as its salt supply. In this land trapped inside a mountain range containing numerous devil's nests, there was no trading with outside nations until the tunnel leading to the Orbom kingdom was discovered. Reaching the sea would have required the Titans to journey through multiple devil's nests. Thus, the seventh floor of Garan's valley had been the only place that salt could be obtained. If the Titans had never discovered this dungeon, Talashim wouldn't have existed and the Titan population would have remained in the hundreds. Of course, this was still a part of the dungeon, so monsters would still appear. And since the monsters appearing on this seventh floor were rank 4, not 3, it was more dangerous than the sixth floor. Monkeys that possessed rocky carapaces, rock monkeys. Kobold mages able to cast spells and kobold generals capable of using martial skills. And stone golems that were even larger than the Titans. All of these were monsters that would require at least middle-class adventurers to take them on. The way the Titans had mined salt from such a dangerous place was to have the laborers become at least as proficient in battle as middle-class adventurers. I won't let you interfere with our mining. Titan, the armored, pickaxe-wielding laborers fighting heroically against monsters had been a sight to behold, and later when adventurers from the Orbom kingdom came to Talashim for trading, they were told that the miners didn't need escorts. That hadn't changed even after the Titans had become undead. Miso. The source of miso. Titan, I want fish sauce. Titan, if any monsters get in our way, we'll fry them in miso and eat them. Titan, no, perhaps they were even more ferocious than they had been in the past. The idea that undead do not eat is a misconception. It is true that lowly skeletons and ghosts do not feel hunger or possess a sense of taste. However, zombies and undead of a certain rank and above feel hunger and have a sense of taste. Of course, as the biological processes of undead have stopped, they do not need to eat. They have no problems continuing to function even if they do not eat for years at a time. However, they cannot escape the restrictions of having once been living creatures entirely. They still retain some of their primitive needs. Out of the three main needs *, the need for sleep is the one that disappears entirely. Undead do not tire, so they do not need sleep. If they try to sleep they can reach a state similar to being asleep, but this isn't carried out in order to recover from mental fatigue rather than physical, and is done more for self-satisfaction. Interestingly, the need to reproduce remains. As the body has already died, there is no desire to leave offspring behind, but the deed is still physically possible. It is carried out by some to absorb spirit from the living and by those that died with a strong liking for engaging in intercourse. And the need that remains in its entirety is hunger. This desire that remains in the souls of the undead drives zombies to eat the flesh of the living and drink their blood to absorb the mana contained within and gain experience. Skeletons and spirit-type undead can also increase their rank to become superior versions of undead, gain the spirit form skill to gain a replacement for flesh and consume the flesh and blood of the living or even absorb their vitality in a more direct way. The undead titans of Talashim were no exception, they ate as much as they liked. Most of the food they had been eating was the flesh and blood of monsters brought into the city, but from time to time they also ate the surrounding grass, tree branches, and rock fragments. But after Vandalyu and the ghouls had arrived, they had been eating tasty foods such as spit. Roasted meat, food baked in leaves and things covered in walnut. And basil sauce. And the things that had recently made an impact among them were the fish sauce, walnut miso and acorn miso that Vandalyu had created. These were the seasonings that the champion Zakhart had tried and failed to reproduce, things that hadn't existed in Lambda before. They had caused a culture shock on the Titans' tongues and one by one, they had charmed those who tasted it. Miso 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 miso. Titan, fshsauc. Titan, my head hurts. I'm seeing things. Miso, give me miso. Titan. Perhaps it was just an addiction. Van, could it be that those seasonings you made have addictive properties? Badia, no. At least, they shouldn't. Right. Vandalyu answered Bastia's question with his eyes fixed on the Titans who were mining the salt in a bloodshot-eyed frenzy, but it was clear even with his expressionless face that he had no confidence in that answer. I think I made it with the same recipe as on Earth, and I never heard of the fermented foods I created with death. Attribute magic in origin having any addictive properties. No, maybe I just didn't know about it. Or maybe the walnuts and acorns I used contained compounds that I don't know about, and that's what's causing these strange effects. Vandalyu, even father was delighted with its taste. Isn't it possible that it is just very delicious? Saria, Sam had recently increased the level of his spirit form skill and had become able to taste food. Saria suggested a possibility based on Sam's reaction when he had first tried the miso. It's unfair for only father to be eating it, isn't it? Rita, the dissatisfied Rita and Saria were indeed suits of living armor with no mouths. They were still unable to eat or taste food. I wonder if that's true. Well, the one called Barrage who was saying that his head hurts apparently has hallucinations regularly, so it might be. Vandalyu, Van, I can't really feel at ease about that. Is Barrage alright? Badia, who knows? Apparently while he was alive, his hands would start shaking if he ran out of alcohol, so I think there is nothing that can be done about it. Vandalyu, even if you consume alcohol, do not allow it to consume you. Saria, yeah, I'll make sure not to drink too much alcohol. Vandalyu, as Vandalyu said this, they passed by the undead Titans who were spiritedly mining the rock salt and decided to set up camp for the night on the 7th floor. What Vandalyu could really call a dungeon clearing began from the 8th floor. There was nobody training on this floor, nor were there any undead Titans mining rocks and salt, so they could encounter monsters with normal frequency. And in Garan's Valley, where the floors had fundamentally simple layouts, it was impossible to hide from the monsters unless the entire party was made of scouting type members like thieves or someone was capable of using illusion magic. Bakken. I thought these were those rock-like monkeys, but they are just stone golems. Saria, they re so hard, can't you do something about them with golem transmutation? Badia, no, I can only manipulate golems I created myself, so let's have Bone Monkey and the others mow them down. Vandalyu, Ohu. Bone Monkey, from this floor onwards, multiple rank 3 monsters could appear simultaneously. There was a difference between golems that had only numbers with no coordination and groups of kobold knights or kobold archers that had excellent coordination, but the battle was definitely more difficult than any encounter on the 7th floor. Yo. Bone Monkey, if an average adventurer were to face the stone golems that Bone Monkey had beaten down, they would find it to be a considerably difficult battle. D-class adventurers might think that it would be fine if they just used their weapons, but using weapons consumes mana. Many frontline fighting adventurers do not possess an abundant amount of mana. In that regard, Vandalyu and his party possessed more than enough strength to clear Garan's Valley. All of them were rank 4 and above except for Vandalyu. And if he really needed to, Vandalyu would simply make use of his vast mana pool to push his way through. In fact, it could be said that there was no way that they would have difficulty in this dungeon. The feeling of gaining experience points for the first time in about 2 years is quite pleasant. Vandalyu, well, if he had to risk his life every time he wanted to gain experience points, no number of lives would be enough, so this was perfect. Ju, my lord, how is your level? Bone Man, I still haven't even reached level 10. Vandalyu, however, the amount of crucial experience points that he could gain was only this much. Vandalyu currently possessed the death attribute mage job, but it seemed that leveling up this job was difficult. He still hadn't reached level 10 yet. How about you, Badia? Vandalyu, I underwent a job. Change from apprentice warrior to warrior, and now I'm level 14. Badia, let's ask Borkus and the others when we return to Talashim. Vandalyu, Borkus would likely know whether different jobs required different amounts of experience points to level up. He was an A-class adventurer who had been praised as the Sword King. He had lost his job after becoming an undead, but there was no doubt that he had mastered several jobs beginning from an apprentice job. Since that was something that happened about 200 years ago, it was possible that he had lost his memories regarding that. However, my attribute values are increasing, though only little by little, so let's proceed without being too impatient. Vandalyu, how much have they increased by? Saria, each of my attribute values have increased by 1 to 10 points. My mana has increased by about 2%. Vandalyu, I see. There is still a long way to go, isn't there? Saria. If we're talking about your mana, it's increased by 2 million. It never fails to amaze me. Badia, Vandalyu continued fighting the monsters that appeared with everyone else, holding back so that he didn't deal the killing blow. The unable to gain experience points independently curse was truly inconvenient. Incidentally, this curse still allowed him to gain around a tenth of the experience points earned by his allies and servants, and he had gained a general understanding of the conditions for this. It seemed that the fundamental requirement was that Vandalyu's allies or servants gained experience within his field of vision. Borrowing Bone Bird's vision to watch Bone Man defeating monsters in a faraway location did not gain Vandalyu experience points. It seemed the condition wasn't met if Vandalyu didn't witness it with his own eyes. Apparently there were no binoculars or telescopes in Lambda, would using those to see further perhaps not count? What if he was wearing vision-correcting glasses? There were apparently magic items that acted as glasses for farsightedness, so Vandalyu had decided to test them out if he ever obtained such an item. Depending on the results of such a test, Vandalyu's eyes might become an important lifeline for him, so this needed to be verified as soon as possible. He didn't know how to create binoculars or a telescope, so he couldn't test those, however. But if I made golems out of glass, maybe I could at least create lenses. If their magnification is low, then perhaps, Vandalyu, Van. It's dangerous to contemplate things in the middle of battle. Badia, it's alright, I'm finished now. Vandalyu, Yugage. Monster, even finishing off the occasional enemy himself to increase his unarmed fighting skill, Vandalyu finally reached the 10th floor. This was the deepest floor in Garan's Valley. Goo. A rock gorilla even larger than a titan let out a roar, baring its fangs. It made loud, crashing sounds by drumming its thick chest with its fists as an intimidation tactic. It was rank 4, but it was one of the more powerful rank 4 monsters. It had no special abilities, but it was as hard and strong as it appeared, and was actually more intelligent than its appearance suggested. It was capable of casting multiple earth-element spells. However, it's weak for the big boss of AD-class dungeon, isn't it? Vandalyu, so it seems. It's probably a mid-boss. Badia, as if aware that Vandalyu and Badia were insulting it, the rock gorilla let out a short roar and ran towards them on all fours at a speed that they hadn't expected considering its appearance. Bone monkey stood in its way to prevent it from reaching them. A monkey of bone and a monkey of rock collided with a crash. Bone monkey's bones creaked. They were even in physical strength, but the rock gorilla who had flesh covered in a carapace had an advantage over bone monkey who was made of only bones and a little spirit. Form. Gufu. Rock gorilla, confident in its victory, the rock gorilla let out a strangely human-like sneer. Boo. Bone monkey, as it sneered, it took bone monkey's poisonous breath directly in the face. Vuji. Rock gorilla, with its eyes and nose that weren't protected by its carapace struck by the poison, the rock gorilla let go of bone monkey and clutched its face. Gruud@bl.net Tayea. The resulting events were very one-sided. The rock gorilla was certainly a powerful monster, even for a rank 4. However, looking at it another way, its strength could not even match a rank 5 monster. But it was facing 8 rank 4 monsters. Badya didn't step into the fight, but even so, it was more of a lynching than a battle. If the rock gorilla had kept its distance without charging in and used its earth attribute magic as its primary way of attacking, it could have at least put up a proper fight. However, perhaps because of the dungeon's influence, it had become more ferocious and aggressive. After defeating the rock gorilla, Vandalyu cast Disinfect to remove the poison. Its magic stone was collected, its meat that had a strong, peculiar taste but made a good soup when boiled with herbs was collected, sterilization and bug killer were cast on its organs, and these became ingredients for today's lunch. Also, the carapace could be used as a catalyst to create armor that granted increased resistance to earth attribute magic, so they took that with them as well. After casting preservation on these harvested materials, Vandalyu turned them into a flesh golem and had them move on their own. With this, Vandalyu's party could maintain their mobility while proceeding through this dangerous dungeon. More effort was needed to guard the mass of materials that had been turned into a flesh golem and preventing it from eaten by monsters, but since the party had many members, it was not really a problem. Now then, shall we go down? Vandalyu, Garan's Valley had originally been a shallow, D-class dungeon with 10 floors. However, perhaps because it had been abandoned for over 200 years, there were 3 more floors. That was why a mid-boss had appeared here. Dungeons with 11 or more floors spawn mid-bosses. They appear roughly every 10 floors, and they are known as mid-bosses because they are stronger than regular monsters but not as powerful as bosses. For example, a dungeon with 20.7 floors would have a mid-boss appearing on the 10th and 20th floors, and then a boss on the 20.7th floor. It is common for an adventurer party in the midst of clearing a dungeon that has never been cleared yet defeating a powerful enemy and thinking, this was definitely the boss of this dungeon, only to discover a staircase leading further down instead of a treasure storage chamber, revealing that the powerful enemy they defeated was merely a mid-boss. I heard from Borkus and the others that once you defeat a mid-boss, the difficulty of the dungeon increases. Let's proceed with caution, everyone. Badya, yeah. With renewed enthusiasm, Vandalyu's party descended to the 11th floor. From the 11th floor onwards, rank 4 monsters leading rank 3 monsters appeared. They were all groups of monsters that coordinated well with their allies, such as kobold knights led by a kobold mage and rock monkeys under the command of a rock gorilla. And on the 13th floor, multiple rank 4 monsters began to appear simultaneously. Even Vandalyu's party began having some difficulty dealing with these. When they encountered a group of hell hounds that kept their distance and spat flaming breath attacks at them, Vandalyu fired several mana bullets at them, turning some of them into lumps of meat, knowing that some of the experience points and materials would go to waste. When multiple rock golems appeared at once, everyone had to go all out with the use of their martial skills and then recovered their mana through Vandalyu's mana transfer afterwards. And there was the occasional trap laid out starting from the 11th floor. A triggered trap had caused a boulder to fall down on them, but Vandalyu held nothing back as he used his mana to crush it. The boulder wouldn't have given them experience points either way. However, they were able to gather a considerable harvest from the treasure chests that had begun to appear. Even though the dungeon is close to Talashim, the weapons inside the treasure chests are human-sized, Vandalyu, looking at the handle of a steel sword, it was clearly a human-sized broadsword rather than a titan-sized short sword. This was a dungeon in a land inhabited by no people other than titans for the past 100,000 years. Why did the treasure chests contain weapons for human use? As Vandalyu wondered this, Badya, who had been into multiple dungeons, explained why. This is the first time I've gone this deep into a dungeon, but I've heard that this isn't that uncommon. Badya, adventurers had discovered that the contents of treasure chests in dungeons changed depending on the person who opened it and that person's allies. Of course, it isn't as if dungeons understand what the adventurers want and prepare it for them inside the chests. They simply change the size and specifications of the item. For example, a party made entirely of titans would find titan-sized weapons and armor. Conversely, if a party was made entirely of dwarves whose height only reaches a human's chest, they would find dwarf-sized equipment. A dwarf party wouldn't find titan-sized armor inside a treasure chest, or vice versa. There is a theory that evil gods had created the dungeons and made it like this to tempt adventurers more easily. There is another explanation that the genie Rick Lent, who created the dungeons for people to use as places to train, made it this way to provide more motivation for those who used them. It's true that nobody would be tempted or have any motivation to get treasures that didn't meet their needs. Well, it's convenient, so either explanation is fine for me. Vandalyu shared the thoughts of many adventurers in regard to the debates that happened between scholars as he made the flesh golem hold the steel sword. And the monsters that appeared in the boss chamber of the 13th floor were an orc general and 4 orc knights. I thought it would definitely be some kind of rocky monster. Vandalyu, what will we do, Bakken? Saria, what will we do, you say? There's no way we will leave without defeating them, right? Vandalyu, none of them could hide their disappointment, as they had killed plenty of orcs during the winter of this year. Unaware of this, the orc general became enraged with the pride of a dungeon boss, but it was an easy victory for Vandalyu and his party. Well, it is rank 5, so I did get a lot of experience points. Their meat tastes good and I was thinking of getting some lard, so it's perfect, I suppose. Vandalyu, but even the pack of hellhounds was more of a tough battle. Badya, Yuri, right? Vandalyu, the party was in strangely low spirits as they harvested the treasure from the treasure storage chamber. The undead titans and ghouls had been forming parties together and clearing this dungeon over and over recently, so it was nothing outstanding. Furthermore, the Adventurers Guild of 200 years ago had installed items that allowed teleportation in each of Talashim's dungeons. These items allowed them to return from the treasure storage room to the surface in an instant. Depending on the dungeon, they apparently allowed one to return to the surface from any floor or teleport from the surface to any previously visited floor. What a convenient world this was. Bastia has become a rank 5 ghoul Amazonis. How was the dungeon clearing, boy? Zadiris, Vandalyu had returned to Talashim and was taking a bath in the royal castle when Zadiris came in. It was alright, mother. Van is currently able to defeat a kobold knight without using his magic. Badya, who was in the bath with him, answered for him. If one were to ask why this had become a mixed bath, the reason was because Vigoro had revealed that he had discovered Vandalyu with his head completely submerged in the water. The idea that allowing Vandalyu to bathe on his own would be dangerous was shared by everyone, so it had been decided that someone should be in the bath with him at all times. It was often Vigoro or Borkus accompanying him, but this time, the two of them were busy clearing a different dungeon. Both Badya and Zadiris were aware that Vandalyu possessed the memories of his previous life and the one before that, having lived for 40 years in total, but perhaps the concept of shyness was different in ghoul culture. They showed no signs of embarrassment at all. Well, my appearance is that of a 3-year-old and my physical body is actually that of a 3-year-old, so I suppose they don't feel anything. Vandalyu, he was sharing a bath with a tall, outstandingly beautiful woman and a beautiful young girl. The Vandalyu who had lived on Earth would have been staring at them with bloodshot eyes, suffered from a nosebleed from the excitement, or perhaps he might have curled into a ball and averted his eyes instead. After Badya left the dungeon, her rank had suddenly increased and she had become a ghoul Amazonis. It was a race that had never been reached by anyone in her village, but Vandalyu thought that the word Amazonis suited her. In fact, her increased attribute values were apparently suited for a warrior. Her rank had likely increased because she had reached level 100 and met the requirements of leveling up multiple martial type skills. Though Bastia's appearance hadn't changed much, red tattoo-like patterns that looked as if they might have magical properties had appeared on her body. As tattoos, they looked cool. Though they made her look more impressive, they also seemed to highlight her abundant curves. Zadiri's looked like a young girl, but she had a charming appearance, probably. With his 3-year-old eyes, Vandalyu didn't have the confidence to say for sure. Even so, he knew that she was lovely and pretty. But perhaps his mind was affected by the age of his body, he thought nothing other than, they're naked. His heart didn't begin throbbing, nor did he feel any arousal. He was still at an age where most children would be unaware of things happening around them, and even his first love was still at least 2 or 3 years away, so this was how things were for now. Could it be that 10 years from now, he would regret not taking a better look? Oh, that is quite impressive. Zadiri's, yeah. His skill is still level 1, but that's probably because he receives no bonuses to the skill from his job. His magic looked as if it had become stronger than before as well. Badia, come to think of it, it seems that your rank has increased as well. These patterns that look as if they may be related to magic have appeared on your body. Have you finally decided to learn magic? Zadiri's, it seems that this is how ghoul Amazonesses are. Maybe because of these patterns, I've gained resistance to magic. I don't know if they have any other effect, but magic, I'll think about it after I have a child. Badia, that reminds me, how is the magic item? It should increase the chance of a successful pregnancy when worn. Vandalyu, the 3-year-old boy casually changed the topic of conversation to baby making. It seemed that the problem of ghoul fertility would be solved with the distribution of these magic items, but it was true that they couldn't become careless yet. If things went too well and too many children were born, they might face problems as there were no nurseries here, unlike on Earth. Vandalyu asked the question with this in mind, but Badia turned pale. It isn't going well. Both my partner and I have been wearing the magic items, but, Badia, it seemed that they were simply not having an effect. The magic items only made the egg cells and sperm survive about as long as those of humans, giving ghouls the same chance of becoming pregnant as humans, but that didn't mean that they guaranteed pregnancy. Considering that, it wasn't strange for her to still not be pregnant yet. Even healthy human couples sometimes took some time to conceive. Well then, I'll use spirit form to have a look just in case, shall I? Vandalyu, however, it was possible that there was some kind of problem. It was probably best to investigate it when there was time. Thanks, I'm counting on you. Badia, it's fine. I promised that I would spend a week in the city after I came back from the dungeon, and I've also promised that I'll be making some more reversi sets later today. Vandalyu, it seems that you have not forgotten about your promises with us. That is good, in more than one way. Zadiri's rules had been decided to prevent Vandalyu from becoming a black worker again. Chapter 39, With Honor and Fame, Without Land or a Successor. That's the kind of nobleman I want to be. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Chapter 39. With honor and fame, without land or a successor. That's the kind of nobleman I want to be. I want coffee milk. Vandalyu whispered this as he got out of the bath and remembered a promise that he had made at a bathhouse on Earth. Apparently there was coffee in Lambda, but it wasn't a major drink, it seemed to be a drink for only a small portion of the wealthy. The wealthy. In other words, celebrities, the bourgeoisie star. Thinking about that only made him want to drink it more. Wouldn't there be coffee trees growing somewhere? Basking in the breeze created by an electric fan-shaped golem that he had made himself, he remembered that coffee could be replaced by dandelion roots. I wonder if I can make it using the dandelions in this world. Well, if I find any, I'll give it a try. Vandalyu, he had been unable to drink coffee at some point on Earth because his uncle had declared that coffee was a luxury, so he had read a book in his middle school's library called Edible Wildflowers in the City and tried it out. If it turned out to be delicious in this world as well, he would recommend it to everyone. Now then, I guess it's time to go. Stop spinning. Vandalyu, ordering the electric fan-shaped golem to stop spinning, Vandalyu left the bathhouse to begin the medical examination of Bastia's body. Incidentally, the dandelion coffee that Vandalyu would create in the future would turn out to be not very delicious, perhaps because the plant itself differed from the dandelions on Earth. It did not become popular in Talashim. However, he made electric fan-shaped golems from the surplus wood that could obey certain commands such as rotating their propellers, setting their rotation speed to one of 3 levels and swaying left and right across a bed. These became popular in Talashim instead. Now then, I'll start the medical examination. Vandalyu, yeah, I'm counting on you. Badya, wearing a white fur in place of a white doctor's gown, Vandalyu immediately used spirit form transformation on his arms, which then penetrated Bastia's body as she was lying down. It was his first time examining Badya with this method, but he had done it plenty of times to other ghouls, so he was very accustomed to doing this. Maybe it's because her rank increased. Her body is the embodiment of health. Vandalyu, there were no problems with her blood vessels or the function of her major organs. In fact, everything was very vigorous. There was also no problem with her uterus. Vandalyu couldn't see any injuries, inflammation or disease. Could it be that pure coincidence or perhaps stress was the reason that she couldn't get pregnant? So he thought, but he checked her ovaries as well just in case. This is strange, what is this? Vandalyu, and then he felt a strong, uncomfortable feeling. What's wrong, Van? It seems that your hands have stopped. Badya was enduring the sensation of some foreign objects creeping around inside her, but she noticed that Vandalyu's behavior had changed and spoke out to him. I'm going to examine you a bit more, so tell me if it feels unpleasant. Vandalyu, as he said this, Vandalyu concentrated on examining her 2 ovaries. Normally, the ovaries and testes would contain strong signs of life. Vandalyu perceived that life is heat. With healthy ovaries and testes, touching them with his spirit form hands would even feel like plunging them into boiling water, but Bastia's ovaries didn't feel hot. Are her ovaries dead? No, it's not to that extent. But they're not functioning normally. Vandalyu, so what was causing this problem? Vandalyu examined them again, but there was no injury or disease. Vandalyu consulted his knowledge that he had learned on Earth and the information that he had overheard in Origin. Now that I think about it, those researchers did say that my death attribute magic contributed to the fields of obstetrics and gynecology. Vandalyu, they were unpleasant people who would constantly be muttering things in an indistinguishable tone and then shout at Vandalyu when he failed to hear them. Well, Vandalyu didn't care about the researchers right now. If I recall, abortion, contraception, prevention of sexually transmitted diseases. Infertility treatment. Vandalyu, though not every case had been successful, there had been some occasions in Origin where Vandalyu's death attribute magic had been used to treat infertility. There were numerous methods such as prolonging the life of the egg cells and sperm as the magic items that he had created for the ghouls did, and using youth transformation on the egg cells. But there were also cases that were difficult to treat with death attribute magic. Bastia's case is one of those. If the egg cells aren't mature, they can't be fertilized. It would be simpler to treat this using life attribute magic. Vandalyu, the ovaries were functioning optimally and the egg cells were not maturing. With that being the case, it would just be a matter of using life attribute magic to make the ovaries work more vigorously, but Vandalyu possessed no aptitude for the life attribute. Fortunately, there were individuals capable of using life attribute magic in Talashim, like Mwaza. There was the option of asking him to help. However, there was a problem in that Vandalyu didn't know how knowledgeable Mwaza was about physiology. Magic is strongly influenced by the caster's knowledge and imagination. If a mage who has spent his whole life in a country that is perpetually in the season of summer and a mage who has spent his whole life in a country with harsh winters were to both create ice using magic, the one from the snowy country would be able to do so more skillfully. In the same way, Mwaza casting some vague magic without knowing how the organs function wouldn't be very effective. Vandeleur could teach Mwaza what he knew, but unlike basic arithmetic, it would take time for Mwaza to understand physiological concepts. Well then, I'll give it a try first, and if that doesn't work then I'll ask Mwaza to help. Vandeleur, What are you saying about Mwaza? Badia, this method was very roundabout and many steps would have to be followed. The gist of it was that Vandeleur would suck out the negative components of the ovaries and transfer his own vitality to them, making them function normally. Though the overall process would be difficult to control using life.attribute magic, it would be completed in one step, while doing it with death.attribute magic required the process to be divided into dozens of separate steps. Without the chant revocation skill, it would likely take over an hour. I'll activate surpass limits. I wish I had 3, or at least 2 more brains. Vandeleur, he began complaining internally about the fact that his head was becoming feverish even with the use of surpass limits, but quickly put those thoughts aside. It feels kind of warm. Badia, it's because of my rapid healing skill and healing power enhancement. Vandeleur, even the process of transferring his vitality to her needed him to transform his arms with spirit form transformation, fuse them with Badia and trick her body into thinking that they were a part of it, trigger his rapid healing skill and cast the no.attribute spell healing power enhancement at the same time. Around 10 minutes passed and the rapid healing skill stopped. It seemed that things had healed for now. Both the left and right ovaries were now overflowing with enough vitality to burn Vandeleur's spirit form hands. Vandeleur wasn't sure whether they had completely recovered or whether the effects of this treatment were temporary, but it should be fine for, at least a month. I've finished treating you for now. Let's see how things go from here. Vandeleur, it's over, thanks. Badia, with sweat on her face, Badia let out a sigh of relief. As Zadiris had experienced when Vandeleur applied youth transformation on her, it seemed that the sensation of his spirit form hands crawling around inside the body was not a pleasant one. I'll inspect you again in a month from now. If anything happens before then, let me know. Vandeleur, as Vandeleur said this, he felt a vague feeling that he had become a doctor. As this thought ran through his mind, his stomach growled. It seemed that this work had taken a toll on not only his mana, but his body as well. I'm hungry as well. Alright, I'll make something. We brought plenty of ingredients with us from the dungeon, after all. Badia, I'm counting on you. Vandeleur, it had been several months since Vandeleur had become 3 years old, but Darcia still didn't allow him to cook using a fire, even though he did possess the cooking skill. Vandeleur removed the wooden lid and gently lifted her out. With a wet cloth he had sterilized with disinfect, he wiped her smooth skin, taking care not to cause any scratches to it. Using sterilize would only kill microorganisms, it wouldn't remove any dust. Bakken, what are you doing? Sam, as you can see, I'm taking care of Zandia by hand. Vandeleur, Sam had an indescribably confused expression, but Vandeleur answered his question while caring for Zandia, of whom only the left hand and wrist remained. Now that I think about it, you've started to make quite a lot of different facial expressions, haven't you, Sam? Vandeleur, the previous Sam, the spirit form of Sam that had sat on the carriage was mist in the shape of a person and the horses pulling the carriage were only mist in the shape of horses. It had been impossible to distinguish any kind of facial expression. However, now that Sam's spirit form skill had leveled up, he definitely appeared to be a human at a glance, albeit one with pale skin and red eyes. Each hair of his beard had been reproduced realistically. If he wore a hat to cover his eyes, he would look just like a regular, pale-skinned person. The horses were the same, if they closed their red eyes, they would look like normal horses. No, they might appear too ominous to be called normal, but in any case, they did appear to be horses. Ha, thank you very much. More importantly, why are you performing such a noble deed? I would understand if it were an undead, but I do believe that it is but a hand. Sam, Vandeleur had cast preservation on the hand to prevent decomposition, but it wasn't undead or anything, it was still just a hand. Sam apparently found it strange that Vandeleur was taking care of it. If I didn't treat it well, she would get angry at me when we meet, won't she? Vandeleur, if Zandia had become a sentient undead, she wouldn't be pleased to learn that her hand had been treated poorly. That was why Vandeleur was caring for her hand. Hearing this, Sam gave a sigh of relief. So that is how it is. I had presumed that you might be the kind of person with a strong interest in certain body parts of the opposite sex, Bakken. Sam, no, I don't have a fetish for hands. Vandeleur, what an outrageous misunderstanding. Vandeleur didn't have a taste for such things. I see. I have heard that there are many noblemen who have peculiar tastes, so I thought that perhaps, Sam, if anything, Father, Bakken prefers muscles. Saria, the problem is that we don't have either muscles or hands. Our hands are pieces of armor, after all. Rita, it seemed that noblemen were sinful people in this world as well. Speaking of noblemen, there's something I wanted to confirm. Darshia spoke as she smoothly appeared and joined the conversation. Mom, I definitely feel hesitant to be discussing things like this with you. Vandeleur, not that. I mean regarding the kind of nobleman that you want to be in the future. Darshia, that side of things, huh? Vandeleur breathed a sigh of relief. You said that you'll make a child with Badia when you become an adult, are you serious about that? Darshia, he had breathed that sigh of relief too early. I was thinking that things might turn out that way. Vandeleur, in any case, Vandeleur was still in a 3-year-old's body, unable to feel lust or feelings of love, so he wasn't sure. But he was thinking that things would end up that way in more than 10 years from now. He thought well of Badia, she was beautiful and he didn't feel any negative feelings at being desired by such a person. She was a member of a different race, but Vandeleur himself was a child of mixed blood. It was apparently possible for them to have children, so he couldn't see a reason to refuse. He had always yearned for a warm family, anyway. Don't get me wrong, I think that Badia is a great person too. She's sturdy, and I can believe that she would protect you, Vandeleur. Darshia. Yes. Vandeleur felt a strange desire to object, but considering that he was a young child and Badia was a ghoul amazoness, he understood that this was easy to imagine. But I think that many people would loudly disapprove of that if you wanted to become a nobleman. The Orban kingdom is much more tolerant than the Amid Empire, but there will be people who hate Dampiers as well. Darshia, it seemed that Darshia was concerned with the events leading up to and after Vandeleur becoming a nobleman. Indeed, when Vandeleur thought about it, it might become a problem if Vandeleur were to have a child with ghouls who were treated as monsters by human society. There had been people who would start baseless rumors even on Earth, and there would be some who would be displeased with a damper becoming a nobleman. There would also be problems regarding succession. Saria, as Saria said, having children would directly lead to having problems with succession. This was only natural, as noble families were families that continued generation after generation. And whether the Orban kingdom would accept the possibility of a half-ghoul child being the next generation successor to Vandeleur's family was largely questionable. Of course, even after Vandeleur became a nobleman, neither he nor Badia would think of making their child a nobleman as well, but there would be those who would make a fuss over the mere possibility even if Vandeleur himself didn't desire that. Vandeleur had never given this proper thought or consideration, but he had something of an idea. About that, I'll alter my course and aim to be not a nobleman, but an honorary nobleman. Vandeleur, if I recall, honorary noblemen are noblemen only for one generation who cannot be succeeded, right? Darshia, yes, it is a title bestowed to people who were made noblemen because of their achievements and those who cannot succeed their noble families due to being born after the first son. Sam, as Darshia and Sam said, honorary noblemen were noblemen who could not have a successor. They generally did not govern over land and would receive an annuity for the rest of their lives, but they were mostly noblemen only in title. But this only in title nobility would be convenient for Vandeleur. Would you be content with that, Bakken? Well, most people would consider that to be a great success in life. Sam, I've heard that the annuity that such noblemen would receive is several times the income of a normal person, but, Darshia, this was how honorary noblemen were generally treated. There were plenty of stories of individuals who had strived to become noblemen but only managed to become honorary noblemen. Yes, because just receiving an annuity without having land, an official position or a successor is much more convenient. Vandeleur, naturally, Vandeleur had no need for land. He had no knowledge of how to make a region prosper. He could simply find and employ a reliable vassal to do it for him, but doing that on his own would be difficult. No matter how he thought about it, he could only imagine that it would be more than he could handle. He did think that he would be able to do various things with golem transmutation if he owned land with people living in it, however. An official position would be too much to handle as well. Vandeleur had lived for around 40 years in total, but he had no experience in regards to society. He could probably fill the position if someone taught him how, but he couldn't imagine that it would be enjoyable work. As for having a successor, when he had seen how long Dampier's life spans were at the Adventurers Guild before, he had thought, that would be impossible. He estimated that he would live for 3,000 years as long as he wasn't killed. There was no way that he would become a nobleman that would be succeeded. That was why he was aiming to be an honorary nobleman. He would have no land, official position or successors. But those around him would still respect him as a nobleman. It would also be much easier to reach this position than a court rank where he would have land and require a successor. The reason I wanted to become a nobleman was so that the guys who will be reincarnating here from origin will hesitate to kill me, and because I want enough money to live in luxury. I'm alright with being either a nobleman or an honorary nobleman as long as I have the reputation that comes with it. Vandeleur, what will you do to gain the required sum of money? Sam, I'm thinking I can just earn it normally as an adventurer. Let's do our best, everyone. Vandeleur, even just the materials that they had obtained from clearing Garan's Valley today would sell for a considerable amount at an adventurer's guild. Vandeleur figured that if he could earn this much as a 3-year-old, he would eventually be able to earn more than a lowly nobleman if he continued working hard. And I'm sure that giving up my nobility would also be simple if I were an honorary nobleman. Vandeleur, you're going to give it up? Saria, yes. I think I'll consider it once I come to an understanding with the others who will be reincarnated. Vandeleur, for Vandeleur, gaining the status of nobility was nothing more than a means to an end. It was true that being a nobleman would be convenient. It would certainly feel good to exercise his influence and special rights, and he had no doubt that there would be delicious foods that only noblemen could eat, high-quality goods that only noblemen could obtain and pieces of art that only noblemen could see. But what if the burdens of being a nobleman became greater than those privileges? What would he do if it hindered his interactions with the ghouls and undead, or he were to get involved in some troublesome power struggle? It was simple. He would simply return the tool that had already served its purpose. A nobleman wouldn't be able to give up his position easily if he is in charge of land with people living in it, but an honorary nobleman wouldn't have responsibilities or anything. I would just need to give up my position, stay low for 100 years or so and then wait for things to calm down. Vandeleur, Sam and his daughters were at a loss for words. In this world, noblemen were special people. They were treated as completely different creatures even if they were members of the same race. In fact, there were more than a few noblemen that wouldn't hesitate to say that they were superior beings to commoners. It's certainly exactly as you say. That's amazing, Vandeleur. To think that you had put so much thought into it, I'm seeing you in a new light now. Darshia's reaction was like this, but only because she had been raised in a dark elf village whose society was nothing like an aristocracy. For those like Sam and his daughters who had once served noblemen, Vandelu's view on things was astounding. But this was something that Vandelu could say because he possessed the values of modern Japan. He wouldn't go as far as to say that all of humanity were like brothers and sisters, but he would only give a scornful laugh at those who said that noblemen were beings who were superior to commoners. Sam and his daughters were still completely silent, and Vandelu became worried that his statement based on his own values had caused them unpleasant feelings. I see. As expected of you, Bakken. Sam, but it seemed that this wasn't the case. As Sam opened his mouth to speak after having been completely still for a while, he seemed to have a deeply moved expression on his face. So you are saying that the status of being a nobleman would be nothing but a hindrance to you, Bakken. Sam. Vandelu, it is just as the goddess prophesied. An extraordinary individual must have extraordinary ambitions. Saria, wait a. Vanadlu, and you even said that you are the holy son to Borkus. San. So you really are planning to use Talashim as a foothold to unite the entire continent. Rita, you're joking or teasing me, aren't you? Vandelu, it somehow seemed that there were various independent rumors and exaggerated truths. I don't plan to do anything that outrageous, thought Vandelu as he scratched his head. Even if you were to do something like that, at most, it would be the restoration of Talashim. I'm sure it will be fine. Vandelu is the type who grows when people praise him. Given 1,000 years, I'm sure that he'll be able to unite the continent. Darshia, I think you're a little too patient. Vandelu didn't feel any enthusiasm for the idea of spending 1,000 years uniting the continent. The continent wouldn't be unified so easily, anyway. Things don't always go as planned in life, but Vandelu thought that becoming an honorary nobleman was a reasonable goal. The next day, Borkus's party still hadn't returned, so Vandelu joined Zadiris and her group in training, deciding to ask questions about jobs later. Since you are joining us today, boy, we will be doing special training. Zadiris, they were outside Talashim's walls. The ghoul mages led by Zadiris, the black goblins and the Anubises including Memetiga were gathered here. Now then, we will begin training with the aim of acquiring the chant revocation skill. Zadiris, everyone gave a cheer. The chant revocation skill is a skill that allows the user to cast spells without the necessary incantations. The effects of this skill could be described in one word as tremendous. It removes the need for the actions normally taken to cast spell, causing spells to require no time to prepare. It allows for consecutive casts of spells that pushes the caster's mana and intelligence to their limits and even removes the risk of a spell's incantation of giving away which spell is being cast or being interrupted to make the spell misfire. It is a remarkably more difficult skill to acquire than the chant reduction skill that shortens the time needed to make an incantation, but its effect is also remarkably different. But the method of learning the skill is exceedingly simple. One simply needs to continue casting spells without incantations. But casting a spell without an incantation consumes at least several hundred times the amount of mana and produces an effect that is less than a tenth of the original spell. Even skilled mages cannot perform this task repeatedly. And so Zadiris and the others were casting spells silently to try and learn this skill. A light resembling that of a firefly so small that it was almost invisible in the sunlight appeared at Zadiris' fingertip. Small droplets of water appeared at the fingertips of the ghouls and undead titans to dampen their surroundings. Pinky. Fingertip-sized flames appeared and vanished and small gusts of wind blew around them. As this process was repeated, one by one, they ran out of mana. Weary counting on you, boy. Zadiris, Oka I. Vandelu had been watching up until now, but now he used spirit form transformation on his arms and changed their shape so that they became bundles of tubes. And as these pipes reached the mages, his mana pool of over 100 million was poured into them through mana transfer. This was the crucial point of the training. Zadiris and the others lacked mana, so even if they did training to learn the chant revocation skill, it would take far too long for them to achieve their goal. And for Vandalyu to do the training of using up his entire mana pool of over 100 million to increase its size, it would normally take more than an entire day. And so Vandalyu was providing the mages with mana. This allowed Vandalyu to quickly and easily use up all of his mana. Alright, we will continue the training. Zadiris, with this method, the mages could perform 10 days worth of training to gain the chant revocation skill in a single day. The problem was, I'm surprisingly free. Vandalyu, the problem was that he didn't get the feeling that he was training just by acting as a mana source, so he seemed quite free. If he crossed his legs and meditated, then perhaps it would seem more like training. Name: Badya. Rank: 5. Race: Ghoul Amazonis. Level: 0. Job: Warrior. Job level: 24. Job history: Apprentice Warrior. Age: 27 years old. Passive skills: Night Vision. Superhuman strength. Level 4, level up: Pain resistance. Level 2 Paralyzing venom secretion, claws. Level 3 Magic resistance. Level 1, new. Intuition. Level 1, new. Active skills: Axe technique. Level 4, level up: Shield technique. Level 3, level up: Archery. Level 3, level up: Throwing. Level 3, level up: Silent steps. Level 2, level up: Coordination. Level 3, level up: Status effects. Infertility completely recovered. Monster explanation. Ghoul Amazonis. When a ghoul woman with qualities suited for magic learns and diligently studies martial skills instead of magic and continues to do so after becoming a ghoul warrior, she can increase her rank and become this race. There is no significant change in appearance, but tattoo-like patterns appear on the body. Physical ability increases significantly and the patterns on the body grant the magic resistance skill and enhances inherent magic-oriented qualities. As it is a considerably rare race, there are never two ghoul Amazonesses in a single village. They typically act as leaders of groups, and groups with a ghoul Amazonis tend to have other women in powerful positions. It is said that there are groups of ghouls entirely made of women led by a ghoul Amazonis in the depths of some devil's nests, though this has not been confirmed. It is unknown what ghoul Amazonesses become if they increase their rank further. No such case has been confirmed up until now. However, it can be assumed that individuals who master not only martial skills but magic as well may increase their rank to become an even superior race.